So we are live, boys and girls. Guys, we are back. एक सेकंड भैंस का ये क्या हो गया है? ऐसे कुछ तो फका बगा, रुक जाओ। हाँ जी, माफ करो। आ गया guys. We are back. And we are live, boys and girls. So अरे we
मेरी
are
आवाज कहाँ
live,
से आ रही है
boys
भाई?
and girls. है जी, आज ही सारे आरआर होने के गाइस। अरे बाबा, आ गया गाइस, आ गया, हो गया, ठीक हो गया गाइस, माफ करो। और बैकग्राउंड में वो चल रही थी मेरे कंट्रोल पैनल पे स्ट्रीम, नेवर माइंड, माफ करो। आ गए गाइस, आ गए, चैनल पर नवे आए हो गाइस, मेक श्योर आप लोग सब्सक्राइब करें एंड लाइक करें। एंड आई नो कि तुम लोग सोचोगे कि म्यूजिक क्यों नहीं बज रहा बैकग्राउंड में, बिकॉज म्यूजिक नहीं बजा सकते भाई, म्यूजिक थोड़ा कैजुअल हो जाएगा, बिकॉज समझ रहे हो गाइस, वी आर डूइंग अ वॉच पार्टी फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन आवर चैनल एंड आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड। ऑल्सो वन मोर थिंग, मेक श्योर आप लोग सपोर्ट करें एंड ताकि ऐसी और भी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ इन फ्यूचर हम लोग को मिलती रहे। एंड इनफैक्ट जो मैं करना चाह रहा हूँ गाइस, वो चीज़ों को हम लोग इंडिया में पॉसिबल कर पाए। एंड ये बताओ ओवरले कैसे लग रहा है आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग, मतलब कि ज़्यादा ही चैनल पे अचानक से ओवरले ही चेंज हो गया है भाई। एंड मेरी आवाज़ वगैरह सब कुछ आई होप प्रॉपर आ रही हो। माइक चेक। अंडर भाई कैसे, कोहली क्या हाल है, प्रणब भाई क्या हाल है, दिवाकर शक्ति कपूर बड़ा, व्हाट द है गाइस, ऐसे क्यों बोल रहा है तुम लोग, ऐसे मत बोलो यार, इसीलिए बातें ना क्या करो। अभिजीत भाई क्या हाल है, हाउ यू डूइंग ब्रदर, वेलकम। एंड आई होप अपने जितने इमोट से सारे भाई चैट पे एक्टिव रहे, बिकॉज आज होने वाली है गाइस बूम बाम। क्या आप लोग रेडी हो फॉर द फर्स्ट मैच थोड़े ही टाइम पे चालू होने वाला है। हम लोग को उसकी थोड़ा सा समझ लो, स्ट्रीम शेड्यूल थोड़ा जल्दी करने बोला है, इट इज बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली यार मोस्ट ऑफ द रीजंस, ताकि थोड़ा जल्दी आ जाए। एंड अपडेट्स आ चुकी है हम लोग के पास, अनाउंसमेंट्स भी आ चुकी है, क्या सिनारियो है क्या सिनारियो नहीं है। फर्स्ट मैच गाइस, 2 मैचेस हो रहे हैं एक साथ, मैं तुम लोग को पहले ही बता दूं, 2 मैचेस हो रहे हैं, 2 स्ट्रीम होने वाली है ऑफिशियल चैनल पे। एक स्ट्रीम ए हो रही है और एक स्ट्रीम बी हो रही है। स्ट्रीम ए पे आई गेस हो रही है, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, हमारे पास चार्ट आया, रुक जाओ एक सेकंड गाइस, लेट मी ओपन दैट चार्ट किधर गया, किधर चला गया वो चार्ट, हाँ रुक जाओ, मिल गया। किधर गया रे भाई, 2 मिनट तो कह सकते हो, इतने सारे मैसेज आ रखे हैं ना हमारे पास, एक तो भर के क्या बोलूँ भैंस की आँख, बहुत ज़्यादा भसड़ है भाई इधर। हाँ, पहला स्ट्रीम ए पे गाइस मैच हो रहा है हमारा, ओपनिंग मैच एडवर्ड गेमिंग वर्सेस बीबीएल ई स्पोर्ट्स। एंड स्ट्रीम बी पे हो रही है गाइस 100 थीव्स वर्सेस टीम आरआरक्यू। मैं इसीलिए 100 थीव्स वर्सेस आरआरक्यू देख रहा हूँ, बिकॉज गाइस 100 थीव्स में तुम सभी को पता है गाइस कौन है, वन एंड ओनली आसुना बेबी। आसुना है सामने गाइस, आरआरक्यू में भी भाई बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स हैं, जिनके मैं रोस्टर्स के नाम बता देता हूँ। आरआरक्यू में एक सेकंड, हमारे 100 थीव्स में गाइस 2 प्लेयर है जो कि बहुत इंसीन खेलते हैं भाई, आसुना एंड क्रायो। एंड इनफैक्ट हमारे आरआरक्यू में है, एक सेकंड, आरआरक्यू कहाँ गए वैसे, क्या आरआरक्यू में भी गाइस है भाई, ये खुशी, ये लोग भाई अलग लेवल के खेलते हैं भाई। कृष्णा भाई क्या हाल है, वीसी आजा, वीसी आता। आतिश भाई कैसे, अब तो चैट्स भी इग्नोर होने लगे, अरे ऐसे ना करो यार, चैट अभी आ रही है भैंस की आँख, कैसा अभी, चेक ऑल गुड, ठीक। बिट्टू मेरा मैसेज पिन कर दे, मैसेज पिन वगैरह का रुक जाओ अडर्ट भाई, फिलहाल एक्चुअली कुछ ना हमको वो आई नहीं है इन्फॉर्मेशन, वो इन्फॉर्मेशन थोड़ी मिलेगी, रुक जाओ, उस चक्कर में मैं थोड़ा मैसेज पिन विन में वो सब नहीं डाल रहा हूँ। मेरे को एक बार जस्ट कंफर्म करना है एडमिन से कि क्या सिनारियो है, कि मैसेज हम लोग अपने खुद के पिन कर सकते हैं या क्या सिनारियो है, समझ रहे हो, जस्ट लेट मी कंफर्म, उसके बाद आई एम गोना डू इट। वैसे स्ट्रीम चालू हुई कि नहीं हुई, एक बार लेट मी चेक, क्या सिनारियो है गाइस, आई एम प्रीटी मच एक्साइटेड एंड स्ट्रीम हो रही है चालू, काउंटडाउन शुरू हो चुका है, लेट्स वी कैन गो एंड वी आर रेडी गाइस, वी आर रेडी फॉर द फर्स्ट मैच। ओपनिंग मैच हो रहा है गाइस, ओपनिंग सेरी में 8 तारीख को होने वाली है, लेकिन मैचेस पहले हो रहे हैं क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली यार बिकॉज ऑफ शेड्यूल थोड़ा हो रखा है भाई, क्रेजी हो रखा है भाई स्केड्यूल। ऑल्सो बता दूं वैलोरेंट के बाद गाइस नेक्स्ट वीक, आई गेस नेक्स्ट वीक या कभी, तो मैं तुम लोग को अपडेट दे दूंगा, उसके बाद हो रही है पबजी के मैचेस, मतलब अभी वीक वाइज पूरा लोग ने स्लॉट दिया हुआ है गेम्स को, तो एक साथ 2-2 3-3 स्ट्रीमें हो रही है भाई अलग अलग गेमों की। मोबाइल लेजेंड्स वो सब भी चल रहे हैं, बट वो सब मैंने लिया नहीं है क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली वो सारी गेम मैं खेलता नहीं हूँ, जो गेम मैं खेलता हूँ वो सारी गेम का मैंने ले रखा है यहाँ पर। चालू हो चुका है, इसी तो फास्ट क्यों चल रहा है भाई, ठीक ठीक ठीक। अरे इतनी मैसेजेस क्यों आती है यहाँ पे, इतनी भसड़ क्यों होती है? एक सेकंड, ट्विच पे आइए क्या? ट्विच पे स्ट्रीम आइए क्या? लेट मी सी। ट्विच पे भी आके सिल्वर डाला हुआ है। ट्विच पे देखिएगा भाई, ट्विच पे क्वालिटी बहुत क्रेजी आएगी। भाई ट्विच पे ऐड इतना अजीब से क्यों आते हैं भाई? गेमिंग सेट क्या हाल है? वेलकम वेलकम, हाउ यू डूइंग ब्रदर? व्हाट्स अप? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। गाइस लाइक करो फटाफट से, लाइक आज नहीं रुकनी चाहिए भाई स्ट्रीम पे, समझ रहे हो? बूम बाम कर दो भाई। चिंटू भाई क्या हाल है? ये गाना सब उनके सर्वर से है? यस सर, सब उनके वहां से बच रहा है। ये सारे राइट्स उनके हैं, तो हम लोगों को कॉपीराइट नहीं पड़ेगा। भाई इसी टाइम तुम आज स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो? यस सर, इस टाइम स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन गेमिंग आई गेस रात को होगी, लेकिन ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे नहीं गाइस। इफ यू नो यू नो, डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक है, आप लोग जाके चेकआउट कर सकते हो। अब इसे जिस दिन गाइस वॉच पार्टी यूट्यूब पे होगी, समझ जाना दूसरे स्ट्रीम्स दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म पे। ट्विच पे क्वालिटी क्या आ रही है भाई? क्या क्वालिटी आ रही है भाई ट्विच पे, क्रेजी। भाई मेरा इंटरनेट जस्ट सिंग बता रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम चालू होने से पहले हक दिया था, क्योंकि भाई फाइबर कट हो गए थे मल्टीपल, वो काम चल रहा था जिसकी वजह से इंटरनेट थोड़ा स्लो चल रहा था। बट जस्ट स्ट्रीम चालू करने के पहले इंटरनेट बंद हुआ, चालू हुआ, रीसेट हुआ है भाई प्रॉपर, इसकी वजह से वेल एंड गुड। ये क्या आ रहा है भाई ट्विच पे? बहुत कुछ फीचर क्यों आ रहा है? भाई ट्विच पे ना मेरे को बहुत इनअप्रोप्रिएट एड्स आ रही है। पहले हम लोग यूट्यूब पे देखते हैं गाइस, उसके बाद ट्विच पे जाते हैं। ट्विच की एडवर्टाइजमेंट थोड़े अलग हो चुका है भाई, अलग लेवल पे जा चुका है भाई, थोड़ा कैजुअल हो चुका है, समझ रहे हो? भसड़ हो रही है, क्या भसड़ हो रही है भाई? यहाँ तो कुछ अलग ही भसड़ हो रही है गाइस। EWC के भाई इसमें तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही भसड़ हो गई है, पर ठीक है। चालू हो रहा है भाई 2 मिनट में, रुको स्क्रीन स्विच करता हूँ। गाइस लाइक करो फटाफट से स्ट्रीम आज भाई, लाइकें नहीं रुकनी चाहिए गाइस, प्रूफ कर दो तुम लोग मेरी ऑडियंस हो। आज कम से कम हो जाने चाहिए भाई, मेरे जितने भी अभी तक के अपकमिंग स्ट्रीम्स हो रखे हैं, मतलब पास्ट, सबके रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दो भाई आज एक ही स्ट्रीम पे, समझ रहे हो? रुको रुको गाइस, पोल डाल रहा हूँ। हैवी पोलिंग होने वाली है, और ऊपर से बता, और एक चीज़, मॉड्स मुझे अपडेट दे देना जब सेकंड मैच खेलेंगे, टाइटल अपडेट करना मेरे को, समझ रहे हो? अभी तो फिलहाल फर्स्ट मैच हो रहा है, सेकंड मैच में मेरे को टाइटल अपडेट करना है। सेकंड मैच गाइस हम लोग देखने वाले हैं, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स, NRG वर्सेस पेपर एक्स, मेरी फेवरेट टीम खेलने वाली है भाई। वो मैच में तो अलग होने वाला है भाई, क्योंकि दोनों तरफ से जो होगा ना क्योस, मजा आएगा भाई देखने में। सबसे एक्साइटेड मैच रहने वाला है सेकंड मैच। लेट्स गो। बराबर गेमिंग सेट क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। बड़े समझदार बन गए हो भाई चैट तुम लोग, वेरी रियलिस्टिक। अनिरुद्ध भाई क्या चीज़ लिखा है आपने, बहुत क्रेजी भाई, वेलकम भाई, क्या एकदम मत एकदम सेंटेंस में लिखा है, बढ़िया एकदम बढ़िया 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 भाई, मज़ा आ रहा है भाई। 1 मिनट में चालू हो रहा है गाइस, रुक जाओ। पोल कहाँ है, पोल कहाँ है, पोल कहाँ है, पोल कहाँ है, पोल डालेंगे भाई सबसे पहले। Which team are you supporting? अरे मैंने क्या डाल दिया, गलत पोल डाल दिया गाइस, रुक जाओ। हाँ गलत पोल डाल दिया गाइस, माफ करो माफ करो माफ करो।
Play is in our DNA.
गाइस पुलिस अप फटाफट से अपने वोट्स डालो।
Whenever we let it out,
अरे वो थोड़े पोल, मैंने पहले वाला पोल थोड़ा कैजुअल कर दिया हो, हटा सकता था पूरा ही, थोड़ा कैजुअल होगा गाइस। नाम डाल लिया गलती से मेरे से, वो
now
पोल दब
imagine
गया
an
भाई,
entire city being
कैजुअल
built to
होगा,
supercharge it.
माफ करो माफ करो।
Kadir City, powered by Play.
गाइस वोटिंग नहीं रुकनी चाहिए, वोटिंग नहीं रुकनी चाहिए। अरे वो थोड़ा क्या, वो गलती से स्टार्ट पोल दब गया मेरे से, माफ करो माफ करो माफ करो भाई। स्पॉन्सर्स देख रहे हो, हैवी है भाई, हैवी है भाई, वर्ल्ड कप हो रहा है गाइस, मतलब तू समझ रहे, हैवी। दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म्स का नहीं ले सकते बिकॉज दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए राइट्स हम लोग को दिए थे, बट मैंने लिए नहीं थे। बस हम लोग को दे रहे थे बट मैंने लिया नहीं, ये मल्टीपल स्ट्रीमिंग करने में ना पीसी में थोड़ा वो होता है, सिंगल पीसी में थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट, तो इसलिए मैंने डाला नहीं था। ऑप्शंस तो मिल रहे थे बट मैंने डाला नहीं, समझ रहे हो। अभी जो प्लेटफॉर्म पे फिलहाल गाइस, वो प्लेटफॉर्म के बारे में बात करें, बिकॉज यूट्यूब इज लव। गाइस वोट नहीं रुकनी चाहिए, वोट नहीं रुकनी चाहिए। अभी मैं पहले मैच में तो गाइस मैं सच्ची बताऊं, मैं 100 थीव्स को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूं भाई, बिकॉज आसूना के लिए भाई, एनी टाइम एनी टाइम। अरे कोहली थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया यार, और एक तो पोल पता नहीं यूट्यूब का क्या हो गया गाइस, ये पूरा अलग सा ही हो गया है भाई। हरदिस मतलब वो पोकी भी टोस्ट सिकोनी ये वाला ग्रुप है ना, वो लोग कंटेंट क्रिएटर शायद से, वो लोग कंटेंट क्रिएटर है, मेरे को लोग का ज़्यादा आइडिया नहीं है, बट आई गेस वो लोग को कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स है, वही टीम है 100 भाई जो तुम बात कर रहे हो। और इस बार के तो गाइस फीचरिंग पता है कौन हुआ है EWC में, क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डो भाई, ही इज द फेस ऑफ EWC 26, जो कि बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है भाई। अच्छा भाई क्या लैंग्वेज है सब, क्या लैंग्वेज है, क्या लैंग्वेज है सब। पीसी आजा लाल रुक जा यार, कृष्णा रुक जा।
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We're live and I'm coming at you straight on. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and this is the very first day of Valorant at the Esports World Cup 2026. I want to welcome you all in and introduce my desk. We have the incredible Athena alongside my man, Mitch, better known as Pilsky in this world. Pilsky, I want to start with you. We are in Paris, not Riyadh, for our third year of the EWC. What's the vibe been?
अरे सर जी आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही सर जी. अरे माइक वॉल्यूम गाइस देख लो. इतना अच्छे से एक्सप्लेनेशन किया लेकिन कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया.
Athena, they're still building all around us. We just took over the expo. We are in week 0, but we're already starting with the group stages in Valorant. So for anyone who hasn't been around the Valorant scene for a minute, what are the big storylines coming into the weekend?
Oh man, there is so many. For me, I'm looking at our first matchup, 100 Thieves. It's their first time being on a global stage with this roster, but also from Americas. MIBR, first time being in a globals as well. So it's really interesting to see how they play out. And of course, all these teams that couldn't make it through and win that Masters London are back. Some of them trying to claim a championship trophy.
Yeah, we were talking to Baby Bay as he was warming up yesterday. He's like, oh yeah, G2, we bombed out of London. This is our London. They are focused and they know they should be because it's a $2 million prize pool. If you don't know how the format is going to work though, let's walk you through all of the competition here at the Esports World Cup. It's coming here in just a moment. Lock in 16 teams, $2 million. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got the group format going into the playoffs. We did have it kicking off just last week for Valorant, and I was very excited. In fact, some of the teams that we got in this very opening game did unfortunately bomb out in the group stages, so they've got a little bit of a run to be making here to go forward in towards this group stage, just starting off in the first matchup.
We got it ready for you. Take your first look at the format here at the Esports World Cup.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year, and this time everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
Awesome breakdown right there, and it's pretty simple stuff. You got to survive 2 match wins out of the groups. If you make it there, you're playing in the playoffs where you're guaranteed some serious cash. We got Athena and Mitch to break everything down. And Pilsky, I want to talk a little bit about the teams feeling pressure because some of the squads got invites at the start of the year. They knew they were coming into EWC. But you were casting qualifiers up until last week. What has it been like for some of the squads getting here?
I mean, it's a very different road for a lot of the different squads. Some of the squads have come
thank you for 20, brother. Really appreciate it, man.
They will not have had time to prep. Whereas some other teams, as you mentioned, G2, for example, they might have had a little bit more time. They might be looking at this event with full prep, full focus. Some of the teams coming through the qualifiers will have had plenty of time to study up on their opponents and see what they've been prepping for this event. So it's going to be about some teams just trying to tread water a little bit, whereas some teams are going to be coming into it very, very well prepared.
All different ways to get here, but ultimately it's about 4 teams per region. Athena, let's talk about how it broke down, though, in our groups. Starting with Group A, this could be the group of death, according to some of the people backstage. Talk to me about our squads we're going to see on the main stage open up.
Yeah, I mean, the first matchup we're going to see 100 Thieves versus RRQ. I think this makes a lot of sense because both these teams are so good. I mean, when I'm watching them play, it's been phenomenal, but it's also been like they've been one step behind from making it it to any of those globals and kind of proving themselves. But also with BBL and EDG, both these teams were looking to see more from them.
हो गया कोई audio?
Have some sort of proof on this.
भाई actual में
I
भाई.
mean, EDG coming straight off the back of Masters London, they were so close. They were playing so well. So I think that they really realized they had potential to beat the very best teams in the world. They were coming in full force to try to represent China, you know, as well as possible, because some of the other Chinese teams, I don't know how much faith you can have. XLG definitely right there. All gamers earlier on in the year had a really good run coming into an international event, but seeded ahead, unfortunately, fell flat a little bit.
So keep it a buck. Who is the top team in this group? Who is the dark horse or the biggest underdog in Group A?
That's hard.
I got EDG as my top team, but BBL is pretty good. Dark horse, I'm going to have to say RRQ.
Really? 100 Thieves? For me, it's EDG for sure, and then 100 Thieves second up there.
I love it. So you guys are choosing each other's region, or your own region, to be the weakest.
You'll never catch me choosing Americas. Are you serious?
Sorry about that. My bad. All right, so that is a look at what's going down in Group A. We also have our second round of matches coming from Group B. And you said this could be where the people are most excited. Athena, we're going to see so many great games. All best of threes was the biggest change, though. So how does that affect your gameplay coming into the group stages?
Oh, man. BO3s is awesome, I think, for a team, because you have more than one opportunity to kind of show what you are made of. I think especially when it comes to vetoes, there's so much that comes into it. So much gameplay, so much understanding of how the other team wants to go. And also gives you a time to kind of anti-strat, make sure you're not letting those strong maps go through for the other team. And I think when you're talking about teams like Paper Rex and NRG, that is super important, because they did just both perform.
नहीं music copyrights
they
नहीं
did
है.
both just play, and so everyone kind of knows
But
what
prediction
they're
अपना कौन जीतेगा? First match में को 100 Thieves support कर रहा भाई. Second match obviously थोड़ा difficult है थोड़ा choose करना, because NRG versus Paper Rex है तो थोड़ा difficult है finish wise. समझ रहे हो?
A stronger team, so I think
polls डाल दिए, polls पे तुम लोग अपना voting दे सकते हो.
get the best teams heading through from the groups in towards playoffs, because even if an underdog wins, you can't really take much away from it when they win a best of three.
Now, I just came off a Call of Duty event in La Defense Arena, and we witnessed the Gentlemates who are going to be competing in a number of EWC games going wild for their squad. We have two other French teams in competition in Valorant, though, and they have to play each other on day number one. So who do you think has the bigger fan base between Vitality and Carmine Core right now for Valorant in particular?
Easily Carmine Core.
I guess हो गए.
Yes.
Valor की बात करो तो होगा.
Personally, I'm more of a fan of Vitality.
Valor तो EWC में है कल होने वाला मैच.
I mean, I'm actually not sure. I know, regardless though, that there's going to be an insane
Global
number
Esports
of French fans cheering for all three of those orgs that are all participating in Valorant. It's insane that all three of them have made it. 3 out of 4 of the EMEA teams do have some kind of French backing.
Now, one of the big surprises is the fact that the Heretics were the reigning champions. They also were able to give the second place in EMEA a road to EWC. Are the Heretics the team to beat coming into 2026, or is there a new giant in the
RRQ could not make the argument that Heretics are the team to beat. In fact, I think even going into that EWC event, I was kind of calling it in the group stage because they were playing very, very well last year. I don't even think they were necessarily considered to be the favorite to win that event either. I think they were a bit of a dark horse that went on a really good run. In a really good purple patch of form to be able to run the gauntlet all the way through that last EWC tournament. And I think that there still are a very interesting roster in EMEA. There's just so much talent, so much competition that they've been struggling a little bit to make it all the way in towards those international qualifications sometimes.
I think for me, when I'm thinking about the people that I'm looking forward to most, it's Paper Rex.
I hope stream volume और मेरी आवाज दोनों सेम बराबर आ रही है.
Hi, hello. London fan. No, I think they're the ones that I'm going to be watching personally. I don't think Team Heretics has kind of really proven themselves to be up there, to be in that standard. That is, if they do end up having some crazy run again, which they've done before, I wouldn't be surprised too.
And you got no Leviathan here, right? So no final boss to deal with at the end of your Valorant tournament. As we continue on with our group discussion, let's bring up more graphics and show you who all is in the competition. The Gentlemates and XLG will be in Group C a little bit later, and I'm told we can cover that tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. We know the prize money's $2 million. We know we've got 16 teams, and we're starting with groups on 2 different streams. So, Athena, if you're just dialing in, do you need to open up 2 different windows? Which is the more important matchup to start the day?
Oh, absolutely. I think you got to watch both matches. But for me personally, this has nothing to do with a bias about me being from Americas and being on the Americas stream. But I think this first match, 100 Thieves, is going to be my favorite to watch with RRQ. Because, again, both these teams, they've struggled to prove themselves. And I think this is going to be kind of one where it's a battle of creativity and a battle with the maps just to make sure kind of they can prove what they have. Because 100 Thieves for me never made a global, especially with this iteration of the roster. Asuna, who's been on the roster for so long, hasn't been able to kind of prove himself in a global either. So I'm really expecting to see something cooked up from here, considering they're one of the most creative teams to come out from America.
Excellent answer there. And as we're getting ready for this matchup, I'm told we can take a look at our players. So Pilsky, do us the honors. The RRQ boys are on the stage first. So who is the squad representing the Pacific tonight?
I mean, they're kind of the team that has always struggled when it comes to internationals. They did manage to take a Pacific title last year, so they very much always prove domestically that they are some of the very best in the region. You've got Jemkin in the duelist role. He might be one of the best duelists. As well as Sparrow, who is arguably the best sentinel in the whole league. They have two really big heavy hitters, and they've got a great caller on Crazy Guy. The question marks start with really the rest of the roster. Kushi is a very up and down player, and then they've just added a new player. They are replacing Monyet with Zan. Roll for roll, that's going to be a really good swap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be ready for this international stage and this level of competition.
Now, what I was going to ask, though, is I know they've struggled internationally, but that could have been in front of an audience. Today, you're in group stages with no fans. This feels like you are practicing at a normal studio or even at your home boot camp. It's a very, I guess, calm atmosphere in the venue tonight.
I would love to agree with you, but they were here last year at EWC in the exact same environment. Guess what? They bombed out of the groups. In saying that, though, so did 100 Thieves. Different roster this year, but some of the same players. So one of these two teams, I mean, this game will be very important for one of these organizations who also do compete in other games at EWC. RRQ's got teams in other games. They want to at least make it through the group stage here, and this first win is going to be super important, especially when you're staring down the barrel of an EDG, I believe, on the other side of things, or maybe a BBL. That's going to be potentially the harder game compared to this first one, in my opinion.
Kevin donated
$22 on the 100 Thieves side. Athena, it is your turn. Who is this beautiful man with the blonde hair in the front?
Beautiful man with the blonde hair. I didn't get to see, but I'm looking at. Oh, you're talking about Cryo.
Of course.
You like the little blonde streak
in there.
He's
getting fired up for EWC.
Dude, Cryo for me is one of the players to watch. Maybe the player to watch for this roster. There's so many hard hitters, but he's consistently been really good. Always fragging out, being really phenomenal on the Senti role, especially when he switches over to that chamber. When they've done that, they've done a really good job at enabling him, making him take that space, being aggressive with his operator, and he's held the lines for his team. But of course, the rest of the roster, they're all so good. I'm looking at Vora as the IGL, and I think he's absolutely phenomenal. And then Asuna as well, who's been on this roster for
I wanted to ask you about that, because I started with Valorant as a caster, and Asuna was in all of the games, right? He was the star. You would watch him on Raze, Bind. He would just blow you apart. Is he still the star fragger? Is he the one to lead the team when it comes to kills?
So he's not the star fragger right now. Because inappropriate हो जाएगा टीम के बीच में, तो इसके लिए flex player I think in all of Americas right now. He's been playing
भाई आइवन वही करने वाला, मैं सच्ची बता रहा हूं.
Playing Phoenix, he's literally been doing almost everything.
अरे कोई नहीं guys, relax.
Asked him a lot of times like how do you deal with so many playstyles, but for him it just comes naturally.
कुछ ज्यादा चीजें मतलब
when he is on the neon, him and
अच्छी आ रही है, खराब आ रही है, कैसी आ रही है
guys? Synergy. They're so good with the double duelist, and he can definitely get up there with the frags. I feel like towards the end of stage 1, that's when he really started performing.
I'm a little worried about some jet lag.
वो स्टार्ट में बोला था $2 million का प्राइस पूल था, वो बस वैलो का है कि पूरा इवेंट वैलो का है भाई. पूरे इवेंट का 70 इस बार 75 या 78 million dollars है.
And I think on the other side of things to
पूरे
Cryo,
EWC का.
stylistically they play very similarly. These are two players that have played the duelists, that have played Jet in the past. They flex onto Chamber and Sentinel at times. They like to play a slower play style. I described Jemkin when they won stage 1 as kind of like the Terminator. Like he's always coming for you. He's going to take his time, but he's not necessarily. But he's very dangerous if he catches up to you, and he's going to take things at his own pace. And I think that really is very much his style. He's a very dangerous player when he's able to activate.
We've got our players ready to go. We are just moments away from kicking off
$75 million
and reminder, it is not best of ones. We've increased the price pool by $750,000, and we've increased your match length by at least one map.
5-6 I will be out. Client call कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है.
Will we get to a game 3? And Athena, walk me through how we're getting to game number 1. What map did they choose?
I mean, this makes sense. We have the map veto. RRQ did ban split.
Team Anoda कब जाके EWC भाई. Team Anoda कब बनी?
Had a lot of success with that Sage comp, but then 100 Thieves has followed up.
Arre.
Lotus leaving RRQ
Production
with
W,
that
guys.
first pick. They did pick Ascent, which I want to know your thoughts on that. Actually.
Yeah, I mean RRQ, it's a map that they've dabbled in
भाई
for quite
PUBG का
some
ही
time across various
PUBG मोबाइल
different
का
metas
इस
with mixed
गाइस
success.
अगर तुम लोग को
So
मैं
we'll
बता
see how
दूं
it's going to go for them. I
$3
think
million
these
है प्राइस
vetoes
पूल EWC
between
में
international teams that don't play each other
सबसे
from
highest
different
है
regions are always very tricky
PUBG
territory.
मोबाइल
I even
MOM
remember
मोबाइल
going in as a
लेजेंड्स
coach
तुम्हारा और
to
लीग
an
ऑफ
international
लेजेंड्स
event
शायद से
and
जितना मेरे को
thinking,
याद है
I've just got my best 3 matches
अरन
in the
भाई क्या हाल है
video, got like 13
वेलकम टू द
6-2,
स्ट्रीम
you
ब्रदर
know, like sometimes you have a certain read that you have a very good comfortability on a certain map. You look at how the other
जी
team
मतलब
plays in
काफी
their
क्रिस्टल
region,
क्लियर है
but you
बराबर
lack the
बराबर
context for the regional strengths of
ये तो
some of
गाइस
the
अभी
other teams
YouTube
and
पे
how they
स्ट्रीम हो
might
रही है
be
ट्विच की स्ट्रीम
performing.
देखो तो और
So
क्लियर
we'll
आएगी
see how the ascent picks goes for them. We're
ट्विच
getting
पे नहीं जा रहा
into
क्योंकि ट्विच पे मेरे को
agent
इनअप्रोप्रिएट
select for
एड्स
that
आ रहे हैं जो मैंने
particular
बंद करवाया
map
अभी
here. Is
जस्ट
this kind of what you were expecting on the defense here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Asuna has been phenomenal on this Phoenix. We actually haven't seen them play that much Ascent yet when it
Guys,
came to it. So
एक चीज बोलूंगा
kind of interesting. I could have expected
जो
a
चीज आज हम लोग
Sage,
देखने वाले
knowing
अरे
Asuna, he's had a lot of these
आसुना फिनिक्स
opportunities
भाई
to
डायरेक्ट
insert that Sage into it, but the Phoenix makes a
पहला
lot of
मैप ही
sense.
मेरा
The
फेवरेट
double
मैप
duelist
एशियन
for
लगा है
this
भाई
team has genuinely been phenomenal, and I'm really excited to see Timotino on the Jet being able to take that space. I think
सामने
this
जेट
comp is
सोवा
pretty
ओमन
standard, pretty
सेज
meta.
कौन खेल
So it
रहा है
makes a
भाई
lot of
मेटा
sense. On
चेंज
the
हो
other
गया
side,
गेम
I see
में
Sage and a veto.
Yeah, I mean RRQ
Sage.
they like to you know get a little bit tricky sometimes.
भी वही
That'll
बोल
be
रहे
an
हैं
interesting one to see as they go through their attack side here. It is naturally going to be a bit of a slower comp.
Guys,
You
Sage is
don't
back.
have as much kind of punching power as something like a Phoenix. It's going to be a little bit harder to work the map. You know, you're working in towards A main or B or taking mid.
What's the next
A lot
match
of the
पाएगा
time,
Red
a
Laris?
blaze wall and a curveball
तो
goes
इसके
a
बाद वाला
long
मैच
way
होने वाला
to
है
making progress, but RRQ is just a comp
W
full of a
production,
bunch
guys,
of guys
W
with
production.
guns. There's going to have to be a
W
little bit
production.
more contacting, and they're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
रिफ्रेश नहीं हो पा रहा है
Yeah, I
लोगों
think
से
it's kind of ironic that they're picking Sage against the
फिर
Asuna
आज को
Sage.
स्ट्रीम हो रहा है
That's been
नेक्स्ट
the
टाइम
one
सीधा
that's
इवेंट से
coming
डायरेक्ट
up with a
स्ट्रीम
lot of these walls. I don't know if
इन
you
लोगों का
guys
सपोर्ट रहेगा गाइस फॉर
I don't think they
श्योर
care about
Hold
that.
फॉर श्योर
Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny
Yes.
little hole and
Everyone started doing that.
doing
Yeah.
it?
उसके बाद बैक जो
Just
था वो
saying,
सिलिकॉन बैग है
he's
हाथ
the
में पसीना आता है ना
first
मॉइस्चर आता है
Sage. He's
भाई
got that on lock. So it's kind of
कलर
interesting
क्या
to
है
see, but again,
guys?
starting on attack, it's kind of rough with that.
I mean,
ये
it's
क्या
always going to
कलर
be
है?
rough. That is the
Yeah.
age-old thing with Ascent.
वो सिलिकॉन बैग है, हाथ को गर्म रखता है। इनफैक्ट मॉइस्चर्स वगैरह कंट्रोल
I think
रखता
if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story, but that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully they can try to win the pistol.
New update
try
में
to
Sage
get in
buff
with a
हुआ है?
couple
क्या
of
हुआ
good
ऐसा
gun rounds,
Sage
and then
में?
when they flip over to the defense,
लगता है मेरे को
maybe
वापस
they'll
से
be
Sage
a
खेलना
little
पड़ेगा
bit
guys,
more
ऐसा लग रहा है।
comfortable. I think it's
लग
interesting
रहा है
that
मेरे को,
Jovi is the
definitely।
coach of RRQ here
Yeah.
though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform
WED
because
chat।
he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more
हम
actively
नॉन
than some
वैल्यू वाले
other
को थोड़ा
people in
एक्सप्लेन करते
Pacific.
सेज क्या
So
होता
I'm
है
kind of hoping
सेज
that
इज
that's going to give
एजेंट
him a good read on what
जो तुम्हें
100
हील
Thieves wants
करता
to
है
do.
Yeah, we didn't even get the
और टीम
chance to
सपोर्ट
talk
के लिए वो
about Jovi
टीम को
earlier
जगह
on,
बनाता है
but
समझ
he's
रहे हो
been
टीम के लिए जगह
absolutely
बनाता है कि
phenomenal. I've
टीम
actually
अंदर
worked
घुसे
with him
साइड में
personally on a personal level on
ताकि हम लोग
FlyQuest
साइड
when
पे
he was
स्पाइक
in
प्लांट
charge
कर
of that
पाए
Game Changers roster, and he's so good at understanding
Sage
the
is support
fundamentals
character
of the
पूरी
game,
टीम में।
making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really
उसका
good
काम है सिर्फ heal
at
देना
anti-stratting,
और
and
revive
that's
करना
what I'm scared of because
teammate को।
knowing how 100 Thieves play, they are very creative, but you can anti-strat them at the end of the day. And I think too, for me, when I'm
RRQ
looking
domination
at the
incoming,
Phoenix, when I'm
100
looking at the
जीते,
Jet,
100%
it is
100
kinda
जीतेगी,
scary
यारी।
when they do switch over and switch sides.
Kiraz
Trying to get
green,
attack
बिट्टू
anywhere
अगर
on either side of the map with that Sage,
वाह,
with that
एवन,
veto, you're gonna have
वाह।
to bait out so much util
है
before you're
भाई।
able to actually be able to do something.
Yeah, for
ठीक
sure.
है
I mean, it can be a little bit
अरे, अरे, अरे,
troublesome
अरे।
to be attacking into these heavy senti comps, but that's where Ascent.
नंदन
I mean, you're
भाई
going
with
to
the
have to be able to keep
500
the defense
super
honest. You're going
chat
to have to be working those
crazy
main
मेरे भाई
controls and be able
so proud
to
brother
have
नंदन
many
भाई
threats on
love
the
you
map,
यारो
forcing out the Sage wall, breaking that a little bit, doing the double pumps against the
वो
veto.
exclamatory
That's probably what RRQ has to have in mind, but that's
super
where this
chat की
man
जगह
on your
guys
screen
exclamatory
comes
वो हो
into the
जाएगा तो वो ज़्यादा
equation.
better रहेगा
Crazy
समझ
guy,
रहे हो love यार
very much one of the best callers in Pacific. It's really just a question of whether he has the best
बराबर
read
आइवन
at the time.
guys
Can run
W
into a bit
नंदन
of a
भाई
brick
in the
wall at
chat
times, but
फटाफट से
very, very good mid-rounder, and especially if a team like RRQ goes down a lot of rounds.
डिफेंसिव एजेंट को ऑफेंसिव जैसे
particularly
एक्सपेक्ट
starting
कर
out
रहा है
on this
ऑफेंसिव
attack,
नहीं है वो
I might be
एजेंट
concerned for
वो
someone like
डिफेंसिव
Zan.
कैरेक्टर ही
This
है
is a rookie player coming into an international event. He does not have a whole lot of experience.
वो
He has
दीवार
played
है,
at
Sage is a
Ascension and
दीवार।
things like that at the past
Sage is a
within
wall
the
of the
APAC
team।
region, but at an international event,
अगर
we
Sage
haven't
जिंदा तो
seen
टीम में
this
बहुत कुछ हो सकता है, बट सीज को खेलना आना चाहिए उस तरीके से, समझ रहे हो?
Replacing Mon yet. But in general, RRQ a very, very good team when they're behind. A lot of
face cam right पे डाल दो, ज़्यादा better है.
comebacks and things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of
यहाँ पे सबसे अच्छा पोजीशन रहेगा. I hope इसका नाम भाई मैं यहाँ पे हेड नहीं होगा.
Stage you have Bang, who has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons why 100 Thieves has had a good championship run, or at least has won some sort of trophy. Bang was on that roster during that iteration, and so you have this veteran of Bang.
Laris भाई टाइम लगता है भाई सब चीजों में, समझ रहे हो?
One of the best clutchers and so far one of the best controller anchors I've seen in
सबसे समय time
Americas
लगता है
too. This roster, it's so confusing to me when I'm thinking about their group stage run, when I'm thinking about how they performed in Americas, because on paper, individuals, they're so good. Everyone's so phenomenal at their role, and I just haven't seen them perform the way that I wanted to.
I think it's a similar story for both of these teams, actually. Like, both of these teams are reasonably stacked. Yeah, there's some question marks in some of the roles or in certain matchups and things like that. But, you know, I'm looking at 100 Thieves placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that. I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just can't seem to get into the top couple. That can sometimes be where you're running into a brick wall playing the very best teams, or where you're running into a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into a team that's really hot, and sometimes you just run into one of the old staples that always makes top 3s and goes to international events.
Well, speaking of Furia, 100 Thieves actually beat Furia 2-0 and then moved on to beat Loud 3-0 in order to qualify for this event, which goes to show how crazy Americas is right now, where you never know who's going to win. That, and when I'm thinking of a team like MIBR, it's the same thing. Both these teams have so much potential, so much firepower. They've proven it time and time again, but they haven't been able to put up the results to show that. They haven't made it to an international. And I think for this team of 100 Thieves, when you're up against Leviathan, Crew, you have G2, NRG, MIBR. It's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take on an Americas team. I feel like at most international events, I'm used to seeing them play an EMEA. I feel like they've played Fnatic like 500 times, so I'm hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different flavor, something a little bit different at the start of this group stage, because I think both of these teams, there's no kind of easy team in this group, in my opinion. I think both of these teams will see this opening matchup and be happy of it, looking at the other side of the bracket and seeing EDG versus BBL. Both of those teams are going to be a nightmare to play. EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no pushover either. We already saw them
Thank you for the 1,000, brother. Hello.
Masters event of this year do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA. Unfortunately, Foot kind of eclipsed them a little bit this time around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah, I'm really looking at these players. I'm obviously a little bit biased here, but for me, my prediction, personally, my prediction is that 100 Thieves is going to run away with this, but they're not going to take it easy. I think I'm looking kind of at a 2-1 here, personally, especially looking at the maps.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is probably the favorite here as well. RRQ is a hard team to root for
the 1,000.
Domestically, they are very, very good. Internationally, they always struggle, and I've watched all of their games internationally. It has caused me great pain.
At least they've made it to international.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we can have a conversation about maybe if 100 Thieves would have done a little bit better or not. Been a while since we saw 100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ, at least, you could only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've also already taken a title for themselves. So, look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the top couple. Part of that is down to, you know, T1 super team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. Paper X is always just good. It's a hard, you know, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Looking at these maps, at least. So we've got Ascent first. That is RRQ's pick. Then 100 Thieves. They've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on Breeze, and seeing that 100 Thieves has done phenomenal, essentially, every time they've played Breeze, I'm really surprised that they let that through.
I think that Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has been very good on Breeze. In some of the officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way. In Kickoff in particular, they were the team in the upper bracket game, and they lost 3 best-of-5s in a row to be kicked out of Kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then, they have kind of
पहला मैच है यार, थोड़ा सब्र करो guys. Have some patience. थोड़ा patience रखो अपने अंदर.
KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid-round quite nicely. I like the way
भाई female matches अलग होते हैं.
I think it is quite a good map for
female team ही अलग होती है पूरी.
They rejig things a little bit.
Female और male mix थोड़ी खेलते हैं.
ऐसा कांदा है भाई. Want to Breeze because previously they did have Monyet playing the Harbor. He was okay on it, a little bit up and down, but Zan mixed into this roster is definitely a neon guy, and Jensen is not a neon guy.
Top right
kind of just feels
top right guys, जो kill feed आएगी तो kill feed तुम लोगों को दिखेगी नहीं. Kill feed इतनी important है वाले जगह पे.
Or whether they'll
इस जगह पे kill feed आएगी. ये क्या है? Guys, what the hell? Skip.
Matchup because 100 Thieves on the other side of Americas, but they've switched over to that Phoenix, to that
Premium
Jet.
लेना पड़ेगा क्या
They're
मेरे को?
going to keep that essentially today, but from what I've seen, it's where they found their success. They're so good at those aggressive plays. They're really good at setting up a lot of these little mini trap plays and denying a lot of the map control, because even on their defensive side, they've taken a lot of that map control.
ऐसे premium कितने का आता है?
That I mean, they're using their resources there to be able to fight, to be able to push back the other team and not make it easy. But moving on to that third map, we have the Haven, which is the decider, which for me, you're smiling right now. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, it's just stock standard RRQ, really.
Yeah.
It's just like dead in the middle of the map pool. I think this is a lot of vetoes, to be honest. I swear to God, Haven is a third map decider in like every second veto at the moment. It's because it's just been in the map pool for such a long time. So I don't think that RRQ are going to be particularly happy or sad that the third map is Haven. I think they're just totally fine with it, and it's just going to be down to the better team that wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think both teams just pretty solid for that.
I think RRQ is very happy with this veto, if I was to guess. I think the Ascent is a bit of a question mark pick for me, but they're always a little bit funky with their pick. I think that the Breeze stats are a little bit misleading. I think RRQ is going to be a little bit better than you would expect to be on Breeze, but we'll see. The stats don't look great, but I'm telling you, I watched and casted most of those games recently. How much? What's the filter on that, by the way? How many months are we talking about?
This is Stage 1 and Masters.
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, it does not include the EWC qualifier, so there is a little bit of data
missing. The thing
missing,
is, though, if you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
Kickoff doesn't count.
Those stats will get worse, though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row in kickoff. Oh, boy. So, look, Xpharaoh, you can see he's locked in. He's ready for this game. He is very much meditating for himself and getting ready for this series, as are we. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ right after this.
Did you hear him? Sorry, I was there.
ले लिया है गाइस, लेट्स गो। अब दिया गैट्स जो थर्ड पार्टी आ रहे हैं। गणेश भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 100 रुपीज सुपर चैट। मेरी जान लव यू यारो। मेक सम नॉइज फॉर द EWC मैचेस गाइस। बिट्टू भाई के लिए सम हाई इन द चैट। लेट्स बिगिन गो। लव यू यार। हो गया। अब यहाँ पे भी रिफ्रेश हो गया होगा गाइस। 2 मिनट दो, मैं जस्ट लेट मी रिफ्रेश। हाँ, हो गया। अरे किसका कंस्ट्रक्शन का आवाज आ रहा है जी? बिटवा अब तो बराबर पड़े भाई, बराबर। वो पाउच क्या दिया? वो सिलिकॉन बैग है। बराबर 100 बराबर। वहाँ पे 4 मिनट का कब मैच चालू ना ला क्योंकि समझ नहीं आया गाइस। ओपनिंग मैच है, ओपनिंग मैच में लोग को इंट्रो नहीं करवाया। हर एक प्लेयर्स आते हैं भाई एक के पीछे लाइनअप पे। तो लग रहा है वो प्लेयर इसके लिए रख रहे हैं, जो अपर ब्रैकेट्स वगैरह होंगे उसके लिए करेंगे, क्योंकि ये ओपनिंग मैचेस है ना। अपर ब्रैकेट्स आई गेस परसों से शायद, अपर ब्रैकेट लोअर ब्रैकेट्स। कोहली, वेलकम टू वॉच पार्टी ब्रदर, वेलकम टू दी वॉच पार्टी। एक चीज मेरा भाई वहां पे काम निपटा कि नहीं निपटा भाई? कितने मॉड्स पता है एक साथ काम कर रहे हैं, अरे बाप रे बाप। भाई प्रोडक्शन टीम डब्ल्यू है भाई, और हैट्स अप टू ऑल द स्टाफ जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं भाई। कितने सारे लोग एक साथ काम कर रहे हैं भाई, पूरा बैक एंड संभाल रहे हैं लोग इतने बड़े टूर्नामेंट का। मैं कभी किसी गेम का नाम नहीं लिया। उसी विजय वाले टूर्नामेंट में होते हैं फुल एंट्री वाला, नहीं इसमें भी होगा, इसमें भी होगा, बट इसमें क्वालिफायर्स में होगा, ओपनिंग मैचेस बोल के नहीं हो रहा है। तो अपर ब्रैकेट वगैरह होगी, लोअर ब्रैकेट्स तब होगा। अपर ब्रैकेट्स और लोअर ब्रैकेट से स्केड्यूल्स आ चुके हैं हमारे पास पूरा ऑलमोस्ट स्केड्यूल आ रखा है, कब क्या होने वाला है, कब कौन से दिन में कौन से मैचेस होने वाला है, टाइमिंग्स के साथ। टाइमर रीसेट हो गया, वाह वाह। तेरा सब नहीं मैं नहीं डाला बिकॉज वो ओवरले फिर घेर देगा जरूरत, इतनी सारी चीज़ें पर ऐड अप नहीं करिए। भाई कम से कम 15-20 मॉड एक साथ काम कर रहा है बैकएंड में बैठ के, सिर्फ डिस्कॉर्ड का काम संभाल रहा है। जैसे बता रहा हूँ, इसका तो अलग काम है, सिर्फ डिस्कॉर्ड का काम संभाल रहा है। वही बिट्टू से इंस्पायर्ड है, हमेशा लेट करता है। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, तब देख रहा हूँ डुअलिटी क्यों बंद किया बिट्टू ऐसे के लिए, बिकॉज ऑफ काम। गणेश भाई थोड़ा समझो, कुछ थर्ड पार्टीज भी हो सकते हैं, तो थोड़ा हर एक चीज़ मेरे को अकेले को संभालना, थोड़ा समझ रहे हो, थोड़ा वो हो जाएगा। मैं ट्राई कर रहा हूँ कि उसका कुछ शॉर्टकट ले आ पाओ तो ज़्यादा बेटर होगा तुम डेक पे, तो वो इजी रहेगा, एक बटन दबा के खाली हो सकता है। रेलर इज बराबर सही लिखा है आपने सही लिखा है, यही होने वाला। ENC इवेंट इसके बाद होने वाला है, EWC के बाद होने वाला है, क्वार्टर थर्ड ऑफ द ईयर में होने वाला है। वो और बड़ा इवेंट है रेलर इज, वो और बड़ा इवेंट होने वाला। और 8 तारीख को शायद ओपनिंग सेरेमनी, तो शायद क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डो भी आ जाए। कर दिया अनुज भाई, सब कर दिया, कल ही कर दिया, सब कुछ कल कर दिया। गुड भाई कैसे, वॉच पार्टी किधर, वॉच पार्टी इधर ही हो रहा है। गाइस प्रीमियम लिया है, प्रीमियम में क्या फीचर है भाई, इसको वो नहीं देख सकता, एनहांस बिट रेट कुछ तो आता है, उसके लिए बढ़ा नहीं सकता मैं, ये तो गलत बात है, ये तो लेजिट गलत बात है भाई। मिस्टर बीच ने इस मेंशन में एक वीडियो बनाया था, ठीक है भाई इसको देख लो गाइस, ये पीछे वीडियो में वो देख रहा है कि कौन सी बिल्डिंग में किसने क्या वीडियो बनाया था, ये भी ठीक है भाई। मुझे क्या लगा था कि EWC रियाद में हो रहा है, पर ये तो पेरिस में हो रहा है। ये साल पेरिस में शिफ्ट किया बिकॉज आई गेस रियाद में कुछ आई गेस सिनारियो की वजह से शायद कुछ तो हुआ था, जिसकी वजह से पेरिस में शिफ्ट किया, क्योंकि लास्ट ईयर रियाद में ही हुआ था, और ये रियाद में ही होने का प्लान था, बट इस बार शिफ्ट किया पेरिस में ये साल। गुड बाय कोई सर्टेन रीजंस के वजह से मत किया हुआ। गुरपाल भाई मॉड बन गया, गुरपाल भाई मॉड पहले से थे भाई। वाह गुरपाल भाई वाह, वेरी रियलिस्टिक। अच्छा लाइव स्ट्रीम के वीडियोस पे नहीं है क्या? ओके गॉट इट। ठीक है रिलारिस, ठीक है भाई। ओ भाई गाइस, वन मोर न्यूज, लेकिन ये अभी नहीं दूंगा मैं तुम लोगों को। ये चीज की खबर मैं तुम लोगों को अभी नहीं दूंगा। वन मोर गुड न्यूज इज कमिंग ऑन द वे।
Whenever we let it out,
I just got the
it
mail,
becomes
just mail
our
आया मेरे को,
superpower.
लेकिन मैं अभी नहीं दूंगा गाइस।
Now
इसका भी टाइम
imagine
आएगा,
an entire city
इसका भी टाइम
being
आएगा।
built to supercharge
One
it.
more thing is going to be
India
good to be
city,
happen in the channel।
powered by play.
पीयूष भाई क्या हाल है भाई? इंडिया का चांस है क्या बाहर? इंडिया का चांस है यार, इंडिया खेल रही है गाइस। क्या हो गया भाई? वैलोरेंट में भी इंडिया है गाइस, खाली पबजी में नहीं आए गाइस। सो पबजी में नहीं, पबजी का देखना पड़ेगा। पबजी का मैंने एक्चुअली टीम्स नहीं देखा, पार्टिसिपेशन। बराबर गुरपल भाई, इंडिया में शायद तू नहीं, इंडिया में बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं वॉच पार्टी। तो व्हाट्सएप का नहीं करूंगा, व्हाट्स का अर्ली एक्सेस नहीं मिलेगा भाई, कुछ नहीं मिलेगा गाइस। नो अर्ली एक्सेस, उस चीज का अर्ली एक्सेस मैं नहीं दूंगा तुम लोगों को। ये जापान से हारी थी ना, जापान से वो हारी थी, वो रनर अप हुई थी, बट इसके लिए है, EWC के लिए है। जापान से हारी थी वो अलग, तो इसके लिए है जो क्वालिफिकेशंस हो रहे थे, दूसरे इसके लिए थे, EWC के लिए नहीं हो रहे थे वो ENC के लिए आगे हो रहे थे, क्योंकि ENC में कंट्रीज जाएगी। गाइस एक टाइम ऐसा आया तो मैं एडवर्टाइजमेंट में आ रहा हूँ, इंसीन हो जाएगा भाई, insane हो जाएगा।
Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events.
EWC है क्या? Esports World Cup गुरपाल भाई,
We missed out on
साल में एक बार बहुत बड़ा टूर्नामेंट होता है।
Last year it's good for us to have an international event.
इसमें हर वर्ल्ड की टीम्स आती है खेलने के लिए, पूरे वर्ल्ड की टीम्स आती है खेलने के लिए, हर एक कंट्री से।
It's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited.
काली का
Cannot wait for this
मैंने
opportunity.
उनके तरफ से आ रहा है,
Groups first, but
YouTube के
that's
नहीं
like
है।
even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization.
अगर किसी ने कौन जीतेगा वो तो आप लोग ही पोल में डिसाइड करोगे गाइस। क्या लगता है तुम्हें कौन जीतेगा?
Feels good to play
फटाफट से
here,
वोट करो।
of course, because Vitality
फर्स्ट मैच में कुछ इतना फील आ रहा है 100 Thieves है गाइस, 100 Thieves। आई एम सपोर्टिंग 100 Thieves। सेकंड मैच में ऑब्वियसली गाइस मेरी फेवरेट टीम है पेपर एक्स, NRG वर्सेस पेपर एक्स, तो मैं आंख बंद करके पेपर एक्स को सपोर्ट करूंगा, आंख बंद करके।
I am playing the French org. For me, like it's
Real or game?
a really
Real or game
exciting
मतलब?
tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like if my mom didn't move to France. And as I
guess
said,
last year मेरा post ही देखा था शायद से।
you know, like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing
शायद से
every
तूने
day.
मेरा लास्ट ईयर पोस्ट ही देखा था जितना मेरे को लग रहा है।
But I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like, really good, game by game.
I wish one day opportunity मिले.
Then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP! He did the ultimate on so much crushes!
The trophy felt unusual.
Anirudh bhai with the 10 gifted!
I think for all of us as well, especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago.
Anirudh bhai!
Position possible. Felt amazing.
Anirudh bhai ko kya ho raha hai?
Moment of finally.
W Anirudh bhai in the chat guys, W Anirudh bhai, crazy bhai!
It's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map, just based on
क्या चीज़ है? Please explain, गुरपाल भाई, यहाँ पे हो रही है टूर्नामेंट बहुत बड़ी, जिसमें डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म के गेम्स खेले जा रहे हैं, जैसे कि मोबाइल हो गया, पीसी हो गया है, इनफैक्ट कंसोल भी बोल सकता है क्योंकि रॉकेट लीग में शायद कंसोल होने वाली है। तो जिसमें हर एक गेम्स के अलग अलग टाइमलाइन दिए हुए, जिसमें हर एक टाइमलाइन में गेम्स होगा और कंट्री से अलग अलग टीम्स आने वाली है जो कि क्वालिफाई की है EWC के लिए। वो सारी टीम यहाँ पे आज खेलने वाली है, समझ रहे हो? और एक ही दिन में नहीं होने वाला है, इवेंट बहुत बड़ा है, पूरा 1 महीना तक चलने वाला है, जिसमें मैं 4 गेम्स कवर करने वाला हूँ। वैलोरेंट हो गया सबसे पहला, सेकंड गेम हो रहा है नेक्स्ट वीक PUBG, उसके बाद 3rd वीक में गाइस रॉकेट लीग होगा, 4th वीक में गाइस जो हमारा होने वाला है वो होने वाला है काउंटर स्ट्राइक। और भी बहुत सारे गेम्स है, PUBG मोबाइल हो गया तुम्हारा, फ्री फायर हो गया है, इनफैक्ट मोबाइल लेजेंड्स हो गए, लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स हो गए, वो सारे गेम्स थे, बट वो सारे गेम्स में कवर नहीं करा। एपेक्स लेजेंड हो गया, कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी हो गया, बट वो सारे गेम्स मैंने नहीं खेले मोबाइल में कभी गाइस, तो इसीलिए नहीं। इनफैक्ट मोबाइल गेम भी है, पीसी गेम्स ही है, बट वो सारे गेम्स मैंने खेला नहीं है बोल के मैंने लिया नहीं है, समझ रहे हो? वरना मैं कर सकता था वो सारे गेम्स के भी राइट्स, मिल रहे थे मेरे को।
Before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves, the start here of Group A, I believe it is on the B stream. Got a little bit of a bag of games.
इसमें तो छोड़ दो भाई,
Americas versus Pacific and
Esports को लेकर बात करें।
Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better.
मॉड हो भाई, तुम मॉड हो कैसी बात कर रहे हो?
Yep, that's how it works. Yeah, no, it's not decided on rotation. We actually, whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast if you lose, you also have to just leave and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane. But
BJ के लिए ग्रैंड शुरू होगा सूट।
They're pretty light. I can get a lot in there.
True.
ठीक है भाई,
Squish them up, make a nice little stack.
Probably ruins it. There's someone who's done that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris, because this has been such a beautiful city to host this event. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for, and we're so excited for, especially with this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format last year. This year, they definitely are starting to flesh things out a little bit more. As mentioned before, the best of threes is going to be huge for the players. I think it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps in an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm going to an international event, or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the 16th seed,
okay,
you verse the first seed, and you get banged in a best of one, and then you go home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of 3, multiple best of 3s. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just going to go and send 2 teams from each groups into the playoffs.
Yep. Sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in, it is 100 Thieves versus RRQ on this stream. And we've talked a lot about both these teams, talking about how they're both powerhouses in their own way, and a little bit about the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been so phenomenal. But I don't know. That caught me off guard. I don't know how you feel about this, but for 100 Thieves, for me, they've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the waylay. The way that Timatino was being set up to use that waylay was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in a way that they did. They ended up using that waylay to get a lot of that information, but be able to refrag back and be able to go really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, waylay no longer that good in this meta, but I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table here, if they've made any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of RRQ, you know, they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do. We
picked Sage and Vito on Ascent.
Pacific is a wild place.
You can't say that
in Americans go, oh my god, they changed one agent. Wow,
yeah,
this is really creative.
Deal.
In Pacific, we're picking 3 to 5 duelists sometimes.
We go on strat roulette and we Spin a
So
wheel for
yeah,
duel.
I mean RRQ. The thing is, RRQ stylistically would probably be considered a bit more of a vanilla team because I think a lot of people who don't watch the region might regard Pacific as like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot.
Yeah.
They don't just play 30-second, site exec simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit clever with the calling.
Guys,
they
क्या
have
लगता
some
है?
decent amount of prep.
पहला पिस्टल राउंड कौन जीतेगी?
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing
100
to
Thieves
kind of be tackling
या टीम RRQ
against a team like 100
ये
Thieves.
आपसे भाई मेरे को तो काम बहुत 100 Thieves से बहुत ही काम लग रही है पता नहीं
That's kind of my own opinion
जब
about
6 लोग
why
देखो ना गाइस बैठ के
sometimes
प्रैक्टिस
RRQ
कर
might
रहे
struggle at internationals because they often try to play like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower
हैं
style.
आसुना
It's
वायर्ड
like,
माउस यूज कर
we're
रहा है
just kind of doing what you're doing but maybe a little worse.
Yeah.
Sometimes although they have had some very close maps, but in Pacific I mean they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your Paper X's, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing both those
things.
School
team RRQ को support कर रहा है,
somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to, being able to just
wireless के time पे भाई आसुना वायर्ड माउस में खेल रहा है भाई डाउन टू अर्थ तो है.
They've done such a good job, and a really big props to Vora because his IGLing, his mid-round has been phenomenal as well. I feel like he's really driven this team to success. And for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's why I keep talking about it goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server.
आज पूरा Discord आया stream पे
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly. If you just discuss both of these teams and say what their strengths and weaknesses are, you talk about having a strong mid-round caller, you talk about having a bit of a slower paced, maybe baity at times star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xferro has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as a
वो अकेला यूज कर रहा है पूरा वायर बाकी सब वायरलेस यूज कर रहे जितने भी उसकी टीम में
come in a little bit
लैंगस टीम RRQ की टीम में भी सब वायरलेस यूज कर रहा
है. Similar to 100 Thieves, you got some
अकेला
players
बंदा जो
that
वायर लाके खेल रहा है
very beginning and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in one or two players at a time over seasons until they end up
नूबड़ा गैंग किधर नूबड़ा गैंग इधर तो बैठी है
I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, you've talked about the globals, you've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested to see how they face up to that. Is there going to be a shift in mentality? Is there going to be a little bit more pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from challengers into this roster. This has been his first time in the VCT. This has been his first roster, and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded player. Someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still, it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. I'm thinking of the VCT Americas 100 Thieves, and 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving
और डेली का है डेली का गेम खेलते लोग
kind of going to be
ताकि ये सारी टूर्नामेंट्स बड़े-बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स पे खुद को प्रूव कर पाए because they are why they are professional players.
We're going to go into a quick break.
EWC अरे भाई नदरवा ठीक है भाई बड़े बार रात में स्ट्रीम होगा कि नहीं प्रणब भाई होगा डोंट वरी लेकिन कहाँ पे होगा यू नो वेरी वेल कहाँ पे होने वाला हाँ वी विल बी बैक सून ठीक है भाई इंडियन टीम में सिर्फ जी आया है क्या यस सर इंडियन टीम में सिर्फ ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स है ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का मैच कल होने वाला है सबसे पहला मैच ही है कल सबसे फर्स्ट मैच है कल ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का आज के लिए नहीं वॉच पार्टी के लिए बंद ही रहेगा ग्रुप में वॉच पार्टी के लिए बंद रहेगा बिट्टू एक टीम को, वाह गणेश भाई वाह, ठीक है वाह, ठीक है। तो बस इसका एक गेम रहेगा, नहीं इसके 3 मैचेस होने वाले हैं। अगर 2 ड्रॉ होते हैं तो टोटल 3 मैप होना, अभी फर्स्ट मैप होने वाला है, टोटल 3 मैप होने वाले हैं दोनों टीमों के, 3 मैप, बट डिपेंड करता है कि ओवर टाइम होता है कि नहीं होता है, उस पर डिपेंड करता है, समझ यार। फर्स्ट डे यार कोहली भाई, समझ रहे हो, फर्स्ट डे यार, थोड़ा सब्र करो यार, थोड़ा चीज़ों का टाइम लग रहा है। उसका मॉनिटर का कुछ तो हुआ है, जिसकी वजह से वो समझ रहे वायरिंग ही लगाया जा रहा है लोग। MSTS वो दिन होगा गुरपाल भाई जो दिन हमारा वॉच पार्टी स्केड्यूल में नहीं रहेगा, समझ रहे हो। 8 तारीख को स्केड्यूल में नहीं है तो वो दिन एक स्लॉट खाली पड़ा हमारे पास, क्योंकि 8 तारीख को मेन इवेंट होने वाला है, वो होने वाला है, ओपनिंग होने वाली है। मेरा SC का नहीं आ रहा है स्क्रीन पे ये दोस्ती, SC का सिर्फ इसमें आता है, एक्सक्लेमेटरी नंदन भाई के लिए इसको डालो जरा फटाफट से, उसका स्क्रीन में आता है। एसके रिटायरमेंट ले लिया क्या? नहीं यार, एसके रोसी आई गेस एस12 से खेल रहा है। अटुल भाई ठीक है भाई, अरे नंदन भाई है यार, गुरपाल भाई पास में आता, काम में बिजी रहते हैं। अनिरुद्ध भाई बात तो जेन्युइन है। गुरपाल भाई जरा नंदन भाई का वो देखो, पता चलेगा। मेंबरशिप वन ऑफ द ओजी तो मुझे अपने ग्रुप में से लगता है, बस अच्छी बता रहा हूँ। फ्रॉम द डे 1 सपोर्ट किया नंदन भाई ने जब से चैनल मोनेटाइज हुआ, जैसे बाकी सिर्फ खाली बोलते हैं भाई बिट्टू भाई फुल सपोर्ट दिखता है भाई सपोर्ट। ऑनलाइन इनविटेशन टूर्नामेंट हो जाए, कोई नहीं आएगा भाई, यहाँ हमें ही देखने नहीं आता, बताओ। वो आज वॉच पार्टी हो रही है बोल के बहुत भयंकर हाइप है, समझ रहे हो। और कल हाइप इसलिए रहेगा क्योंकि कल हमारी इंडियन टीम खेलने वाली है। एक मिनट देखे तो दूसरा मैच चालू हुआ क्या? वो वाला मैच चालू हुआ है क्या? वो वाले में भी, हाँ वो वाला मैच चालू हो चुका है। गाइस दूसरी टीम का मैच चालू हो चुका है जिसमें आई गेस EDC और ये खेल रही है अपनी BBL वाला मैच चालू हो चुका है। रेस्टिंग वाइटी फीचर है, लव यू यूट्यूब, मींस अ लॉट। बिट्टू जब से मैंने सब्सक्राइब किया हो तब से सपोर्ट करा ग्रुप में, लव यू यार। लेकिन नंदन भाई उसके पहले से है, नंदन भाई तो फ्रॉम द डे 1 से है भाई। तो रम्मी है सपोर्ट पे गाइस, तुम लोग सारे हो यार, सारे हो यार, रुलाओगे क्या लॉन्डो? नंदन भाई मत याद दिलाओ यार, ये वही टाइम था जब हम PC बनाने गए थे बारिश में गीले होके, दैट टाइम ऑफ द ईयर। वाह वाह गणेश भाई वाह, ठीक है भाई। नहीं वो मैच खत्म नहीं होगा, साथ ही में चलेगा, वो अलग मैच चल रहा है। वो मैच में सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग अगर टीम मेरे को जितना लग रहा है EDC खेल रही है, EDC डोमिनेट करने वाली है, क्योंकि उसमें कैंग है भाई, अकेला फायर प्लेयर है। और कल जो मैच हो रहा है क्या, सबसे पहला इंडियन टीम के साथ ग्लोबल esports, उससे MIBR सामने भाई, द गोट इटसेल्फ, आसपास और फेवरेट प्लेयर भाई। लेकिन मैं सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, मैं ग्लोबल esports सपोर्ट करने वाला भाई ग्लोबल esports यहाँ तक पहुंचे वही बहुत बड़ी बात है, तुम समझ रहे हो। अपनी इंडियन टीम पहुंचे भाई, इंडियन टीम ऑन टॉप। स्ट्रीम इज बैक बॉयज। फिर लाइट चली गई थी यार, मेरे साथ ही क्या होता है। लाइट चली गई थी गाइस, माफ करो। लाइट जाके आई, लाइट PC बंद हुआ मेरे और वापस लाइट आ गई, बिकॉज लाइन स्विच हुआ मेरा। भाई म्यूजिक क्या कलेक्शन है लोग का, क्या म्यूजिक बच रही है। बताओ, उधर टेक्निकल डिफिकल्टीज हो रही थी, इधर भी हो गई। वेरी रियलिस्टिक, कितना क्रेजी है गाइस। मैं तुम लोग को बता रहा हूँ, मैं पेरिस से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ भाई। मैं तुम लोग को बोला मैं पेरिस से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ गाइस, समझ रहे हो। तुम लोग मान ही नहीं रहे। बताओ तुम लोग कैसे लग रहा है, मेरा शेड्यूल कैसे फिक्स हुआ। ऐसे ही तो फिक्स हुआ है गाइस। पॉपकॉर्न ब्रेक है 5 मिनट में, आ जाओ वापस अपनी सीट पे। आ क्या बाबा, आ क्या बाबा। नाटरा गोट बराबर बराबर। हो गया कार्ड लग रहा है। अरे लाइट चली गई थी, लाइट जाकर वापस आई है। मेरा इंटरनेट का चीज़ ही नहीं है, इंटरनेट हो गया वो फिक्स शायद से, क्योंकि मोस्टली अपडेट मेरे को आया नहीं अभी तक, तो आ जाना चाहिए। मेरे इंटरनेट में काम चल रहा था वैसे तो, जहाँ पर मल्टीपल फाइबर कट्स हुआ है। पबजी हम का भी लेना चाहिए था, मज़ा आता। आई विश यार, आई विश, बट मुझे नहीं पता अपनी मेरी कितनी पबजी मोबाइल ऑडियंस है या कितनी नहीं है, क्योंकि मैंने कभी अपने चैट से पूछा ही नहीं था। वैसे मैं शायद डाल सकता हूँ, बट देखते हैं, लेट्स पूछना पड़ेगा मेरे को एडमिन से। इन्वर्टर लगा रहे, बार बार बोल रहा हूँ। अब मेरे को लग रहा है गुरपाल भाई, इट्स टाइम, एक गोल डालना पड़ेगा मेरे को लग रहा है इन्वर्टर के लिए। मेरा एक ऑलरेडी इन्वर्टर घर पे लगा हुआ था, रीजन मेरे को सेकंड इन्वर्टर घर पे लगाने नहीं दे रहा है। चल मेरे बर्थडे पे तुझे इन्वर्टर गिफ्ट आ रही है। अनस भाई कैसे, लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी, वेलकम बैक। तो दूसरा मैच देख ले। नहीं यार फिर पता नहीं चलेगा ना मैच चालू कितने बजे चालू कब हो रहा है कब नहीं हो रहा है, समझ रहे हो। इसलिए मैं रुका हूँ। वैसे तो मैं देख सकता, ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बट फिर ये मिस हो जाएगा, समझ रहे हो। मेरे को स्टार्टिंग से मिस नहीं करना। गाइस पोल पे वोट करो फटाफट से और स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो। अगर अभी तक तुम लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, मेक श्योर गाइस फटाफट से लाइक कर दो। अब तो आएंगे रोज बराबर बराबर। अनस भाई पता नहीं यार, वो देखना पड़ेगा अभी क्या सिनेरियो है, वहाँ का मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है। निकले जाके वो मैच क्या हाल है, वो मैच खत्म होने के बाद चालू होगा, लिख के ले ले। नहीं यार वैसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, चिल चिल पेपर भाई रिलैक्स। स्केड्यूल हमारे पास आई है, हमें पता है क्या सिनेरियो क्या नहीं है, बट मैच में कुछ टेक्निकल डिफिकल्टी हुई है जिसकी वजह से लेट चालू हो रहा है, क्योंकि वो मैच टाइम पे चालू हो चुका है। पर ये क्या, पर ये है क्या, मुझको समझाओ। वाह स्ट्रीम के कमेंट्स पढ़ रहा हूँ। वो मैच खत्म होने के बाद, अच्छा तो मैंने पढ़ लिया। अनस भाई ये हो रहा है टूर्नामेंट ई-स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप, जो कि गाइस पेरिस में हो रहा है इस बार, लेकिन हर बार पिछले साल से चालू हुआ टूर्नामेंट। पिछले साल वर्ल्ड कप हुई थी रियाद में, और ऑफिशियली रियाद नहीं होती है, बट इस साल शिफ्ट किया ड्यू टू सम रीजन, मेरे को पता नहीं है, पेरिस में शिफ्ट कर दिया इस साल। तो पेरिस में हो रहा है, जहाँ पे हर एक कंट्री की टीम्स आ रही है, हर एक कंट्री की टीम हर एक डिफरेंट गेम्स में पार्टिसिपेट कर रही है। देयर आर मल्टीपल गेम्स, क्योंकि जहाँ से पबजी मोबाइल बोलो से लेकर पबजी पीसी से लेकर वैलोरेंट एंड इनफैक्ट मैनी अदर गेम्स, मोबाइल लेजेंड्स, लॉल वगैरह जितने भी गेम्स तुम लोग देखते हो या सुने हो, एपेक्स लेजेंड वगैरह, कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी वगैरह, वो सारी गेम्स पार्टिसिपेट हुई है यहाँ पर। और जितनी भी टीम्स प्रोफेशनली खेल रही ई स्पोर्ट्स, वो सारी टीम जो लोग भी क्वालिफाई करके आ पाए, इनफैक्ट EWC ने इन्विटेशन दिया था बिकॉज ऑफ देयर परफॉर्मेंस, क्योंकि पूरे साल में उन्होंने परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग इन्विटेशन दिया भी था। एंड इनफैक्ट कुछ टीम्स जितनी हैं जो क्वालिफाई करके आई भी है यहाँ तक, तो वो सारी टीम्स का एक जगह पर टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है, समझ रहे हो। और जो जीतेगा, हर एक गेम के लिए डिफरेंट प्राइस पूल है, एंड ओवरऑल पूरे EWC का प्राइस पूल है $75 मिलियन। तुम लोग को अगर बता दूँ, अगर $75 मिलियन आनर में कन्वर्ट करके देखोगे तो बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे है गाइस। उतने पैसे ना हम लोगों ने कभी सुने होंगे भाई, जितने जीरो खाली $75 मिलियन का आगे लगेगा, समझ रहे हो। विल बैक सून वाली के कमेंट्स देख, लाडले नॉट योर्स। अच्छा इसके कमेंट्स बोल रहे हो? अरे इसके कमेंट्स में तो भाई लॉन्डे आर करेंगे चैट में, भाई चैट में आर करते इसमें, ये देखने से अच्छा नहीं देखो, ज़्यादा बेटर है। इसमें तुम्हारे को क्या फ़ायदा होगा? मुझे फ़ायदा ये होगा कि मैं भाई अपने इंडिया में प्रमोट कर पाऊंगा डिफरेंट गेम्स जो लोगों तक पहुंच नहीं पाती है। मेरे स्ट्रीम पे लोग देखना प्रेफर नहीं करते जब मैं खेलता हूँ. एटलीस्ट मैं जब देख रहा हूँ तो लोग वो देखना प्रेफर करें, क्योंकि खेलने से ज़्यादा देखने में जो ई स्पोर्ट्स प्रोफेशनल लेवल पे खेलते हैं वो अलग लेवल की गेम होती है गाइस. सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, क्योंकि इसमें हर एक राउंड में ना तुम्हें ये नहीं पता था कि क्या होने वाला है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे कुछ अचानक से हो जाता है भाई. वो चीज़ समझ रहे हो? वो हाइप एड्रेनलिन जो रहेगा वो अलग चीज़ है. तो तभी अनस भाई आज के ओपनिंग मैचेस हो रहे बोल के थोड़ा ये ले रहा है, टाइम ले रहा है, वरना तुम देखो अभी क्या होने वाला है आगे जाके जब मैच समझ रहे हो एकदम पीक में पहुंच जाएगा. क्योंकि इसमें टीम्स आज खेल रही है ओपन स्टेज में, ये टीम्स अपर ब्रैकेट लोअर ब्रैकेट में जाएगी. उसके बाद से जो धमाका होगा उसका नाम एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा, क्योंकि उसमें से टीम क्वालिफाई सब एलिमिनेट भी होने वाली है. और जो बेस्ट टीम रहेगी वो प्लेऑफ्स में खेलने वाली है, क्वार्टर फाइनल्स, सेमीफाइनल्स और हमारी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. और ग्रैंड फाइनल पे जो टीम जीतेगी ऑब्वियसली यू नो द प्राइस पुल ऑफ वैलोरेंट $2 million. फर्स्ट टीम को आई गेस कुछ अराउंड $1 million मिलने वाला है. $1 million का समथिंग कुछ तो है प्राइस ब्रैकेट. कट ऑफ है, रुक जा मेरे को देखते तो जरा क्या सीन है. प्राइस पुल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कैसे हुआ इस बार? हाँ एक सेकंड. हाँ फर्स्ट टीम को मिल रही है $6 lakh, सॉरी माय बैड. और सेकंड प्लेस को मिल रहा है $3,40,000. ये पैसे तुम कन्वर्ट करके देखोगे आयनर में बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे होते हैं. $5 crores भाई. फर्स्ट टीम जो जीतेगी उनको $5 crores मिलने वाली है. 5 crores 72 lakhs. बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे है भाई. कभी किसी ने सोचा था गेम खेल के इतने पैसे कमा रहे हैं? यस सरस भाई जरूर. 1 crore दे दो बस, मुझे बहुत है, बराबर कर पाए. क्या हम लोग बनाती है? मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है गाइस, क्या हम यहाँ पे बैठे बोल के ऐसा लफड़ा रहा है? मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है, डेफिनेटली मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है. तो भाई वो मैच का रिजल्ट देख के क्या चल रहा है? लेट मी वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है स्कोर?
Lands 2 in a row.
भाई यहाँ पे 6-4 हो चुका है.
The spike. To wait till that wall comes
BBL
down.
लीड कर रही है.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall. And because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL.
But EDG हार रही है, how?
They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, operator waiting for Kong. He knows that player is likely already crossed his Rose currently holding the operator.
Oh my God.
Allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake though.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A.
Very realistic.
A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside.
अरे मुझे ये मैच देखने में तुमको वो मैच देखना था.
The idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold.
अरे पूरी टीम पीछे से आ रही है, वो अकेला वहाँ पे देखो guys.
One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill. Trying to make this uncomfortable for that player.
Oh.
And now the Thorns.
भाई 4 के 4 प्लेयर पीछे से आ रहे भाई मार दे.
No more Thorns, sorry for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through, already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand, and now
don't tell me look by defuse कर देंगे. अरे भाई गंदा
have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu, and Sign is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
Another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least 2 or 3.
The last 5 rounds, he's on fire.
You could put at least a few down to him individually. Well, just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7-5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. No, the 1v5. The 1v5 Ninja Diffuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2, indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that Ninja Diffuse through, that's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better, started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG, that Sign will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so, he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player. I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix, because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value, of course. What you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it kind of definitely I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game, and of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off into the defensive side. We'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine, but a lot of the time they dominate that first half so much that we don't see much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17.
Genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding one. Out of 4. Then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. 7-5 though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Like I said, we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door. And that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up G2. I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click through half of the bullets hitting the wall.
Yeah.
That's how the classic works.
It's like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate most of those shots. I just saw his health bar disappear.
Look at the control. Revan's managed to get him into the A. So the thing I like from EDG, though, they've grouped up. Bar one player, that one player's Kankan, I'll allow it.
Full screen,
I'll certainly be believing him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed, but they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
That's both pistols under their belts as well, and I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8-5. Lead extended. Come on. Lover's Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
ये क्या मारा? भाई ये क्या मारा उसको भाई?
Sniper. Nobody. The sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
कुछ गलत मार दिया उसको भाई. चाटा मारा एकदम जोर का.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields, so
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant no
player
on the defensive side has shield.
Come on, try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody, and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it.
सी से पुश कर रहे हैं उनको पता चल गया ये हो रहा है पता चल गया भाई ये हो रहा है
It should be the cleanup, but
एक खाया
the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Con, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
कॉर्नर चेक नहीं किया ना गाइस तुम्हारे अरे
looking to come in on
अरे टाइमिंग
at flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of
अरे
realized that
भाई सब बंद हो गए
Bro's so blind, but again a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
Underdog मेरे को भी लग रहा
He may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Con in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all of his kills.
9-5 कर दिया भाई
Incredible.
He's just hiding in
तो
corners
लगी
the
बात चल
entire
रहा है
time.
उधर
An
हुआ
easy
क्या
clean up for BBL though, and
इधर क्या
now
हो
is
गया
where we
Any
basically
updates?
need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently.
अनस में अभी तक उत्कर्ष मेरे को दिया नहीं है वो
In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
वाह कोहली वाह ठीक है कोहली
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Hey, you gotta be ratty sometimes.
I do like that.
ए पे 3 बंदे उनके स्टैक्ड है बी पे कोई भी नहीं है भाई बी चले आओ
BBL double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a guardian.
उनका रोटेशन कितना फास्ट हो रहा है दो बंदे तो ऐसे ही भाग जाते हैं भाई साइड
I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Vandal up close, not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out. Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
Oman mara.
The good nade, but the cover equally as good.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already.
Almost मर गया वो.
Onto Khan as well. Leaves just 2 standing.
ये राउंड भी हारी भाई डीजी.
Save call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice now. It's interesting the position of that Vice Wolf.
Owen बचा कैसे भाई 4 HP में बचा है भाई वो 4 HP में.
Setup again. That's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is one of the normal positions for that wall.
वो नीड क्या था भाई
bounce
करके मारा नीड.
Walk through. It's fine to not do that if you're
4 HP में वो नीड
very
में
aware
बचा
of
कैसे मेरे को
the
समझ
gap.
नहीं
I
आया.
think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap.
उनको पता चल गया सेव कर लो.
That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest.
अरे
Rose has gone down to the spike.
4 HP वाला अकेला बच गया.
He was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that surprised me.
अरे गुरबाज भाई ना करे यार ऐसा यार.
You have this round as well where BBL are allowed to simply walk
मैं मैच में तो EDG को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूं.
Give them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of
course EDG पता नहीं क्या होगा guys.
Stand up all too
EDG
much
को पढ़
so
रही
far,
है.
but hey, there's plenty more room to the
seats are so
series.
comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsors are gonna love that one. That was a great hit. We've planned out a few of these for the day, so don't you
definitely.
worry.
भाई से वापस से सेम शॉट मारा ना.
What's next on the script?
मेरा हो गया आज का.
Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to play with the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy.
एक बंदा A पे दो बंदे B पे दो बंदे C पे.
We still need to see them wake up. Very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle.
भाई उनका guys prediction देखो कि वो लोग कहाँ जा रहे हैं. उन्होंने rotate भी कर दिया सामने वाली टीम ने.
That door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the Bay. They're ready for Khan's push.
Kankan को पकड़ लिया.
Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello!
बराबर.
Signed.
Timing.
Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Genny has his nade primed.
अरे ये कौन सी nade फेंका भाई?
Down, Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Sign.
Politic player बैठा हुआ है. ओए हाइड रहा है.
Himself an additional weapon, and there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation.
क्या मारा guys
all the way back to the other side of the map and a post.
ऐसे हमारे players क्यों नहीं मारते? अपने लौंडे कभी नहीं मारेंगे बस.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught.
मैं वहाँ पे रहता एक भी नहीं मार पाता.
Right agent for it, quickly able to slip away back to the C site. They know the outlaws lurking around, and for Sign, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He's sat on the backside, spots one, maybe even two. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida is the same himself. Wraps around, they double swing, take Sign down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him.
Double digit pause gaya bhai
Shot
BBL.
landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you'd necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched. Looks by one or two. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Kanking at least two kills. One
nice
more.
Shot by Concon.
One more.
But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Sign has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah,
right in the nick of time.
I think that obviously Sign, great work on the timing on the flank.
Conditions 13
rounds jo pehla. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction. But then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Sign the opportunity to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But this is the first of many.
भाई 3 बंदे खेल रहे हैं
Oh, Rock having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4. Damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper grabs the damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2,
too strong EDG, too strong.
No room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu, one away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
और लेगा अल्ट करके स्पाइक उठा लेगा सी साइड पे सीधा ओमन ने ऑलरेडी रोटेशन शुरू कर दिया वहां पे देख लो उसको पता है कि क्या करने वाला है
like this has been thought of though. Look at Chichu.
अभी साइड पे जाएगा प्लांट उठा के सीधा प्लांट.
He's so ahead of it.
He's so ahead of it.
He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes to the plant, you thought he had a big brain play, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half. If not for him, and it would have been a game over.
वो अलग गेम होता है भाई वो जब होगा ना शुरू तब देखना भाई क्या स्पैम होगा दोनों तरफ से.
Would have cancelled that, but 4 rounds left to go.
अभी ये हो रहा नहीं क्योंकि obviously BBL lead कर रही है.
But the thing is in the back of my mind,
और EDG वो face में नहीं उतरे पैसे नहीं होगा खरीदने के.
It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with
pistols. 4000 रुपए की आती है.
Couple of ults here and there to play as well, but very situational ones.
अरे push कर देगा क्या
the defenders is pretty much
मिलेगा एक मिलेगा.
Yeah, get rid of one of the weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
instant trades,
ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far. But they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose. The first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, Larocque caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so
starting
far.
Guys, starting
but
में
the
थोड़ा
win now fills his sails.
No, ऐसा हो गया था.
Necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky. After you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. And well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a 4-force RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not
guys Chichu को मैंने strategy
दी over the line. If it slips and then you go into an ascent where hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it.
कल मैंने स्ट्रीम में जल्दी बंद क्यों किया था? यही रीजन था भाई. मैं इनके साथ डीसी में बैठा था कल बातचीत कर रहे थे हम लोग कि कैसा खेलना है आज. समझ रहे हो?
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next, it could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there, or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. But I see the fist bumps from BBL, their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said, lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind, and he's been the one fighting back in for them. And on this team, that's
उनको समझ गया गाइस अब तो ए होने से रहा दूसरा साइड लो
3 rounds in a row it's going to be an operator with no shields
और इतना आगे पुश करेगा भाई क्या
for Kankan, so definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay, see you later LaRock.
All because of that clutch, you know.
When they had the
confidence ये क्या मारा भाई spam.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there, but not nobody. Kankan in position, waiting. Had a teammate to support.
उनको भी पता है कोई आगे फॉरवर्ड पुश किया हुआ है भाई.
Already.
पूरा इन्फो निकाल रहा पहले तो.
Another pick for Kankan. This time the trade is there. It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is knocking him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash!
Whoa,
and now 1v1. Surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down. And Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. It's been so long, doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
Flash base के पास.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Jenny will be there to close the round. It is close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP. But it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator. Kankan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Jenny. Having another big round on the Raze. Of course, as said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this.
Crispy aim, bhai. Crispy aim.
Comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny. Just corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for LaRock, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through and he finds LaRock. How? I don't know how he survived. Got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
ठीक है भाई कोहली.
Dissipating. A heal onto Jenny as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. Need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. He's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator still in hand. For Rose.
I mean, Spike मिल गया.
Well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might
Sky
get
Mara.
one
Sky
for
Mara.
free. The second player Could be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Khan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
भाई EDG ने कर दिया comeback guys. क्या बोला था?
This is a team in the form of VDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down and another timeout. The second for BBL being called and quite quick succession as well. They're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the last next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards Ascent? It's like, well, if you can have Khan with an operator on the defensive side, you might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do. Like, lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of G2 up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much.
Guys, make sure to like the stream for
right now. Well,
like
2 pauses in 3 rounds, 2 rounds. Like you could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within
first map
they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, took another pause. So I think it is literally 2 pauses in
single digit pe tha.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Khan to fall right away. Larox had no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach, and with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Placement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability.
Only 1 round BBL ko chahiye. Only 1 round.
Been a good streak for EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like you can't
use
a
big ult on
3 high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, Larock got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu. Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything. Slow one player down at least a little bit.
Because इतना टाइम लगता नहीं यहाँ पे चालू होने में.
But it has also put the economy.
45 minutes का मैच चलता है जिस हिसाब से आप स्कोर चल रहा है 12-10 40 मिनट का मैच हो चुका है आप ऑलरेडी. मतलब समझ लो वहाँ पे 40 मिनट पीछे है.
Definitely pieces missing here and there and on immediate.
अरे 4 लोग साथ और भाई.
Khan 1 for 1.
One more. भाग गए.
Won't quite kill off Loiter, and after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Khan's dealt with. Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to the safe side if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read, and the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in, and in a moment's time, you're going to see Lover's Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh my God. Lover's Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12-11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Arena stream incoming. क्या बराबर.
Get rid of the ultimate.
तुम लोग का support रहेगा तो guys
that round, even the last one might have not gone their way.
रात में तो stream हो गया ना हो गया.
And that is not how they would have hoped for
that
one
to
go.
The
individual stepping up. That's it. Signed. 12-14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as said, it's not like he is way out there, a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL, some of the best aimers you'll ever see. Brothers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up. 14-14.
OT, first OT?
At OT, well,
फर्स्ट मैच में पहले
It
ओटी
almost feels inevitable at this stage.
Lloyd
बाय द वे गाइस बता दूं यहाँ पे अगर 12-12 दोनों टीम स्कोर करती है तो ओवरटाइम मैच चलेगा ओवरटाइम में 15 जो सबसे पहले स्कोर करेगा वो जीत
Great
जाएगा
shot from Nobody, and with signed on a 3K overtime locked in.
हो गया भाई OT.
EDG. They, like, I
First
can't
OT
stress
guys
enough
of
how
the
out of
tournament.
this game they looked at a certain
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
The
पहले ही
mistakes
match
they were
में.
making were unforgivable. Like for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map
EWC
because
team
they have
करेगा,
the
yes, sir.
individuals coming out the gate, shredding.
लेकिन
That
last week
wasn't
में
the
वो, last
case.
week में.
It was mistakes on the other
August
side.
में.
And now that
Other
EDG
side.
have tightened up the game, it's
can I-
looking a whole lot better.
I want to go
होगा
the
12
other
OT
way
हो
with
गया.
it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I
40
think,
कर
2
दिया भाई.
rounds off of straight BS.
Yeah.
EDG ने
And
जो
now
comeback
they've
किया
gone to OT.
Crazy.
This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map,
Also.
and
भाई यहाँ पे
now
जेनी
they
चीचू
are in
तीनों मार रहे हैं
overtime.
ऊपर
Like,
के
the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here,
13 पे विन नहीं
I'm
अभी
not gonna
अभी
lie, it's a little
15 पे विन है
embarrassing.
क्योंकि
Yeah,
OT
you
हो
come
गया
into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi advantage you might have thought
12
of
means
for
overtime हो
BBL
चुका, overtime
earlier,
लिख के भी आ
that
रहा है.
hometown
इसे
hero
15
when it
जो करेगा
comes
सबसे पहले वो जीत
to the
जाएगा
82nd province of Turkey.
और 15 से भी ऊपर जा सकता है अगर वापस से OT हुआ तो
Come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock.
अगर 14-14 कर दे वापस से
A
overtime
slow
होगा.
start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push
पहले ही मैच
especially that
OT,
had a
yes,
lot of
गणेश
success
भाई.
for the defense. So they wait, and now
EDG का मैच चल रहा है वो
push
मैच
comes
चालू
to
नहीं
shove,
होता अरे
and
भाई
that was
भाई
very
डबल
dangerous.
पीक
The
था
spike was involved in that fight, but it
Ah,
does
blend
make
him
it
all.
out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal
Oh
with him.
my God.
That's a bold play.
अरे कैंग कैंग ने कहाँ से मार दिया
can't
आज
come with an
Trade
attack
लिया
side
extra.
operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him.
धप्पा दे दिया
Walk back. Not gonna
सबसे
be caught.
खतरनाक दरवाजा ही है
EG
क्योंकि
just
तुम्हें
completely
साइड पे ध्यान
paused.
देने के
They
साथ
have
साथ
left
लेफ्ट साइड
their
से भी ध्यान
opponents
रखना
with
पड़ेगा और दरवाजा ना
little
कोई
to
खोल
no
दे
information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there.
घुस भी
Rose
गए
is
लोग.
already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a
अरे
plant
रेस और उसका अरे रेस और उसको दिखाओ
and an advantage extending even
मार
further, the
दिया
lead
रेस को.
looking like it's going to be taken. And the Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it, and it is all
भाई.
but over. 13 to
Guys,
12 now.
जहाँ single digit पे
after being an
EDG थी वहाँ से देखो
insane
कहाँ पहुँच गई.
deficit, now on map point.
And even this defensive round,
Very
it
good.
doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like
पहले मैप पे
EDG
मोराल
have the
तोड़ दिया.
plot armor. They have managed to bounce
BBL
back
का
from a
मोराल तोड़ दिया
huge
भाई.
deficit and delete all of
अब
those
अगर
silly
BBL ने
little
comeback
mistakes
किया
that were
absolute
there.
cinema
That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. Is
अब अगर BBL ने
with this
comeback किया
stand-in,
absolute cinema आ
I
जाएगा.
expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt.
भाई
A chance for
चैंपियन की
14
पोजीशन देखो
to
गाइस ओपन
close
करने
the
की
map
बाप रे
here and
बाप
go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown
गणेश भाई ये
map
इतने जल्दी
for
टूट
any
कैसे रहा
Turkish
है
team.
डोर
Go in there after
कुछ
dealing a
आया क्या
blow
ट्रिक है
like
कैसे
this.
तोड़ने का और वो
That'll be a
चाकू से
huge
तोड़ रहा है उसको
advantage.
बाप रे बाप
I think they just noticed he
वो डोर
knifed the
जल्दी टूट कैसे
prowler.
रहा है
It might be Con with the op.
EDG जैसा
Why would
momentum
you
हाँ
shoot
वही
it? Okay,
momentum
let's
आ
go
गया
the other way.
लेकिन EDG रेडी भी अच्छा कर रही है स्टार्टिंग से रेडी अच्छा कर रही है इसने स्पॉट किया पूरी टीम भाग के जाएगी
The attack side going to try and take back that space towards C. Kankan in position once again, and of course he doesn't miss the shot. Leaves them a man down.
फिर रोटेट कर रहे लोग ये भाग रहे हैं और ये पूरी टीम वो लोग रोटेट करके अभी ये भाग रहा है अभी ये लोग भी भागना शुरू कर दिए
A lot more interesting. The A side is completely under their control.
पहुंच गए भाई ये लोग तो इस
Before they had
साइड
signed
वो लोग भी देखो कैसे सब भाग के आ रहे हैं सब भाग के आ रहे हैं
This gives BBL a pretty good opportunity.
बाप रे मिल गया साइड इनको प्लांट तो इजी है गाइस प्लांट तो पूरा इजी है
Could be onto LaRock.
अरे ये अभी भी सी पे
That showstopper after the plant, and look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam.
मर गया भाई
Looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Kankan. He shoots, drops his weapon, goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat BBL. Not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that
सब्सक्राइब कर
defense.
ले EWC का चैनल को OCD हो रहा है अरे
Continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it
वो
coming
दूसरी
all the
मैच
way
चालू
back
नहीं
to
हो रही
overtime.
cause वो खड़े-खड़े
And
इधर
it
EDG
seems
का
like
कमबैक दिख
BBL
रहा
still
है.
have some
ठीक है.
fight within them.
ठीक है भाई.
No surprise
मैच
that
चालू ही नहीं हो
Kankan's
रहा है.
invested back into that operator once again. The defenders
13-13 कर दिया भाई ये लोगों ने.
looking to
अब
reaggress
मैच गाइस 3 राउंड और आगे चला गया.
towards that seaside, but Kankan is waiting. This time not missing the shot. but he
जितने
has
स्कोर्स
missed two
लेवल होते
players
रहेंगे
already
उतना
on the
3-3
wall.
राउंड आगे बढ़ता रहेगा.
Same space take from BBL this time without the C's in play.
भाई कितना ओपन में खड़े होकर स्पॉटिंग कर रहा है भाई.
Layer to hopefully
कॉन्फिडेंस
allow
है.
them to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are
ये टाइम पे मैं ऐसा पीक ले रहा था ना मेरे को आगे से चाटा पड़ता एकदम जोर का.
A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds, but they don't know about Rose. BBL are
I guess मैच के बाद नहीं यार उनका कुछ टेक्निकल इशू हुआ. पीसी का कोई इशू हुआ. वो देखो ना उसका पीसी पहले ही तभी वो लोग फिक्स कर रहे थे. पॉइंटर.
And they are none the wiser. But the shots don't land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
They can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a fight.
अरे ये लोग अभी भी यहाँ पे होल्ड कर रहे हैं. अभी पे प्लांट हो रहा है भाई.
That's the advantage.
One tap.
दो बंदे मिलेंगे इसको. दो बंदे.
Waiting in
Oh my
position.
god.
Kreven, however, catching. This is looking
क्या
like
crossing था
a
भाई वो?
round set up for victory. But still, Kankan and Chichu wait.
क्या
But it's a
ADG का
missed
सके.
shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side
एक बंदा
round
नहीं मरा
coming
भाई
out
सामने
of the
टीम में.
side
एक
for
बंदा.
BBL. They need one more attack
Nice
side
strategy.
round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
रुक जाओ गाइस इसको ना मैं ये स्क्रीन में डाल देता हूँ. ताकि एटलीस्ट गेम चालू हो तो मुझे आइडिया आ जाएगा.
The complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will
टूट गया नहीं यार. दोनों टीम ही खेल रही है बराबरी लेवल पे खेल रही है.
this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We can see that
EDG still in defense. EDG का defense बहुत ज़्यादा strong है.
The C site.
Swap up.
ओ भाई 3 बंदे स्पॉट हो गए. एक को मार दिया ऑलरेडी.
Nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross.
ले 3v2 3v5 हो गया.
Too easy for those initial openers, and losing
अर्ली पिक्स में 2 उड़ा दिया भाई BBL के.
Off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
Oh yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes.
सीधे घुस नहीं सकते भाई. सी पे इतनी उल्टी डाल रखी है. अरे एक एचपी कैसे बचा ये?
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Kankan goes
I was about
back.
to say Kankan doesn't miss.
हैं?
No, he doesn't. He hit both shots. And now signed. Waiting on the side. Flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now.
अरे टाइमिंग हो गई. टाइमिंग हो गई. अरे बच
Under
गया.
pressure from that right side. The off of Lovers Rock. Now all
पड़ेगी
eggs in
इसको,
that
पड़ेगी.
basket. Good damage done,
पड़ गए.
but at
अरे.
a bit shaky. They get there. 14 to 14. Another overtime needed.
Yeah, just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder though.
मुझे आरी का 5-man esports गेम पे देखना है टूर्नामेंट कैसे खेलते हो तुम लोग भाई. बहुत पसंद होती है. कॉम्स में बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद होती है टू बी ऑनेस्ट.
What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him.
कॉम्स में बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद होती है.
They
कनिष्क
were
भाई.
like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
वापस उठी. हाँ 14-14 जितना स्कोर लेवल होता रहेगा गाइस 3-3 समझ लो 3 और ऊपर चलेंगे राउंड्स. यहाँ पे तुम लोग देख पा रहोगे. इसके बाद का फाइनल राउंड होता है. 31st राउंड विल बी द फाइनल
Not
राउंड.
been purchased up on the other side. Seeming
जितने
like
स्कोर्स
both
लेवल होते
teams
रहेंगे
have now
3-3 राउंड
found
ऊपर
their
आगे हो
rhythm,
जाता
but
रहेगा.
only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little
ऐसा
bit
दिख रहा है ना
more
या कुछ. रुक जाओ मेरा फेस का.
tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
A minute on the
ज़्यादा
clock.
बेटर.
And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, danger's averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from
Paranoia.
BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He
just
sees them
swings.
and hits the paranoia, but instead he
भाई यहाँ पे
swings
hide,
out wide.
भाई.
Now goes down. Rose has
3
to have
बंदे
a
at least, 3
sensational
बंदे.
performance. It's a bit
ओ
shaky.
भाई
Could have
पिक
been
से मार
2.
दिया.
But one found. At least for BBL, it's just a one-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotator in just in time. Lovers
पीछे ऑलरेडी आ रहा है भाई लड़क चक्कर व्यास
to hold the line. The early flank
भाई
from
कैंग कैंग ने
Lock,
3
but
मार दिए
just
चौथा मार दिया एस
ripping them to shreds.
मार दिया
It's EDG with the lead again.
भाई कैंग फायर मोड में चला गया
close this out.
He's just been getting better
सब
and better
फटी
as the
में
map goes on. Like we've been saying,
कैंग फायर मोड में जा
a lot
चुका
of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site
ये
with an
बेल चेक है गाइस
operator,
फेस कैम
finding
हमारा बेल
another
चेक
couple, and then closing it with a blade storm.
रोहित भाई कैसे
The better this guy
फेस
gets,
कैम के ऊपर
the
लगा लो वो फिर वो
scarier
नोटिफिकेशन
things
कॉल
become.
अपलोड
By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead at the top of the board? He's now third.
Concom was 15 and 15. So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent. The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god, Lover's Rock is going so fast.
Oh bhai.
He's got Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. That makes it even more impressive. Con. Yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4.
1v4 कैंग ऑफ के साथ है कैसे करेगा ये
no chance.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just
चार लोग guys 1v4 with the op कैंग है भाई
someone starts
एक को मार के राइफल उठा ले लाडले
hunting for an additional kill.
Oh, मार दिया
He's still
भाई
gonna get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just standing at this point. And eventually Lovers Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K.
तुम्हारी स्ट्रीम देखने के लिए ऑफिस से जल्दी अरे
रोहित भाई round number 31. Map 1. The entirety of the tournament is going the distance. But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
15 कर दिया भाई साहब guys 31st round खेलने जा रहे हैं लोग 31st round
some long games in our past. We've had some
पहले गेम में और कैंग 30 kills में ऑलरेडी पहुंच चुका है भाई
one of them.
Yes, they
Not
were.
this.
बाप रे बाप अकेला भाई कहां पे सिंगल डिजिट पे था गाइस 8 किल पे था 8 किल से 30 किल से पहुंच चुका है
especially with the Scent coming up next
10 राउंड में 10 राउंड में पहुंचा है 30 किल पे
even longer, but I'm going to see ourselves a timeout.
भाई लास्ट राउंड में उसने ऑलमोस्ट कर ही दिया था भाई राइफल मिलता कर देता ऑलमोस्ट
talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, that the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant.
भाई RRQ के लिए भाई नेक्स्ट गेम में भाई
you got 2. If you can win
54% वोट्स आ चुके गाइस 46% वोट्स फॉर 100 Thieves crazy.
Well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with
RRQ fans पे भाई
a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime.
गाइस इसलिए मैं बोलूंगा ये मैप जो भी जीते भाई डिजर्व करते जीतना बिकॉज़ दोनों टीम खेल रही है भाई
as about a judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard. Then I'll be very
Jenny भाई तो
surprised.
सीधा नाइफ लेके घुस गया भाई इससे स्मोक के अंदर.
That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kick off right after the pause. EDG down a man.
हाँ, ओमन राइट पे टेलीपोर्ट करके है.
Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the
Kang Kang
wall.
ऊपर है.
He's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself too. Signs surrounded is dealt with. And BBL on 16.
Yeah, I really, I
ये
think
क्या
that
मार
might
दिया
have
वहाँ
actually been a
पे?
coach adaptation.
कैंग भी ऊपर मर
They've
गया
been
वो
walking
ओमन
into
नीचे
that
मर गया.
smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've
ये तो free kill था.
IGL Rose in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This
भाई
time you
दो
just put
तरफा
judge
लोगों
there.
सरेंडर
You
कर
walk
दिया हर
into
जगह
that
से.
smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate, and then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15.
भाई लियोटा भी उधर 29 kills पे पहुंच चुका है.
Constant back and forth. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need
one more round, BBL, one more round.
Keep this one going.
Well, Concon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash
BBL
blind.
गंदा मारा भाई घुस के मारा.
Someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait for
he
them to
does
walk
miss.
in, but this
भाई
one,
इसको ऐसे ही वही फंसा के मारना था फंसा के मारा लोगों ने पूरे हर जगह से सराउंड कर दिया उनको.
Crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG, they've lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's rock-finding sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the plan on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, he was on a tear. When his team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
Still so tough to break in on. Flash.
Info मिल गया भाई, ट्री की तो info मिल गया.
Raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Lewis's position though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they've done. Chichu once again, his opponent TPing!
Oh my god, क्या comeback था ये?
The time looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
ये क्या था?
Nobody's been there in the crucial moments, and
भाई चीचू ने क्या मार दिया?
Again and again, he is digging deep for this team.
उसे ट्री के दोनों बंदे मारे अकेले. और तीसरा बंदा पीछे इसको भी मारा.
Look at him go.
He went quiet as well though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit.
उसने ट्री के दोनों बंदे मारे. उसने यहाँ का ही बंदे को मारा.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it up to another
level
gameplay to keep them alive, and he's done it again. Map point.
बाप रे 2v4 था guys, 1v3 कर दिया उसने अकेले ने.
Could be series, but now EDG they get another chance at this attack side.
1v3 ने 4 किया. हेवन वाले बंदे को बस नहीं मारा है.
Straight into see they're wasting no time
full aggressive mode
on this one. And indeed, wasting body space. Concon, he's found his first already. Rose catches. No, he doesn't catch the
भाई वो एक HP है साइड पे.
7 HP somehow.
भाई वो कैसे बचा भाई जेनी?
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Well, nobody's there to close it out and swings him roundabouts once again, the back and forth
yes, it's back
of
again.
this game.
Welcome back.
Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe
Rose
was on his tail. Jenny was
भाई
blinded up,
चीचू ने जो लास्ट राउंड खेला है ना गाइस,
not even knowing from where, and ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows
वो पोजीशन पे रह के गाइस हाथ पैर ना कांपते पता है वहाँ पे राउंड निकला कैसे, क्योंकि वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी उनके पास मैन एडवांटेज नहीं था.
17 to 16. It's a matter of time.
उनके 4 बंदे जिंदा, ये लोग 2 बंदे जिंदा थे. वहाँ पे फिर 2v3 हुआ, 2v3 में 1v3 मार दिया उसने.
You know what I mean? And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time.
और ये लग जाता नहीं.
But that was a harder one.
अरे
already a much faster pace.
वो मार भी रहा, डॉज भी कर रहा था फास्ट.
Debate. They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post palm once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 2v or 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
बंदा पता है हर बार लर्क पे आ ही रहा था भाई एकदम लेट.
But nobody cleared it.
रीड तो था.
Nobody checked for it, and now they can make their way back to the site. Hard to find value with the
भाई क्या शॉट था वो. भाई क्या हेलो.
It's Rose left, and not for long. EDG. They dug deep and delivered map number 1.
It's insanity. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with
last round
that position. It makes no sense.
Concon ने कर दिया last round.
To sit there
इतना
like
जल्दी बुला ले दोनों टीम को.
And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took double pauses in the space of 3 rounds.
उनका पूरा टीम
that is crazy.
Nonetheless,
we're going back to Digon and the Devs.
EDG जीत गए. मैं क्या बोला था guys? EDG too strong है भाई.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane. We're getting ourselves free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one, welcome back to Destigon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at EWC.
I mean, welcome to the EWC, people. I mean, this tournament has come in with a bang. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think BBL are going to be so upset. They had every advantage. Their map pick, 2 pistols, a bonus, a ninja defuse for crying out loud.
The ninja defuse was unreal. And also is by the hands of Lovers Rock. We were speaking about him going on the Neon. He wanted to go face to face against Kangkang, and every single time that Kangkang was getting around for EDG in an impressive manner,
BBL ने actually थोड़ा सा last में lose कर दिया. BBL के connect ही नहीं हो पाया ना. EDG के shots भाई क्या बोला? Kangkang का हाथ गर्म हो गया भाई.
And also we were saying about EDG and playing in
shots जो connect हो रहे थे फटाफट.
Tom and Mitch were doing a very good job highlighting some of the mistakes, but also the way they bounce back. Some of the players, like some of the individual plays that we have seen just during this first half of EWC have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about Kangkang. He is the guy for EDG. He always has been, and he has a very slow first half. You know, he's down there towards the bottom of the scoreboard. He's missing his shots. Yeah. You see the way he activates, and you see how the rest of the team come alive around that. I felt like their defensive side macro was so solid as well, and that's what got them back into the game. So also credit to Sign on his own anchor those sides. Yep. Not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was towards the end of that first half where the score was heavily in favor of BBL that Kangkang was like, what if I grab the operator? I know that the economy, of course, when you're losing so many rounds, it's very difficult to even think of like a tool that is so expensive but so effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attack and operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won what seemed like an unwinnable map. The level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way that BBL were playing. Honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Krevin was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like I think it was a 1v4. Well, absolutely insane rounds. And if the rest of the tournament is going to be like this, I mean, the bar is already incredibly high for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think one thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime by BBL to make the adjustment on the push, where it's like, all right, we're gonna see every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here, because
जहाँ पे उन्होंने 2v4 कर दिया ना, उधर ही उनका मोराल टूट गया।
Work your way on out, get that first win.
ये लोगों ने अपना सिस्टम लाया है या इनको दिया जाता है? खाली कीबोर्ड और माउस अपना होता है। कीबोर्ड और माउस अपना होता है, बाकी पूरा पीसीस, मॉनिटर वगैरह सब कुछ टूर्नामेंट से मिलता है। क्योंकि सबके पीसी के स्पेक्स और मॉनिटर रिफ्रेश रेट सेम होता है, ताकि एफपीएस से प्रॉब्लम ना हो किसी को। वो ये नहीं बोल सकता ना कि मेरे को एफपीएस ज़्यादा आ रहा है, मेरे पीसी में एफपीएस कम आ रहा है। और सब कुछ लेटेस्ट जो भी मार्केट में अवेलेबल है, सब पीसी में वही स्पेक्स होता है।
Map for that one, and especially considering that both Kangkang and
Lovers
are into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL play in Ascent during the qualifiers, and we saw them playing with the Deadlock. I want to see if we're going to see that again, and most importantly,
Kangkang जिधर खेल गया उधर गेम जीत गया और वही हुआ।
Something very vanilla, very boring.
मेरी बात सच हो गई।
Probably because of the situation that they're in. Actually, that calls for both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have experience coaching. Okay, so what would you do? Would you go for? Sorry, would you go for okay, we're going to play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not going to expect it.
You know that they got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game one. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format.
को Discord से करता हूँ, वहाँ पे कुछ आ रहेगा. ये match में हुआ क्या?
That's kind of pretty standard, boring comments, but I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is
क्या हुआ है मैच पे? क्या हुआ है मैच में?
If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself.
What if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see a chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kong. Like also like he holds everything. What about a cheeky Yoru?
No.
No.
You lost me.
I think you
Didn't we talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit.
क्या हुआ?
That's exactly something that they're not going to expect, but you are right.
They won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the fourth most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. You know, we've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant. It's a question of composure. Right. And we know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like it's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions.
मैच का तो अपडेट ही नहीं आया अभी तक. क्या हुआ?
If you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out? Because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
चैट लाइक नहीं हो पा रहा है क्या? लाइक नहीं हो पा रहा है क्या? अभी तक सिर्फ 24 लाइक्स. अभी तक भाई 50 पार जा रहे थे भाई लाइक्स. लाइक नहीं हो पा रहा है क्या चैट? थोड़ा सा लाइक करो.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
अरे ये कौन सा कैम लेना शुरू कर दिया? गाइस 3-4 टैब एक साथ चालू है भाई. मेरा कंट्रोल स्टूडियो का टैब खुला है एक मेरा दूसरा वहाँ पे चल रहा है जो जब तक मैच चालू नहीं हुआ है. यहाँ पे खुला है एक, OBS खुला है भाई. भाई चैट इतनी शांत को क्या हो गया गाइस? What is happening yo? गाइस EDG और BBL का मैच देखकर तुम लोगों को क्या सीख मिली है बताओ? अच्छी बताओ.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time, and yet again we're back. It's EDG.
लो इनका मैप तो भी शुरू हो चुका है.
EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kuku.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one, also because of the bar that we were speaking about, that first Lotus set.
वाह यार नहीं भाई उनका
also
चालू उनका
because
भी चालू नहीं हुआ है.
they have to calm down. I
उनका
know that
चालू
the
क्यों नहीं हुआ ये
beginning
नहीं पता.
was a little bit difficult because
आप
we have
legit
to
no
wait
idea.
and
Because वहाँ
whatnot,
पे भी
and
सब
that
पूछ ही रहे
might
कि क्या
throw you
हुआ
off.
है.
They tried to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play.
सबका मिला के हार के आगे जीत है भाई एक्चुअल में भाई. जहाँ EDG हार रही थी वहाँ जीत गई.
haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because trust me, BBL can shoot.
सबक मिला हार के आगे जीत.
Eventually, EDG will pick up.
मेरे को लग रहा है इस बार BBL करेगी कमबैक वाले मैप पे.
Back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it. But Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, you know, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset.
Exactly.
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for
लोग चाह रहे कि थर्ड मैप भी जाए भाई देख लो.
As again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to
मतलब इनको भी लग रहा है कि BBL जीतने वाली है.
right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be
मैं पोल चेंज कर देगा गाइस.
Can we
को
wait
मैच
until
मेरे को
we
लग रहा है इसके बाद ही चालू
actually
कब?
see the agent picks because I want to know what is going to happen with the
क्योंकि सेम एरिना में मैच चालू है दूसरे साइड पे. जब इनका मैच खत्म होगा इनका PC एक का उठा के लेके जाएंगे वहाँ पे.
As I was saying, I think that I know that the
भी
one
चालू
that
नहीं
put
हुई,
up the
भी
numbers
चालू
was
नहीं हुई
first,
अभी.
but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and is he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that
बट ट्विच पे चेक कर लेता हूँ वहाँ पे क्या पता ट्विच पे हो रहा हो.
to do
पर
something
मेरे को नहीं
like
लगता
that.
ट्विच पे भी हो
To
रहा है.
me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
and
not.
I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to
उधर भी same ही चल रहा है भाई.
Kang begins to activate. For me on the side
ट्विच पे भी same ही चल
of
रहा
BBL,
है.
he's able to be consistent. He can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how
यहाँ पे
it's
ले लिया
easier
भाई.
to bounce back from a game that where they
BBL
just
Jet,
destroyed you.
Cypher,
From a map
Omen,
where, as we said, they had
Sova,
everything
Deadlock.
in their favor.
Yep.
Winning
दो
the
Sentinel
pistols,
लिए हैं
some
लोगों
crazy
ने.
rounds, the Ninja Defuse, the Ecos and whatnot. So
ये
let's
जो
see
लिया
where they are
भाई
right
EDG वालों ने.
I mean, we have the agent
अंडर थीव्स का मेटा यूज कर रहा है.
now. Chamber!
It's getting
भाई
spicy.
यहाँ पे भी दो सेंटिनल भाई चेंबर.
Sage!
And I love the
Oh,
Sage here.
I love this!
See, no, you
भाई
actually
सेज को बफ किया गेम में.
wanna see
गाइस
the play
सेज को
stand
लेकर
up
पड़ेगा मेरे को भी लग रहा है.
get a little bit spicy with it, and they've done exactly
मेरे को लेकर पड़ेगा
that.
वापस से
I love
सेज
this.
गेम प्ले.
But on the side of
Chichon
BBL,
Sage, oh God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stunt from EDG. I
भाई
cannot
कैंग
believe
कैंग
that I am
चेंबर
saying
खेल रहा है
that.
भाई
I
साहब.
want them to destroy right now.
सेंटिनल
with
क्या
this
करता है?
competition.
सेंटिनल
I
टीम
want them
सपोर्ट.
to give them confidence to keep doing
Team
it
support
throughout the
player है.
tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half.
देखा जाए तो बाकी सब चेंबर एंड सेज सेंटिनल कैरेक्टर ये दोनों कैरेक्टर टीम सपोर्ट ही करती है. इनका काम है डिफेंस देखना. डिफेंस देखना, तुम्हारे टीम के पीछे का बैकअप देखना, ताकि अगर वो पीछे से आ रहा तो फिर मार सकते हो. फिर चेंबर लेकर तुम खेल सकते हो आगे भी, क्योंकि चेंबर से तुम टेलीपोर्ट कर सकते हो मारने के बाद. तुम ऐसा ड्यूलिस्ट की तरह भी उसको खेल सकते हो. पर डिपेंड करता है कि प्लेयर टू प्लेयर डिपेंड करता है वो कैसे खेल रहा है.
They were on the back foot and showed.
बाकी टीम के प्लेयर्स भी जो है ये बोलते हैं क्या बोलते हैं अपना कंट्रोलर है इनफैक्ट इनिशिएटर ये भी सपोर्टर्स ही होते हैं ताकि टीम अंदर घुस पाए समझ रहे हो
34 rounds but get the job done in that last map on Lotus.
बाकी डिलीश का काम तो अंदर घुस के मारना होता है भाई अंदर घुसो टीम के लिए जगह बनाओ स्पेस क्रिएट करो और मारो
their ban and now showing up with something.
जैसे हमारे नंदन भाई ड्यूलिस्ट खेलते हैं गाइस और मैं सेंट्रल खेलता हूं क्योंकि सेंट्रल इनिशिएटर खेलता हूं क्योंकि टीम सपोर्ट करता हूं मैं
on Lotus now he's in the Omen and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage, especially for them on the attack will be to get force the players from BBL.
अच्छा सेंट्रल बोल रहे डिफेंडर सेंटर बैक्स चेंबर बोले तो सेंटर मिडिल फील्डर आगे पीछे दोनों का दिखेगा टेलीपोर्ट करके हां काइंड ऑफ बोल सकते हो बट चेंबर इज आल्सो सेंट्रल कैरेक्टर
from that postman how aggressive they're going to be
सेंट्रल कैटेगरी भी आता है चेंबर की
here we go already one map win here for China as
उधर सामने डेडलॉक और साइफर वाला सेम सिनेरियो सेंटिनल और कंट्रोलर हमारा ओमन है और इनिशिएटर हमारा सोवा सामने भी सिंगल ड्यूलिस्ट है इधर भी सिंगल ड्यूलिस्ट फिनिक्स खेल रहा है
EDG and BBL
डेलिश का काम एक ही चीज होता है गाइस अंदर घुसो टीम के लिए स्पेस बनाओ और सामने जितने भी एनिमी दिख रहे सबको मारो उनका सिर्फ गन फाइट होता है मोस्ट बाकी टीम के एबिलिटीज यूज होता है क्योंकि उन लोग को एबिलिटी से रिवील वगैरह करना होता है रिवील स्मोक्स तो साइफर ने यहाँ पे डिफेंस में ट्रैप लगाया वो साइफर से सेंटिनल गाइस मैप टू बिगिन
We have an EMEA
और पहला पिक यहाँ पे BBL को मिल गया है भाई BBL डिफेंस पे है ओके फाइनल एडवांटेज BBL के पास सामने बॉल ओह कैंग हेलो
already managing to get a couple of openers Chichu finding another as well
ले यहाँ पे तो दीवार ही खड़ी कर दी भाई इतनी बड़ी
in towards the site but it seems like Kankan has them covered in
भाई कैंग ने तो 2 पिक निकाल भी दिए
Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do and
भाई घुस गया है स्पॉन में चला गया कैंग
anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG this is the start you're looking
भाई ये
for
टाइम वेस्ट करवाएंगे इसको पीछे से मारेगा भाई डोंट टेल मी नाइफ कर देगा कैंग प्लीज भाई आगे चला गया
knife kill being plated up but said he's going to grab the
info निकल गया कैंग के लिए
kill 3 under his belt already and LaRock with it all to do should be impossible and proves to be 1-0 for EDG and this pistol gives
पिस्टल और तो EDG का निकलेगा सेकंड राउंड भी EDG का ही है फिर तो कंफर्म है
from big time
सेकंड राउंड भी EDG का
this first half is going to be crucial for BBL playing the double
भाई BBL ने फर्स्ट पिक निकाला फिर भी EDG ने राउंड निकाला क्योंकि कैंग ने 2 मारे उसके बाद
different metas evolve but I think especially with Deadlock, that double sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to normally with the
चार बंदे टॉप मिड पे
more attack sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also you've got a chamber and a sage, both of which are always pretty deadly.
अरे भाई स्पॉन पहुंच के किसको आइडिया भी नहीं है
Already Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn.
स्पॉन पे खड़ा चुका है किसको आइडिया ही नहीं है पूरी टीम में सामने वाले में भाई स्पॉन से कल 2 किल है भाई कैंग के नाम ओ भाई
he almost gets a collapse.
वापस से 2
It's going to be
अच्छा कोलैट पे मारा नहीं वो क्या बोला गाइस सेकंड राउंड भी EDG का है भाई तो समझ नहीं आया यहां पे किसी ने कोई चेक क्यों नहीं किया मिड पे किसी ने चेक ही नहीं किया भाई वो स्पॉन पहुंच गया भाई मिड से
Very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round you don't expect to see a player
भाई गेम खेलना सिखा दे बहुत इजी है यार
risking giving a weapon over and
गेम में कुछ नहीं करना तुम्हें सामने वाले को मारना
taking that clump play is what works
सिर्फ तुम्हें अपने कैरेक्टर का जो एबिलिटी है वो समझना है कि वो काम क्या करती है बस तुम्हें सही टाइम पे फिर वो सारी चीजों को यूज करना पड़ेगा ताकि तुम्हें टीम को भी घुसा सको और तुम खुद भी घुस सको साइड बाकी तो गन से बंदे ही मारना है
little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A buy for both
भाई सेज ने यहाँ पे चढ़ बढ़ के अगर बॉल कुछ बना के अगर प्ले कर दिया ना मेरा होगा
sure but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full buy here.
अभी सेज ने कैसे स्लो फेंका तो अभी यहाँ पे सब स्लो जाएंगे ताकि ये लोग भी पुश नहीं कर पाएंगे और ये लोग पुश करके एटलीस्ट इतना स्पेस ले पाएंगे अरे तेरी पकड़ लिया
over aggressive I thought from Lover's Rock but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape and Now the contact, I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle.
अरे reveal हो रहा है वो.
The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move.
Wall तो है भाई Sage की.
Both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still though, a hefty amount of damage.
भाई दोनों lower side पे. कितना round? 13
definitely
round.
makes things
First 13
a
round
little
to
bit more
get.
uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if
भाई Sage और ये दोनों wall पे चढ़े हुए हैं.
players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make
भाई
some
EMEA की
noise.
team और China की team भाई. China team यहाँ पे dominate कर रही
That's
है.
going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose,
he has to get something.
There's 3 players on that
3
catwalk.
kill है भाई.
Not even looking at him. It's
Oh तेरी. Spot हो गया.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the
उनको
kills.
तो B मिल गया.
They're going the
Cypher
other
के
way.
traps
The
हैं
only
वहाँ पे.
danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get
Bot
past all
one.
the utility before that's a problem. And also they've caught
ये
Loiter
सही
on
है
the other
guys.
side.
पीछे
This
से
is
जाओ मार के
an
भाग जाओ.
opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan
भाई
wrapping around the
Kankan तो
back
सीधा
and the
spawn में घुस के
re-swing
मार रहा है
as
भाई
well.
बंदे.
A nice attempt from LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20
वो डायरेक्ट स्पॉन में घुस रहे हैं. दोनों टीम कौन सी कंट्री की है? एक EMEA की है और एक EMEA से है और एक चाइना की है.
That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits, no ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round. And
भाई पूरा stacked है भी. भी stacked है भाई. ये लोग fake करके भागेंगे A पे मेरे को लग रहा है.
Early pick coming in.
अरे?
Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean, it's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
EDG China की first team है.
That run it back to
Top
avoid
team
any
है, just say.
unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round.
And I guess ये लोग 3 साल से dominate कर रहे हैं EDG वाले. 3 साल से. और first rank पे ही है. इनके ऊपर कोई team आ ही नहीं पाया अभी तक. Tank money hold कर रही है.
This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with.
Because इनकी टीम में चीचू और ये जो कैंग है ना, चीचू और कैंग बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे हैं. बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे
Yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad.
हैं. EDG में स्टार्टिंग से खेल रहा है और ये लोग स्टार्टिंग से ग्रो कर रहे हैं लोग.
EDG don't really care.
और EDG एक साल Valorant जीती भी है.
They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work
Champions
with
जीत
as
रखे हैं
well.
लोग.
So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
EDG विन है मैप भी. क्या पता देखते हैं यार. क्या 2-0 कर पाएगी EDG? फिलहाल तो 1-0 पे है. अभी ऑलरेडी 0-4 मैप लीड पे है.
The Rock, Annihilation is available, but it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down.
और भाई,
a little aggression up the top.
एक का पीक था वहाँ से. अल्ट पे पकड़ लिया
Tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming
kill.
forward.
Oh,
Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner is also done
collapse कर दिया
incredible
पूरा
work.
टीम को.
And although it's taken
एक बी पुश हुआ है, बी पुश हुआ है. स्पॉट होगा.
This one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough.
Sage reveal हो गई थी यहाँ पे.
You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a sonic sensor and get stunned, giving an
भाई
easy
इनके पास
kill
डिफेंस में बहुत BBL के पास डिफेंस बहुत अच्छा है. एक साइड पूरा डेडलॉक देख रहा है, एक साइड पूरा साइफर देख रहा है.
The kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player.
अब जाके साइफर ने मिड पे ट्रैप लगा दिया.
So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. The defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off LaRock's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much
We will
more
come back,
direct
देखते हैं.
take again though.
कितने मैप्स होते हैं? टोटल 3 मैप होता है.
In an aggressive position.
पर डिपेंड करता है 3 मैप पे. अगर 2 मैप अगर एक टीम जीत जाती है तो वो जीत ही जाती है. फॉर एग्जांपल ये मैप अगर EDG जीत गई ग्रुप पास भाई तो फिर EDG जीत गए मैच. फर्स्ट मैच जीत जाएंगे लोग.
Corner से किनी क्या कोलैट हो गए? Has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage, and sure there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it? रेस कर ही नहीं पाएंगे. रेस अंदर कैसे करेंगे? साइड पे 2 बॉडी पड़ी हुई है. 5 बंदे मिलके मारेंगे फिर तो.
And waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that choke point.
And mid is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double.
बीबीएल का हो तो रहा है मैन एडवांटेज है बीबीएल के पास.
Slowing you down on the A side.
अभी पे भी साइबर ट्रैप से तो स्लो जाएगा इनका अटैक.
On the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal.
EDG को साइड इजीली लेना तो उनको सेंटिनल्स मारने पड़ेंगे.
But that's why they've got this man around. Lovers Rock.
Already jet यहाँ पे ऑफ लेके आ चुका है.
To have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
Time ही नहीं है. अरे तेरी ले गया.
They're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he can just ignore it or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL.
एक प्लेयर नहीं मरा भाई बीबीएल का. एक प्लेयर नहीं मरा.
I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lovers Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, like behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even
going through the qualifier,
Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad, and that's the thing, right? BBL
5v5. एक टीम पे 5 प्लेयर सामने टीम पे 5.
Through that ascension run through the tier 2. That
क्या होगा? टेक पॉज हो गया क्या यहाँ पे?
These guys, the young guys on the team, are going to be in BCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people are like, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopper block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was. That he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lovers Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that.
Discord नहीं आ रहा अभी फिलहाल.
I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up.
Guys, EDG का हाथ बंद कर दिया, EDG का हाथ बंद कर दिया.
You can have the operator.
EDG के पास अभी बाई भी नहीं है, EDG को पे full.
They break back quite.
Full ego तो नहीं है, वैसे 2 बंदों ने बाई किया हुआ है सिर्फ.
Not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, headhunters on con space.
अगर A राउंड में अगर निकालती है ना, तो EDG अगर कुछ कर पाएगी, वरना EDG का 4th राउंड तो भाई डिफिकल्ट होने वाला है, 4-4 फिर होने वाला है.
That's an extra gun every round. And
2 राउंड का देखो, मैंने प्रेडिक्शन ऑलरेडी तुम लोग को दे दिया. अगर EDG राउंड निकालती है तभी आगे जा पाएगी, और एल्स 4-4 तो होने वाला है भाई, बीबीएल करने वाली 4-4.
Pass 2.
Oh. I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
भाई इंस्टेंट रिवील हो रहा है भाई, इधर से सोवा डार्ट मारा है, उधर से सोवा डार्ट मारा है.
Some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow.
एक ट्रैप चला गया भाई साइफर का.
To start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to.
भाई कैंग तो फुल लर्क में निकला हुआ है भाई.
Space to contain the walkout.
डेडलॉक स्पॉट करेगा, अरे किया ही नहीं भाई, क्रॉस कर क्या.
Playing this very slowly. Initial contact on B. B players now from.
Don't tell me deadlock को मिल जाएगा free kill. Oh तेरी.
In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. Rock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2 Creven. He's trying to save the day.
What?
The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there. Yeah, I was about to say that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken.
भाई चेंबर ने ऑलरेडी ले लिया है पूरा.
The gun, the res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively.
अरे स्पॉट होगा
He's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
जेट पूरा इमेन से लर्क करेगा गाइस. जेट 50 HP है. वो लोग दोनों फुल HP है.
Down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. And op on the retake as well. Lover's Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle.
तो लग रहा है जेट सेज को पकड़ लेगा और इस चेंबर को पकड़ेगा. दोनों में से किसी को पकड़ेगा.
It will be Con in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted.
स्पॉट हो गया भाई.
He knows now that there's one there.
Con तो स्पॉट हो चुका है. पकड़ लिया
into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lover's Rock there for both of the final kills.
दोनों को मार दिया भाई. जितेश भाई क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रदर. वेलकम.
They should have been dead to rights.
गाइस सेकंड मैच चालू रहा वहां पे.
Going the way of
सेकंड मैच चालू रहा वहां पे.
side in quick succession. 2 for Con is
सेकंड मैच का डैमेज चालू होगा फाइनली.
Perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Kreven just turns the round on its head.
We will go for 100 Thieves.
Saving them once again. And
Jitesh bhai, how you doing, brother?
At lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a on a defensive side. But I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica mola. We'll be taking a
breather.
What we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
just not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan.
Intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all three come off the back of those sentinels. Kreven, not so much with the utility.
I don't know
no more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
मैंने GT6 पे बुकिंग कर ली. आपने की क्या? नहीं यार, PS5 नहीं है मेरे पास.
Oh, the wall.
PS5.
Okay, yeah, that's the other
PS5 नहीं है. PS5 रहेगा तभी तो करूँगा.
Okay, maybe you're trying to clear the. There could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco. And I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Guys, let's go. वो मैच चले देखने. यहाँ पे टेक पॉज हो चुका है.
Do still hold on to the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and even just, again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lovers Rock.
This is a GSL format group. You want to go into that elimination game, or rather into the progression game rather than the elimination game. We do have EDG taking on BBL over there on the A stream right now.
Let's go!
And
finally match चालू है.
Pretty good for China. I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see if that does continue.
The time was really
Guys, vote for a favorite team. RRQ or 100 Thieves.
On Lotus, EDG.
This match हम लोग कब से wait कर रहे थे.
And I do believe it is ongoing. And of course, over here between RRQ and 100 Thieves, the loser of this game will play the loser.
Like करो फटाफट stream को like करो. If you are enjoying the stream, और channel पर नवे आए हो, make sure you guys subscribe.
For playoffs, I'd imagine. Yeah, I've seen
that
a few.
Right.
I've seen a few GSL groups once or twice. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, as long as they don't lose 2 games, then they make it out.
तो कौन से हेडफोन से वो पता नहीं यार.
Sorry, I think they played.
लेकिन actually वो हेडफोन से माइक के लिए यूज कर रहा है.
Okay.
तो दूसरा वाला IEM से अंदर उन्होंने 2 हेडफोन डाल रखे कान के अंदर और एक हेडफोन.
In the least amount of games possible though, but here for these two teams, you want a strong start.
Actual earphones जो यूज करे वो सब लोग different IEMs यूज कर रहे हैं.
Different changes. Of course, it was a year ago. Did play
हेडफोन सिर्फ माइक के लिए यूज हो रहा है.
World Cup Valorant last year, and both of them got grouped.
उन्होंने अगर नोटिस करेगा दो हेडफोन्स लगे लोगों के कानों में.
Not to get grouped if you just win this opening game for yourself.
That's true.
यहाँ पे एक वायर आ रही है, यहाँ पे एक वायर आ रही है मेन वायर.
In game, you can move on and play another, but I think I'm really looking forward. Just win the game. I'm really looking forward to what both these teams have to bring to the table because we talked about this a little bit earlier, but just again to reiterate, we see 100 Thieves that this iteration of a roster has never made it to a global event. Only a couple of the players have, and then you move over to RRQ RRQ, where they have been to a global event most recently, but they've struggled to make it even out of groups.
Yeah, it's just been a bit of disappointment at international events for RRQ, including the Esports World Cup last year.
Yeah.
They show flashes of brilliance. They show their potential in most of the series, but unfortunately they usually end up falling short. So they're hoping for a better run this time around. They've picked up a rookie in Zan. Monya has made his way out of the roster for the time being, although I do think he's at least warming the bench for now, at least what I've seen from the PLR pages and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how Zan does go for himself. He's been kind of kicking it around in Tier 2. Recently coming on fresh off of Motive Esports. Also played over in Ascension for Naus previously. So he's got a little bit of experience under his belt, but only within the APAC scene. This will be his first chance to step up into an international event, and he hasn't even had a run in the VCT yet.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit comparable to Timotino on the other side, who moved up from challengers to play for this squad. He had a really good run there, really proved himself as a duelist, and that's why 100 Thieves picked him up the beginning of this year. But so far, he's proven himself in the server, but he's never been on that global stage. Seeing how the pressure he might handle the pressure, it's going to be really interesting, because again, when you're in that duelist role, when you're constantly kind of feeling that pressure of either fragging out or making sure you're committing to your role, committing to a lot of those hyper-aggressive plays that your team wants to do, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they just set him up for success.
Yeah, there you go. Jebkin on your screen. A superstar player coming out of Pacific.
Congratulations about the जो भी है क्योंकि भाई कभी आज तक आपने watch party नहीं देखी है? Wow, very realistic bro. Very realistic.
And Zan will be that more flexible.
आपने सिर्फ gaming live stream में देख रखी है?
From Monya. I think I might have even seen him on the Sage here, which is not too surprising. I remember watching Motive Esports. They also like to play quite a lot of Sage, and Zam was quite happy to pick that up for them. So that's well and truly within his agent pool, within his wheelhouse. We'll see how they do end up shuffling around the roles on this RRQ team, though, because it's a pretty close 1-for-1 between Monya and Zan. Zan is definitely a Neon flex guy. Monya was mostly playing Smokes and Neon. I think Zan might even offer you a little bit more flexibility at times.
वहाँ पे दूसरा मैप खत्म होने आया है यहाँ पे लोग का एक मैच चालू नहीं हुआ.
He's kind of like the Asuna of 100 Thieves. Flex.
जबकि लोग का मैप पिक वगैरह सब कुछ already हो चुका है.
KO randomly.
Yeah. I mean, when you play for so many years, you just get bored and you start to think, can I complete the
sir,
game?
मैं ये तब सब देखूंगा जब मैं ये games खेल.
Almost playing
wow,
every
very
single
realistic.
So, you know, that's just how it goes.
तुमने कभी PUBG Mobile का भी नहीं देखा है भाई Esports?
The older you get, the more roles you tend to master.
But usually लोगों ने PUBG Mobile के tournaments देख रखा है.
He's been playing forever. I
मैंने खुद
remember
PUBG
being
Mobile
the
का एक
server
tournament
with this
देख
guy
रखा
when he was like 15 and he was owning me back then.
Yep. So good to see him still competing. Still waiting on the game to start here. Will be a set to kick things off. I do believe RRQ picked this map, and they will have to, as a result, as you often see, start out on the attacking side. Do have the agent
ऐसे character का नाम क्या था? Agent का नाम भूल गया मैं. Vito pick किया भाई लोगों ने. Map pick भाई 100 इसका है.
It's not much of a much.
RRQ का.
The overall compositional difference is pretty stark between these two teams.
Yeah.
You've got a slower double senti that's going to be a little bit beefier on that defensive side, and the Vito is going to be very tricky.
यार guys ये लोगों ने double senti ले रखा है.
On this agent, he loves a Vito. Recently, we've seen some Vito changes in the meta as well. He's going to be a player that loves to go for those picks and use the TPs and get a lot of value as well out of the interceptor, especially given what you're seeing over on the side of 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be a little bit harder for the Phoenix to break into some of these sides and the Sober as well if the interceptors are.
Very
I think
realistic.
also on their defensive side, they're going to have to do a good job of not allowing RRQ to get onto site, get into those post-hunt positions, because the amount of util and delay that you have to deny that retake is going to be so annoying to deal with unless you've baited or at least forced them to use majority of their util before it starts. But of course, I think switching over onto that defensive side and the attacking side, both these teams, they're going to be doing a lot of work because these comps tend to play against each other. A lot of laughs going on the stage here for 100 Thieves, and I think this mentality is pretty good for them. They kind of pushed through whatever was happening earlier.
Yeah, smile through the pain. It's a bit of my life mantra, if I'm honest. But players, once again, you know, having a little bit of move around, getting a little bit restless. I know everyone wants to get into the game ASAP, so just waiting to iron out a few more of these issues before we can get things kick-started. This is only the opening game of the group stage. Do you have another bit of a banger game later on the B stream. Paper X will be taking on NRG.
That's going to be a good one.
There's also some good action already happening. I can see even just out of the corner of my eye, EDG and BBL is still ongoing. BBL very loud to start that series. They were very pumped up, and EDG put together a gorgeous comeback on Lotus, and I stopped hearing, you know, Turkish players screaming.
The screaming.
Yep.
The yells of joy. As soon as you say that, they start yelling again.
I think they won a round. I could just track the score based on that.
Yeah, looking at this 100 Thieves team, man, like, I'm so biased because I am America's. I am all of America's.
You are. I am America's.
Yeehaw! I am America's.
Freedom!
I think this team has had a really good opportunity, obviously, coming here. They did a really good job in the qualifiers. They 2-0'd Furia, who was literally at the top of Americas for the kickoff stage. And then they come in, they own Loud 3-0, which I think is a little bit expected, but it's kind of crazy that Loud, with that much firepower, just couldn't put up that much of a fight. And now 100 Thieves kind of on this stage trying to prove themselves. Again, we've talked about it a lot, how this is their first international stage in a while. And I think for these players, I'm so interested to see if they can keep up the creativity, especially because we are in the group stage, right? You don't want to show too much. You don't want to kind of give your hand away as often as you can. So I think this makes sense for them to just play kind of the double duelist combo, making sure they're just being hyper aggressive, or at least taking those fights and showing that they can just win in terms of firepower before falling back into a lot of those strat heavy plays.
I think you'd have to be pretty confident to take that approach, though. I think you're definitely going to see that from especially the teams that haven't had time to prep, like your Paper Rexes or teams coming fresh off the back of Masters. You know, I do know that sometimes the travel schedule does get a little bit brutal, but there are plenty of teams that, you know, even the teams that are on the stage right now here on the B stream that haven't had that same kind of singular focus of a Masters event into something like an EWC. Instead, they have played their way through the qualifiers. You talked about the qualification for 100 Thieves, looking very convincing. I think for RRQ, I mean, they got a 2-0 over KRX, a very strong team in Pacific, and then they beat a Gen G that was pretty hot in that qualifier. Texture in particular was going ballistic. That went all 5 maps, but that's not too surprising to me because RRQ, when they win, they don't win easily.
Yeah,
it's always a bit of a slog. So the fact that they played a whole best of 5 is not very surprising to me at all.
Yeah, I think I remember watching those games and being like, dang, this is really going to 5 maps, because it's just kind of crazy how RRQ tends to have a really good understanding of how they want to play when they have so many different structures to their team. It's really interesting to see. That's why I really like this kind of like mirror matchup in terms of a team that's so good at playing the double duelist, a team that's so good at playing the single duelist, but following up and making sure that they have those players in those flex roles just being phenomenal at whatever they're kind of filling into. So it's really funny to see both these teams facing each other, and that's kind of where I'm excited. They're both so good at the mid-round. And I'm just curious to see if this really falls onto firepower. Is it just going to be who's having a better day in terms of frags, or is it really going to be down to those IGLs mid-rounding, making sure they're pivoting a lot, baiting a lot of util, just being annoying overall?
Anyway, way to find out. Got to get into the server. You can see some of the agents getting locked in here for 100 Thieves, and that is a very promising sign indeed. We're at least on the loading screen into Ascent. All 10 butts are in seats.
कौन है लीड पे स्ट्रीम बी पे अब तो मैच नहीं चालू हुआ.
Crazy guy stood up.
Oh my god.
वार्म अप चल रहा है. इनका हुआ क्या एक्चुअल में?
Please.
He actually heard you saying that and stood up on purpose.
रोज करोगे जिस दिन मैच शेड्यूल है ब्रदर वही दिन होने वाला है.
Expect the unexpected. That's why he's the IGL.
जिस दिन मैच शेड्यूल है.
Gotta keep him guessing.
मैच शेड्यूल आएगा सभी 8 तारीख तक का वैलोरेंट के. उसके बाद PUBG का शुरू होने वाला है.
Looking at these teams, Ascent. You know what's crazy too is 100 Thieves, they haven't actually shown their Ascent that much. I feel like in the past couple months they haven't played it very often. They've just been chilling on it, and I was actually kind of expecting to see a Sage. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Ascent was gonna pull out the Sage, kind of have a more similar comp to how RRQ is playing, but the Phoenix makes a lot of sense. He's been really good with those flashes. I think because he plays the KO, him and Timitino have such good energy when it comes to setting up the util, setting up the fights, And I think as well, his neon has been insane for Asuna.
इधर से चेंज कैसे हुई है? टीम अलग है ना?
Aggressive when he needs to be. So I'm really looking forward to him.
Red jersey वाला 100 Thieves है.
Yeah, you're not going to see as much Phoenix, I think, from RRQ. There's certain teams that are comfortable running it, and there's certain teams that aren't. And I don't
RRQ की team है,
really look
black
at
and white.
any of the players on RRQ as being a bit of a Phoenix guy. They're definitely going to more so lean, as we're seeing here, into
I thought Cushy likes to play Phoenix.
Cushy. Yeah, that's true actually.
भाई 7 बज गए इनका मैच चालू नहीं हुआ भाई.
Those were the broadcasted games though. So the Cushy Phoenix, you're right. He is a player that has been on the Flash in it before.
Game चालू होगा लेकिन ये लोग का अभी तक वो चालू नहीं किया.
Whoa. I wouldn't say like that. Don't quiz me on anything. That would be lost in the sauce.
There was a game where Cushy dropped 30 on Haven on Phoenix, and I was looking at the stats of that and thinking, what is going on here?
चालू होगा भाई. Finally guys, finally 100 Thieves on our defense. Let's go. अरे एजेंट ही लूट गए.
Slower comp to
भी चालू गए. हाँ चालू गए finally.
They're going to have to really take their time on the attacking side of this ascent, but they will be well aware of that. Over on the side of 100 Thieves here, they are piloting the double duelists into this
Almost 3 घंटे बाद चालू होगा इनका मैच.
A little bit more active.
अरे इनका तो स्टार्ट कुछ अलग ही है.
RRQ just walks straight up behind it.
It's kind of crazy how 100 Thieves is just playing off of noise.
RRQ का स्टार्ट तो कुछ ज्यादा अलग है. अभी क्या होगा? डिस हो गया.
Still sitting in the spawn. They're just kind of playing off of that contact with the Omen Paranoia here ready.
Yep. Bunker smoke thrown out by Bang. Reacting
to
what is a throw. Dash on in for Jemkud to close the door. There's the Paranoia in reaction, but that's a great scan onto Bang. Asuna flooding into the site. The rest of 100 Thieves ready to do so over on tree side as well. Xfero's waiting in the wings.
Asuna
finally finds his time, but Zan is well and truly ready for him, and now the spike starts to go down.
This post plan is going to be super important. Xfero getting the pick onto Timotino. Vora following up with Kashi. Now 3v2, but they have the full site here, and they have hold of that tree garden area. That Vito just holding onto it. Cryo creeping up.
At least एक निकाल.
Vora trying to find
at least एक Cryo.
Trying to get these picks, but RRQ so good at not giving it to them. Vora drops, gets the pick onto Zan, but Crazy Guy gets the pick onto Vora. Cryo all of a sudden in a 1v1 versus Crazy Guy.
A bit of a jiggle from Crazy Guy. Cryo well aware of his position, but more time ticking off the spike. Juicy little right quick in on there from Crazy Guy, and he's able to close it out as well. Big pistol for RRQ, especially given the comp that they're playing. That's going to go a long way into helping them build some attacking side rounds.
Yeah, the
Cryo कर सकता था 1v1 कैसे नहीं भाई. Cryo का हाथ गर्म नहीं हुआ. सच्ची बता रहा हूँ. Chat.
Masters London felt like whichever team was getting the positive end of those pistols were then snowballing so quick, and I think all these teams have such a good fundamental knowledge of how to snowball. Making sure that they're snowballing their ultimates as well, making sure they're not using them together at the same time and just staggering them over the
round. Bang यहाँ पे आ चुका है guys. ये पहले settle में खेलता था
these teams, and we're starting just a nice little default anti-eco from RRQ, holding all the way back in mid, but walking up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is very vintage RRQ. For those that aren't Pacific enthusiasts, they are one of the slower teams inside the Pacific. They very much play more mid-round heavy than a lot of teams. I know a lot of people think the entire region is just running it down.
ऐसे लग रहा है EDG और इसके stats भाई almost similar है RRQ के.
Playing that flood style in from spawn.
वहाँ पे भी कैंग mid घुस गया था, लेकिन यहाँ पे mid check कर रहा है.
Jump spot not quite spotted out there by Xfero, but ready for the peak from Vora. Does give the opening kill to RRQ. In towards B main now. A couple of right clicks, but that's about it. One kill for Cryo. And the rest of the as it leaves it up to Bang here over on Catwalk.
Yeah, it was a really nice play trying to bait out that pick, making sure they could hear the rush, and off of contact, they were just stacking that B main. That's kind of what you want to see when you're playing a comp with the double duelist. Just
उसको देखो guys, Vito को देखो भाई spawn में बैठा हुआ जाके.
Making sure that they're going together, grouped up, using that flash for abilities. But of course, this is just a pistol round, so staying grouped is probably your best bet. But Bang here left in a 1v4, trying to get as many exits as possible, just to try to ruin the economy a little bit for the side of RRQ.
I'll just go down to the spike here. RRQ going to be very happy with this anti-eco, bringing through a lot of these rifles in towards the next gun round. And nice easy kill for Xfero. Barely needed to move his crosshair for the majority of that round, which is very, very much within his wheelhouse. He does like to play very slow, very sharp player, never puts a toe out of line. But time for 100 Thieves to show us what they're going to be doing here on their first gun round. So far, it's been 1-3-1s, quick flood kind of approach in from spawn, reacting to what RRQ's doing. But I'm waiting for the moment where they flip the switch and start contesting the mains a little bit more.
You say that, but it looks like they're actually going to be contesting the mid, that Cypher Cam going down. You have Timotino going to be playing off of that, playing off contact, just trying to break the drone. But RRQ, they've all grouped up towards this B main slowly, using that smoke towards mid just to put a little bit of pressure down. We're going to have Crazy Guy just holding, making sure no one is aggressing too fast. Looks like a little bit more of a contact play here towards that B main, perhaps farming the orb later on, and the drone comes out for this exec.
He does, looking for information. Dash into the trip here for Jemkin, who hasn't been taken out of the equation just yet. Nice entry from Xfero, and it's just Vora in the back of the site. Did tag up Xfero, able to finish him off. Crazy Guy's built up quite a lot of orbs, but Vora tucked in the bunker smoke in towards backside is buying a lot of time.
Yeah, really good hold from Vora. Timotino's able to get here too, get that pick, but Xfero and Zan getting those 2 picks bang, trying to jump on top, get a third for Xfero, and Asuna left in a 1v3. This is not good for Thieves. Losing against this bonus round for RRQ is going to be really detrimental to their economy. Xfero just jiggling, drone tag onto Asuna. It's looking a little bit rough for him.
For sure. Can't find anything. Being given nothing. Another jiggle here for Kushi. Spots him out. Maybe a little bit too
6
wide.
bullets.
Now definitely has a chance with only 6 bullets in the Phantom. And Zan biding his time. He's just run out of bullets and probably run out of time. Diving back out of the site. Dealt with... Oh! Dear God, hello! Goes looking for Xfero. I didn't even hear how much time it ticked off the spike. That is an incredible clutch to pick himself up and run it back and deny the bonus win for RRQ. That's going to be crushing for them.
RRQ is playing that so well. They just weren't giving him the peaks, but all of a sudden that site got caught off guard, and Asuna taking instantly whatever 1v1 he could get. Vora, doing such a good job of holding this site. Was the main reason why they could hold it down for so long. But of course, the flood retake just wasn't there. RRQ punishing Cryo so early too. Super cool to see them kind of pushing and making sure that bonus round works out for them, but still a lot of lost on the side of 100 Thieves.
Rounds where you win the round, but economy-wise, you do not have the cash you need to reinvest into it. Xfero with the Outlaw in play, looking to potentially punish some players. Timotino with the dash active, looking for the headshot. Takes a chunk out of Crazy Guy, but allowing RRQ a little bit more space into middle now.
100 Thieves जीती, but पैसे सेव कर रहे हैं लोग next round के लिए.
Being taken by RRQ. They're going to use that drone to get as much information here. They're going to see Timotino on that, but it's not going to pull too many rotates for 100 Thieves. Again, Asuna playing that rotator role, constantly being in spawn. They're going to hear that stage wall. They're going to know it's a mid to be split.
The trip placement's been excellent. Once again, outside of market. Jemkin gonna have a tough time getting in on the entry. Deals with it, but there's a big crossfire here for 100 Thieves. Regardless, RRQ looking to break through it, run it back, dealt with, and now they're going to get into the B site.
This is so crazy. Kushi getting the pick onto Bang instantly, just clearing around that corner. Asuna using as much util as possible to clear. Timotino trying to get a pick, but Xfero is going to shut that down, and Asuna is going to save the only gun that they have left. Man, that's an expensive round again for them, but they should be able to buy this next round for 100 Thieves. RRQ just doing so good, just staying together, sticking together, using those executes and making sure their util is all there for the retakes.
Yeah, I think they're pacing themselves very nicely.
तो सेव कर लिया बताओ.
Up middle in both of the anti-ecos. Sage roll towards top middle and just kick off a nice little mid to B. I think 100 Thieves were in pretty good positions, honestly. You can see all of the players that died there. Logs, spawn side, they had all the right pieces where they needed them. The Phoenix was playing for the fast flood in through spawn side with the runner back active. Wonder if Asuna's going to be able to hold on to this gun. I thought he definitely should have been spotted there, but RRQ not quite ready for them. Zan, though, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the rookie coming back in for RRQ.
Guys, तुम्हारी RRQ जैसे जिन लोगों ने भी vote किया है RRQ के लिए.
Inside of tier 2 and good reaction there onto Asuna.
RRQ doing good.
100 Thieves now though back into another gun round. Unfortunately, without the run it back as Asuna tries to throw it into the eco to have some impact and doesn't really do much except take one gun away from RRQ.
Yeah, I think the gamble was definitely valid on his part because we do have that Sova online just to kind of delay or make sure that for any post plants, they're able to retake clearing at least tree on A or being able to punish that B main. But I'm really looking at players like Cryo and Bang here to step it up because they're on these anchor sites. And again, Cryo playing really close, but they're going to hear 3 of these players. The Sova is going to be expended, not going to catch anyone, not even a single ounce of information for them as well. But all the players of RRQ are grouped up towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure that 100 Thieves are necessarily reading this pacing super well for RRQ because a lot of the time they have been hitting in the mid round. Yes, they did 1 or 2 rounds kind of grouped towards B main. But with the steps being made, baiting out the Sova, you're feeling a little bit sheepish as 100 Thieves now. RRQ just have the whole map. As soon as going looking for information courtesy of the curveball. But they're really trying to look for a fight towards Catwalk here, it looks like.
The drone coming in, gonna get some information. This is finally a good ounce of information for them, but Jemkin actually getting a pick onto Timotino on the other side of the map, but the execute is not gonna go well.
Oh bhai.
Bang!
Oh bhai.
Beautiful hold on that spray.
Corner check nahi kiya.
1v4 all of a sudden for Jemkin. Really well played by 100 Thieves.
Paranoia catches him. Did find a kill on the lurk earlier, but
mid
to A split didn't work particularly well for RRQ. Caught off guard is Jemkin, but the reactions are very fast so far. Would have been on for the ace, but Asuna wrapped around nicely through a main with that chokehold going down.
वहाँ पे फाइट इतनी ज़्यादा हुआ कि वहाँ पे कॉर्नर चेक नहीं किया बताओ. गौरव भाई क्या हाल है? जय हिंद brother, welcome to the stream.
I feel like RRQ honestly trying to force the issue a little bit too much. That wasn't the cleanest.
यहाँ पे 3% हो गई कि उससे कॉर्नर चेक नहीं किया बताओ.
From the man. And
अरे वो तो
both of those
दिखाया नहीं.
players over on A main side go down. They see 2 players on A, and as such, don't feel the need to check the corner in Catwalk where Bang is just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit scary. The util, really good timing from 100 Thieves to re-clear, using that Phoenix flash towards the A main and then the drone towards mid. Kind of almost missed the timing, but worked out well for them. But now we're going into this round. Vito alone on this half of the map for RRQ, and they're walking up towards this cat again. Trying to get a pick with those knives from Jemkin. They're ahead because they have these pistols.
Green हो गया जी मैं बराबर कर रहा
round for RRQ. Eyes on Kushi and Jemkin to get some one taps going for the squad. In goes the dart and the Phoenix Molly as one flash is returned from Asuna. Doesn't quite find the right timing he was looking for. Cryo waiting inside of heaven, spraying away, but Jemkin's dealt with him as well, and now Bang is very vulnerable over here on this A side. Good thing that Vore is in for the flood on spawn side. He's dropped the spike now.
Beautiful paranoia from Bang to kind of delay, and Vora getting the pick. Bang and Vora playing really well towards this A heaven, trying to deny it. Timotino in here. The rotations were really quick from 100 Thieves, but again, it's still so scary. Seeing players like Cryo and Nasuna kind of missing a lot of these frags that they're getting, the easy kills when they're just entering onto their site. I'm really looking at these players to lock it in, make sure they're able to get those, make sure they're able to kind of hold an anchor on their own, because it's getting a little bit scary. But of course, really good try from RRQ. I actually think that could have been a round for them.
Ops out for Xfero. You see this a lot from him on the Vito. Likes to take his time working the map, using the TPs to be able to try to catch the defense out of position. And as we mentioned, especially with a Phoenix Jet comp, you're expecting 100 Thieves to make some moves. Most of those are in middle right now. Timotino playing some of these off angles, haven't had to activate his dash just yet. Asuna having a little bit of a look into the mid-walk. Very classic, getting on a deep line, and is going to get on that deep B info line and try to cut the map in half, but RRQ are wrapping back towards middle now.
Yep, they're gonna walk up here. Timotino trying hard not to be spotted. The flash comes in, but Zach gets a pick. Timotino immediately trades, but he's stuck in mid. No one here to help him out. Cryo's creeping up towards mid, but he doesn't need help. A pick onto that top mid, pushing towards Tiles, gets another pick onto Xfero, and Vora just cleaning up with Crazy Kai, leaving Jemkin alone in a 1v4. Gets a pick onto Bang. But can he do it?
Nice little one tap. Spike is dropped towards top middle, and 100 Thieves are well aware of that at this point, set up quite heavily around it. Another tailwind active, but no one really playing any of these close angles, so it might just elapse.
Try to take an angle. Entry flash जरा जा रहा है वो jet. Entry flash jet का छोड़, वो jet को backup कितना अच्छा दिया, उसके ऊपर smoke डाल दिया वहाँ पे.
Or maybe just doesn't have a good angle for it.
वो mid-link से बच गया वहाँ पे.
Jemkin is either waiting for a spawn wrap or may just try to hold on to this Vando going forward.
और mid-link वाले को निकल के मारा.
Some good recovery.
उससे crazy.
Every single time they're making some great moves in the mid round and always finding the right angle. And
top mid आ रखा है, इनको info ही नहीं है.
they've just
spawn में बैठा हुआ है.
straight into Timotino's hands.
और कोई चेक भी नहीं करने जा रहा, सब इधर ही बैठे भाई C4 के पास.
Understanding the slow play style that RRQ has now adapted, it feels like maybe RRQ is
spike के पास guys फिर बोला था C4
more towards that B main, because that's where they were finding success. A lot of the B splits or the B main, the first few rounds of this game has found success, and I think the main reason is because they're just punishing Cryo for not having that much support, using and breaking all his utils so early. So definitely need a proper plan in order to get into that site.
Flash के timing क्या थी भाई, तीनों बंदे जो चका चौंध हुए top mid पे.
For 100 Thieves to flood in.
We'll see if there's any adaptations here for RRQ. Do hold on to the one Vandal going forward into the next round, but outside of that, not a lot to bring into it. 100 Thieves haven't quite built any money just yet. They'll look to do so in this round. Try not to take too much damage to the shots.
RRQ के पास भाई पैसे नहीं बचे भाई.
Hunter's Fury is at the ready, RRQ almost ready with the res, and it's a bit of quicker of a pacing in towards A main as Kushi uses his Sova ult, goes fishing.
Iron भाई डार्ट देख ले कैसे कर रहे हैं. Early info के लिए.
Gets a tag onto Asuna, but the run it back has been activated, so it doesn't actually affect him. He clears all of mid, but 3 of these players, 2 of them staying towards A site for 100 Thieves, and all of our RRQ has chosen
इतनी सारी अल्ट वर्ल्ड गाइस वहां पे यूज करी, सीधा फेक कर दिया भाई, बी साइड जा रहे हैं.
Trying to end it towards there, so I'm looking for 100 Thieves to do some sort of mid-round play here, get some sort of information, and out comes the drone from Vora. I don't think he's going to spot anyone if they just stay behind the wall. But as soon as I say that, he sees all of them.
I'm not sure they heard that in time. Unfortunate. Asuna now on the front foot, looking to try to cut the map in half, yet again not punished on the fallback as he uses that blaze wall to be able to deny information to an RRQ who are now looking for a B split. For on the line confirms that they're making their way towards B. A little bit of a tag through the wall. The drone is dealt with by the Op. Beautiful crosshair placement from Jemkin. Op is dropped on towards the middle, but RRQ, it's quite obvious where they're headed here.
Yeah, Jemkin has been absolutely on fire. That pick's so important. 100 Thieves. Asuna getting a pick. Cryo trying to stay alive on site. The ult comes in. The Sage another spam through smoke from Asuna getting the pick. The wall's coming in. They're trying to split over lane, but Fora's here to get a 3K. Gets dropped off, but Asuna
3 kill Vora के 3 kill Asuna के क्योंकि रिवाइव हुआ था गाइस वहां पे बंदा. Wow.
Yeah, a lot invested into that round, not financially, but a fair few ults thrown at it without too much success from RRQ. Starting to run down the clock a little bit and have to give a lot of credit over to 100 Thieves. Their info gathering in the mid-round has been sublime. They are always taking space in middle in the mid-round, droning to find the team where it's needed and rotating accordingly. It always feels like 100 Thieves know exactly where RRQ are going.
RRQ starting में 3 राउंड निकाली, उसके बाद गाइस मोरल तोड़ दिया.
They have these kind of set plays around.
Asuna के वो एक राउंड में मोरल तोड़ा है.
With the Phoenix Flash or on that retake towards A Heaven, they used the paranoia from Bang and tried to trade with a little bit of those traps.
Asuna ने वो मारना शुरू नहीं किया है, भाग-भाग के मारना शुरू. वो एक बार शुरू हुआ ना.
I mean, they've already
भाग-भाग के फैंटम से गोली मारता रहेगा.
Playbook so far. The pacing has been pretty samey, but they have, you know, thrown a lot of different late rounds in. Whether it be towards B main, they did try to kind of go fishing to catch the A main control in that last round. Does seem like they've gone for attack pause here to kind of discuss their options, give Jovi a chance to get involved in the conversation. I mean, as far as RRQ is concerned, they've already picked up the 3 rounds.
RRQ got top competition there.
I mean, you'd love to dominate the attacking half with this Senti comp, but that's just not very realistic most days of the week. So if they can just snag a couple more gun rounds towards the mid to late tail end of this half and go into the defense nice and strong, I don't think they're too concerned just yet.
Yeah, need to not get caught off guard by a lot of the mid-round things that 100 Thieves are doing, and it looks like they've opted to kind of tried and true now in this game so far. We have Zan holding it down. Asuna taking all that space towards A main. But they're still not rotating any of these players. Really sufficient with Cryo and Jet set up on this 100 Thieves.
This is a classic drop-off. Xfero has been dropped off at the pool. Unfortunately, Timotino has drowned him. RRQ now trying to kick off a B split that never really got started in the first place. Trying to employ a little bit more of that contact-heavy style you've seen a couple of times from him. But Timotino is already posted up onto this line. Doesn't tag Jemkin, actually, as the Hunter's Fury comes in from the defense across the other side of the map, trying to make RRQ a little bit more uncomfortable. Nice entry on in from Jemkin, but Bang and Timotino are having impact here.
Zan and Cushing a 2v4. Timotino on site on that stairs, trying to get another pick, but waiting for the rest of his team to come in. The drone is going to come in. 2 shots facing each other. Timotino with another 3K to secure another round. Make it 4. Just kidding. Asuna gets that pick onto Cushy, and the defuse is online for 100 Thieves.
साइफर देखो कितना अच्छा खेल रहा है वो. उसकी स्मोक केजेस देखो भाई कहां डाल रहा है वो. पहले बात डिफेंस पे उसका ट्रैप भाई वो मार्केट वाला ट्रैप तो कुछ इंसेन ही है.
Passive playing on site.
Against this comp, there's not you don't need to do anything special at all. They just really don't have much to be able to deal with a defensive operator. Don't have flashes. You've only got the Sova. If you're not hitting a good paranoia timing, or you're not actually able to, you know, contact your way into a decent position before you burst as RRQ, or the aggressive attacking side op they've had a couple of times doesn't find an entry, then you're kind of out of luck, honestly.
भाई कहां पे गाइस 0-3 पे थी भाई 100 Thieves कहां 6-3 पहुंच गए भाई.
But
एक राउंड उसके बाद निकालने नहीं दिया भाई RRQ को आफ्टर टाइम आउट.
2 guardians across the board. They're going to use
that. बिट्टू भाई कैसे वैलो खेल. वाह.
Once again, I think they're trying to
very realistic
timing of a lot of the reclays.
भाई तुम कब खेलोगे ऐसे साइफर?
Drone so they could switch it up and go somewhere else, but
भाई साइफर का सेटअप देखो यार, यहाँ पे ट्रैप देखो. पहले बात तो कहां से कहां लगाई है ट्रैप.
Might just see that trip But Asuna here ready with the trap play.
They're very much just trying to bait 100 Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again. In comes the curveball. RRQ haven't quite dealt with any of them as the paranoia pushing the defense away, but Vora is perfectly positioned here, and once again 100 Thieves have the better of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him. And Timotino around, getting the 3K. What an insane round by Timotino.
The jet up on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell.
Guys, momentum ले लिया भाई.
Adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ bring into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that third run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup because like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of
NRG was a paper
being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that. The drone's going to come in and tap it. Nothing really to follow from that.
To be honest, schedule left right कर दिया chat.
It's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active. In goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides do give both teams pause for door, but in comes the run it back.
Asuna की Phoenix की ult पे ult आ रही है guys. तुम देख रहे हो
inside of the site.
Phoenix लेने का क्यों? अरे भाई flawless.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job at being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. A bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xperi just right through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xperi caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher.
They
don't have any information here
NRG versus Paper X
unless they just use their bodies to peek, and now over-rotating going to go through that cat. But both players
third map कर दिया.
They don't know anything
Sunset पे decider खेलने वाले.
2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds.
भाई Cryo और Bang बचे भाई 100 Thieves के.
Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Does have to hunt for this post plant. And Bang, bringing at least one dark cover into the retake here as RRQ up to play on site.
अगर 9-3 हुआ RRQ come back करिए भाई second half में.
With the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here, but this 2v2 retake. Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turn on the bottom side, they get the pick. But Cushy ends it, and RRQ finally another round to end this
RRQ कर रहा मैं बोल रहा guys RRQ second half करने वाले come back.
To 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game, but RRQ, especially running through a brick wall with that veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least
guys veto trap पे फंसा but veto किसी ने भी नहीं मारा through spam.
Now they're going on to defense with you know, this double senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1 Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of a timing. But for these players from 100 Thieves, they're also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here. And it's looking a little bit interesting. Now, again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever...
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 Ghost and 4 Sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a, Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day, just buy like 3 Sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages, though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the Bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often, but for this team,
कितना अच्छा बंदा देखो उठा का पानी का बॉटल नीचे रख दिया भाई ताकि हाथ मत लग के नीचे ना गिर जाए.
Really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing along. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered.
RRQ ने round निकाला क्या वाला?
To get this defensive half working for yourself. There's the Thieves getting ready for some A-main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round.
उधर से अकेला खेल रहा है भाई बी पे.
This game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A-main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A-main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A-main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Yeah, Asuna. He's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3k for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A-main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino to walk out onto this A-main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit.
C4 छोड़ के चले गए.
They wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino.
Music क्यों बज रहा है?
RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've
RRQ भाई कर रही है comeback.
Both.
RRQ ने एक राउंड पहले से करना शुरू कर दिया. मुझे लगा वो राउंड एलो ने निकाला, 100 Thieves से निकाला. My bad. X भाई क्या हाल है?
Reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost.
Guys, make sure आप लोग like करें stream को फटाफट से.
Lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into a main, and then they punished as well because that spike got dropped, and all of a sudden that retake was so much harder.
भाई बहुत aggressive push किया भाई defense पे RRQ वालों ने. Even बस जो push मारा है भाई मजा आ गया.
Timotino try to go for a pick off that Cat now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. In comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy! Oh! That is a big problem. As Kushi at least able to deal with the Phoenix, who was going for the orb. Finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves, who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ, who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down. Unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards
B और A, B बोल रहा mid और A पे खेल रहा है.
Scrap on the cards here.
बाकी तीनों B पे खेल रहा है. Starts the
back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveballs and up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these 2 duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information. RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no nonsense stuff for 100
Vito को info मिल रही है लेकिन बस मिल गया B side.
Risk with a nice drone timing comes the
पूरा retake करने वाले भाई. RRQ
posting up on the spawn side. RRQ gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything,
और 100 के पांचों बंदे जिंदा है.
A couple of guns in damage as xFaero closes in on this B main flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits actually towards this spawn side. xFaero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick, but this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of xFaero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get the run it back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who
bonus round
don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just
Karthik bhai kya haal hai? Long time no see, brother. मैं बढ़िया तुम बताओ, how you doing, brother?
Very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto xFaero, denying any of those exits was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting it back, and the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there.
और शालू ने इमेज पे सीधा 2 दाश गिरा दी भाई.
xFaero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the Vito, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but xFaero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, and xFaero actually getting through that tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse.
RRQ ने करना शुरू कर दिया. सॉरी आपके लाइव स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ. यूपीएससी प्रीलिम्स हो गया क्वालीफाई. क्या बात करो, मेंस की तैयारी चल रही है एंड कोचिंग चल रही है. ऑल द बेस्ट यार कार्तिक भाई. लेट्स गो यारो, लेट्स गो. कभी-कभी अटेंडेंस देते जाऊंगा आपके स्ट्रीम पर, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं. ऐसा जिस टाइम पे स्ट्रीम क्या स्पेशल है ब्रदर कार्तिक भाई? हमारे भाई को मिली अपॉर्चुनिटी EWC के लाइव स्ट्रीम्स वॉच पार्टी करने की. हम लोग वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं.
But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't
have EWC is a tournament, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड की बहुत बड़ी टूर्नामेंट है.
And Bang of course didn't have
Esports World Cup
because he used that initial one.
जैसे क्रिकेट में आप लोगों ने वर्ल्ड कप देखा रहेगा, Esports पे भी होता है वर्ल्ड कप.
That tree so they could cross. It was really interesting to see how they managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out.
बाद से ओपनिंग शुरू हुई है सारी गेम्स की.
Taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Here comes the wall for Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided.
Bhai, Vito ne ability खींच दिया भाई.
So that's a very nice little dark cover shock dark combo. And it does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo as they know the Sage Wall is going to go down relatively soon.
All the best for your exams, man.
The defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util.
All the best for your mates.
There's so much delay.
मैं क्या बोल रहा, mates भी होता है
know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players grouped up already. The smoke is going to come down from Zan, but the contact play, there's only one of these players here on the side of RRQ. Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much on his own. Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get
spammed? वो slow up की timing क्या थी वहाँ पे डालने की?
Zan has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchange by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in.
अरे confuse हो गया Sage. और भाई timing.
At least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RRQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything.
Shot miss कर दिया cryo पे.
Trade with the headshot is insane, and the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's gonna try to run into that site, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peaks. Timotino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another 1v1 versus Vora.
Creeping up on the line now, Vora, beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double
100
digits.
Thieves on a double-digit number, guys.
Very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why.
और आज वीडियो नेक्स्ट टाइम आपको मैं गेम खेलते हुए देखना चाहता हूँ ठीक है भाई.
That is a massive.
आज स्ट्रीम हाँ चालू हो गया भाई 10 राउंड हो गया 10-7 ऑलरेडी 100 बाय. 100 Thieves is leading. तुम लोगों ने RRQ को वोट किया हुआ लेकिन यहाँ पे 100 Thieves कर रही है लीड as always.
Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more
round से double digit पहुंच भी
interesting.
गए. RRQ 7 score
really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100 Thieves.
Spam में मार दिया.
Just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so it doesn't really matter. They're getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're going to, onto Zan.
भाई इसके बाद वाला मैच जो होने वाला ना, it's gonna be crazy भाई. NRG versus Paper X.
American names are a little easier.
Quoted team है भाई दोनों के दोनों.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino was on his way to A main. Timotino is feeling very good about how this round is going. Timotino, before he got himself a pick inside.
But Timotino actually भाई क्या opping कर रहा है भाई वो.
Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this though, Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him.
Round में 100 Thieves का.
Really do, let's be honest.
Oh shot!
Opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the side there. And as such, 100 Thieves. A little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and 15 for him. But they've all been really impactful, I think. Granted, the last couple rounds, he's just
भाई his next map है guys, Breeze third map है Heaven Decider. का थर्ड मैप जाता है तो और उधर BBL और इसका EDG का चला गया ऑलरेडी थर्ड मैप जा चुका है क्योंकि BBL ने सेकंड मैप जीत लिया और अब RRQ को मेरे हिसाब से टाइम आउट लेना चाहिए स्ट्रैटेजी वापस से लोगों को गाइस रीसेट करना चाहिए
onto those guns.
अभी कर पाएगी RRQ कम बैक वरना तो भाई 100 Thieves जीत रही है भाई मैप.
See them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't like having so much heavy, understanding that Sage is going to be on that weak side, using that wall a little bit too early.
भाई ये शॉट क्या मारा था भाई शरीफ से मजा आया.
I'd rather see a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage enough of contact, putting that wall down because right now 100 Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team at this point, as 100 Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here. RRQ, well aware that their opponents have retained 4 guns out of that last round. So they've built up a little bit of economy. It's going to take a little bit of elbow grease in here from RRQ to make it inroads back into this game. This is their map pick, so you know that they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially with this Senti comp. But I have to say, I mean, 100 Thieves, both defensively and offensively, have just been calling an excellent game. This feels like their game on a silver platter, especially because they've got a little bit of cash in the bank.
Yeah, it almost feels like they've anti-stratted this in a sense where they know a lot of the habits that RRQ is going to be doing. That Sage wall not being a problem for them. And I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the Sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across America. So many years now, him being on that Sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play.
30 lakhs करवा दूं. Let's go यार. Who is winning? 100 Thieves. 11 already. Only 2 more rounds for 100 Thieves. और वहाँ पे ऑफ कहाँ लेकर चढ़ा है भाई सीएच के वॉल पे.
Getting the pick onto Timotino.
I'm not sure if he even saw him, to be honest. That might have just been pre-fire. Close range here is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scare him.
Asuna को पढ़ना लिया. दूसरे पड़ेगी भाई जज. पाटा पढ़ना लिया. अरे रे 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 रे.
Corner as the jump comes through from Zam, that might have been obscured by the Odin's man coming through.
पाटा पड़ा. और एक पाटा. Oh my god.
Zan and 100 Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Vora left with too much to do, and that is a good response from an RRQ who needs to start
ऐसे को लग रहा है 100 Thieves से थ्रो किया.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup.
भाई वो
that I
जेट
like
कहाँ
to
चढ़ा
see
था भाई
from
वॉल बना के
RRQ,
तो ऊपर
having the Sage be there, playing off contact, baiting for that Omen judges around the corner, looking really nice. Of course, Jemkin with that opening pick too contributed to that round. I think it's really interesting to see. But 3 ults online for the round of 100 Thieves. They could use these in order to pretty much cement a round. It is their winning condition at this point.
चार लोग उनके बी पे खेल रहे हैं 4 लोग अकेला सेज यहाँ पे सेज भरा गया टी साइड खुल जाएगा
all on his own being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the side. Does have the Sage res to work with as the rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B.
ले लिया भाई
Thieves just simplifying this round. Big group up into A main.
चला रहा है Odin crazy guy.
Send the runner back into Sai or maybe the drone and try to see if they can get themselves into a post plant.
Phoenix wall going up for this A execute, but they're going to hear the drone and no information actually for RRQ. They don't know if these players have walked out onto site, but it doesn't matter because not a single player has rotated off.
They must have a really good retake plan. Spam coming through here.
Sage को पड़ गए. Oh my god.
Fury, run it back was chasing him down even if that didn't finish off the job, and all of A Heaven has been cleared. Timotino now on a very dangerous line, and RRQ are very far out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B main info line right at the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations, and of course crazy guy getting picked off didn't help either. The delay wasn't there, but there's only so much you could do when they could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100 Thieves now in this post plan. Cryo getting a pick into the smoke. Timotino, everything's just going wrong.
100 Thieves on a match point, flawless.
All these players are just hiding in these smokes and
flawless
getting those hits.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a very, very strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that, and it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really play that. I think that 100 Thieves through tree side and getting the on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. It kind of shocked me that they didn't lean at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side of the map.
Means a lot.
Regardless, though, 100 Thieves now on map point here. Slow Orb going to slow them down a little bit. It's been good patience on the offense so far from 100 Thieves.
Timotino with that option.
ये strategy अच्छी है guys. So इसका ऑफ डाला यहाँ पे जैसे हटने लगेगा सुबह का डार्ट मारो.
Curveball flash. They're going to hear the Sage slow towards that main. Tapping that orb, trying to get that all online for us. He is pretty far though, only 2 on the block, but now 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan. And they're just playing this passive setup.
It's very slow for 100 Thieves. A minute on the clock as they start to make their way in towards middle. Big setup in towards A main from RRQ. Zan very much baiting for Jemkin, but that may not even be a factor. Drone pressure straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xfero. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense, clearing out B main.
Timotino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Timotino with the forward dash. Cushy cleans him up as a result, but this is going to be a difficult take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin need to make sure they don't overcook this one with only 20
एक बंदे ने 2 को फंसा के रखा था इवेंट पे और साइड घुस के शॉट से अरे आसुना फंस गया हैं गोली नहीं लगी
2v2 all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that these player is in a main. Asuna 1v2 but Jemkin gets the pick. 3k to win that round.
वो एक ओमन ने भाई 2 बंदे को फंसा के रखा था मेन पे.
Not getting success in the end rounds of these games.
RRQ मैच पॉइंट पे नहीं है अभी जस्ट सिंग RRQ अभी जस्ट 1 पॉइंट जीती है.
So denied.
100 Thieves already match point पे 1 पॉइंट खाली 1 राउंड जीतना उनको.
RRQ, I mean this is just classic.
Almost निकल ही गया था बच गया.
They really like to drag out a game.
12
they
आ गया भाई.
Struggle to get a gain across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been a 100 Thieves game at any point in this offense so far.
Yeah.
I think they just took a little bit too long to get going there. The money is not great for RRQ though.
No.
They're continually fighting for this game without a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that 50. They're gonna hear that same sage
guys, ये वाली wall पूरी cover कर रही है यहाँ तक.
Holding these two players towards A main, just
अंदर तो घुस ही नहीं
seeing
सकते.
if there's any aggression.
तोड़े बिना.
I think they're gonna read that this is more of a mid stack, because at this point they have that.
कुछ भी कर ले RRQ on top, बराबर बराबर.
They've heard that sage wall. They know this player is probably playing towards it.
वैसे RRQ का full form क्या है? Real
Trying to get some sort of info here for the side of 100 Thieves. They will spot out at least one player. It's cushy on that A heaven, but they're just playing it slow because again, they know that sage wall is down instantly at the start of the round.
Yeah, just trying to bait out the sage wall, the interceptor from the Vito. Read what the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but from thrown out from Heaven's side, very deep, doesn't really spot out too much info. He does have a dart to follow that up. Jemkin has taken a lot of space in middle. And 100 Thieves
American
looking
team
to
से
simplify this round yet again. They don't have the drone to work with though, so it might be a little bit harder to get into this A site.
30 seconds left.
100 Thieves already push कर रही है, ये पे दो बंदे हैं सिर्फ. और ओमन already spot हो चुका है. भाई लो हो गया ओमन. दे गया भाई. What? ऊपर चढ़ के मारा है भाई. Heaven पे चढ़ के मारा है और हाथ से पकड़ लिया.
Fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out onto Cushy. Spike
oh my god.
What a one-shot there from Kong. Absolute gamer coming in from Heaven's side. What is that? The spam through.
Yeah.
In towards
Heaven. Into
a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ to be coming away with it. Walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. We'll catch him with his back too. This is an illegal retake from RRQ as the spike gets tapped. And they've been able to do it massive.
RRQ still in the game, guys. RRQ still in the game.
This game should have been well and truly over already. That was what a triple
भाई सीएस ने कहा बॉल बैक मारा भाई इधर.
into A, no?
भाई वो शॉट दिखाना चाहिए वापस से. स्लो मोशन में दिखाना चाहिए भाई वो शॉट.
Crazy guys peaks on Heaven because he's gotten one every
Slow motion में दिखाना चाहिए भाई वो शॉट.
on that angle. And it's been phenomenal, and I think 100 Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this Heaven over and over
भाई यहाँ पे
again.
इतना अच्छा 100 Thieves से मारा, लेकिन यहाँ पे सेज ने पूरा गेम खराब कर दिया भाई. ये वॉल बैक क्या पड़ी सोवा को? एक गोली पड़ी है वॉल बैक मर गया वो.
Gross. Just getting that last bullet through that hell spawn. I'd react like that too, honestly.
Legit. Oh my god.
ठीक है भाई कोहली.
Massive play from Crazy Guy to keep RRQ in it. That's just pure entertainment.
ठीक है भाई कोहली.
As we head back into
100 Thieves ले लिया time out.
Attack time out from 100 Thieves who feel like this is getting a little bit too hot onto the collar.
एक राउंड था, just एक राउंड. यहाँ पे दो राउंड हार गए लोग back to back.
Probably would have thought it was already done, honestly.
ये राउंड हारे तो RRQ ने comeback कर लिया. Overtime जाने वाला है गेम, याद रखना. ये गेम भी OT जाएगा.
And the other teams playing just this dry senti comp that doesn't have a lot of business getting back in. You're thinking you probably wrapped it up at this point, but definitely slipped through 100 Thieves' fingers.
Yeah, they need to clean up those late rounds, late to end.
100 Thieves already play match. इसमें match point पे है कोहली. सिर्फ एक ही round चाहिए.
Be online for RRQ.
They need only one round, but RRQ ने यहाँ पे comeback कर दिया.
Feels like they have such a good understanding of how to play this mid round. They just need to clean it up. I wouldn't say
They're already doing 12-10.
Small angles are being missed.
RRQ को सिर्फ एक round निकालना है. Next round निकल जाएगा because economy गई. और already 100 से eco पहले हो GG है.
On the first half. These players on 100 Thieves have been so good with their positioning, so good with their trading. The second that someone's going anywhere, they get
11-2 लेने वाला guys.
A B main push here for RRQ.
Rush में 11-2 लेने वाला. अरे.
Really unsettling the defense here and applying a lot of pressure with the bandit. They do not want to be tapped at close range. That's occasion the cam go up from Cryo. He has denied information to RRQ. He'll join up with the rest of 100 Thieves who are starting to make some moves towards A. What an entry in from Timotino. Blades to active. And once again, we've been forced to put RRQ in a retake scenario.
The Molly going in. Asuna trying to delay Timotino getting two with the knives on. Getting two as well. 2-3. That door is closed. 3v3.
100 Thieves के पास गन ही नहीं है.
Pistols on the side of 100 Thieves for this post round. The drone's going to come in. Not going to tag anyone. And 3 of these players going towards that tree
थोड़ा late निकलता Cryo.
Gets seen off.
चढ़ गया इस पे. अरे. Oh my god भाई hello.
And now all of a sudden Crazy Guy in a 1v3. 2 of these players in hell. Unable to trade. Gets
1v1 हो गया.
For Crazy Guy. And it's a 1v1.
It's at the spike. Very much running out of time. Cryo very good in these situations.
What? He could hit 100 Thieves, bhai.
13-10. It's naught but a pistol round to get it done. What a blind.
Cryo ने पूरा round निकाल दिया वहाँ पे भाई. 2 shot मार के भाई साहब. 2 बंदे गिरा दिए वहाँ पे पिस्टल में.
The confidence and the aggression going in from Timotino, kind of planning a lot of these things around him. That's why 100 Thieves has been so phenomenal at setting him up for success because he is such a beast to be reckoned with. But of course, both these teams putting up such a good fight for this first map of Ascent. I feel like I've seen both from the or not from both these teams be convinced that they could make it out of this one.
I mean, it's just a classic game from RRQ.
1v2 मारा उसने, वो भी पिस्टल से मारा है, पिस्टल से जस्ट से बता रहा
They lost the map, like.
पिस्टल से क्या मारा है भाई?
Too good. My bad, guys.
Americas, thank you very much.
Americas.
They don't want to. We don't want to hear you.
All right, yeah, that was a rough one to watch because I have written down 100 Thieves throws round 22 could lose game. True. Then you have Cryo picking up 2 pistol kills and the final 1v1. You can't get it done.
Second
what
map.
happened in that last
round?
What
already देखते हैं वहाँ का क्या स्कोर चल रहा है. Wait, let me see.
They were trying not to throw the round. Unfortunately, they were just
What's going on over there?
Thieves at throwing the round. So when one team throws,
and
the other
every
team
round I find myself
throws,
back.
They're playing catch.
That is
the
what
initial
happened.
team will win.
Sharing is caring,
Yes.
and everyone took a turn, Athena. I heard you whispering there. Were you afraid that the players?
वहाँ पे BBL भाई लीड कर रही है 5-1.
No.
It's just getting a little tense
just
here, Athena.
Intense,
Getting
just
a little
whispering.
tense.
I like
5-1 से ज़्यादा चलेगा भाई राउंड में तो बहुत ज़्यादा पीछे
ASMR
लगा.
for the viewers,
We're
of
building
course.
it up.
Come on.
The suspense was there. Ultimately, your team was not weaker. The
My
Americas
team.
are
Hold
Guys,
on.
9-1 BBL है. EDC को क्या हो गया थर्ड मैप पे?
team, according to Mitch at the start of the day. Pilski nails it. And we're going to see RRQ at the bottom of our group for now. On the other side, we have a game 3 that is still brewing.
We still have a series here, Puckett. Don't get ahead of
Yeah,
yourself,
yeah.
man.
Why are you talking about them over there?
All right, I was told this was one and done. I guess we will play the whole best of 3. Gennaro's going to come out with a winner eventually.
I need some official ruling on that.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. I don't trust him.
Sure.
You trust him?
I thought we were playing the best of 3 here, but
we
see.
will continue with Breeze, I'm told.
Yes,
the match continues. It's day 0, guys. I'm hearing a lot of things. We're having a lot of fun in the venue.
It's fun. You can just say you're biased for Americas.
Americas is clearly the best team.
Yeah.
Americas is the
मेहुल भाई
best
मेरे को
team.
समझाने को केस के थ्रू क्राइव के केस के थ्रू भाई लोग ऐसा ब्लाइंड क्यों पुश किए?
I agree with
ब्लाइंड पुश करके बाहर से वाले.
I got to give it to 100 Thieves. I felt like they were definitely the better team there. They lost both pistols and
दोनों क्रॉसर पे आ गए. दोनों को भाई पिस्टल से ऐसे उड़ा दिया बैंडेड से वन टैप
You saw from RRQ, and RRQ was getting away with some illegal stuff that game.
Yeah, both teams mid-rounding.
गाइस इधर कुछ अलग ही हो रहा है. इधर कुछ अलग चल रहा है.
Finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind.
ये गेम कुछ अलग ही चल रहा है भाई इधर.
So him and Kraven are almost setting up the join. Lovers Rock. Oh,
भाई BBL 10-1 पे लीड कर रही है भाई. EDC को क्या हो गया है?
Know exactly where their opponents are and
ये राउंड पे गया EDC का because they already circled. उन्होंने सर्कल कर दिया पूरा दोनों तरफ से. जहाँ से निकलेगा वहाँ से गोलियां पड़ेगी.
Problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the
ये भी गया.
swing, and in the end it is utter domination.
What?
A singular
Dominate कर रही है भाई
round.
lobby
Their
BBL.
bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
पहले का मेरे को भी नहीं पड़ा फिर भी मजा आ रहा है. PUBG और Rocket League में तो होली मोली हो जाएगा.
Ascent, like we said, EDG
तो PUBG में तो इंसान होने वाला है.
You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0.
ये PUBG में स्टार्टिंग से लड़ेंगे because of वहाँ पे पॉइंट टेबल्स हर एक टीम के लिए सेम ही होता है ना.
Lose the overtime and save
यहाँ पे
yourself
फिर भी अपर ब्रैकेट लोअर ब्रैकेट खेलने मिलेगा.
on a final map known to be good for them.
लेकिन यहाँ पे EDC मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है गाइस. BBL तो फुल डोमिनेट कर रही है
A
भाई.
lot has changed.
One sided dominate कर रही है.
So annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to
चाइना
always
की
be
टीम
in
को
the
मैंने
right
इतना
place at the right time.
ऐसा खेलते हो तो कभी नहीं देखा.
And then Rose from LaRock. I don't know
Total
if we
domination
need to
ही
PCs if we given them access to the
अरे 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 मेहुल भाई.
games because
खेल कोई नहीं.
they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board.
भाई BBL कुछ अलग ही लीड कर रही है यार.
Perfectly placed to just create disruption.
हाँ मार रहे भाई. एक प्लेयर 3-3 4-4 बंदे मार रहे हैं.
Flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kraven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix
मतलब कैसे EDC यहाँ पे EDC हार रही है, BBL जीतने वाली है.
We have seen aggressive rounds.
EDC is going lower bracket.
They can walk into Kankan's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the standard, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous.
ये पिस्टल राउंड डिसाइड करेगा EDC खेलने वाले कि नहीं. अगर BBL राउंड निकालती है, EDC बाहर है गाइस लोअर ब्रैकेट.
17 and 5 rows more.
BBL फर्स्ट टीम रह गया अपर ब्रैकेट जाने के लिए.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5 and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually...
यहाँ पे दो ही लोग हैं जिनके पास होल्डिंग के लिए स्मोक्स है.
Yeah. A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round.
हाँ, फेक कर दिया.
Pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force...
ये पे अकेला कैंकन खेल रहा है.
They are going to force, but yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush.
What?
Now. The slide forces him back.
क्या पीक था भाई वो?
The confidence not quite there to stick around, and as Rose takes
one,
sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Guys, EDC का हो गया मेरे को लग रहा है.
Unfair.
EDC का game समाप्त.
But it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first.
Okay.
Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already though, it's being watched.
और reload sound दे दिया उसको.
Ah, 1v1 as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch. And Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive one.
और तो हूँ guys, jinx कर दिया मैंने, jinx कर दिया मैंने.
Second round.
Jinx कर दिया मैंने.
He's had a lot of game plans.
यहाँ पे बोला EDC का हो गया भाई game खत्म, वहाँ पे भाई clutch मार दिया भाई.
That's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round.
भाई jinx कह दे comeback EDC.
Super sub sneaking up inside the lane and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that.
अरे ये क्या लाइनअप था भाई? कहाँ गया वो डार्ट सोवा का? साइट पे गिरा?
The smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline.
I support BBL.
To play around, it's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically, gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Signed.
मैं जिसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ हार जाता. 100 Thieves मैंने 100 Thieves का पहले से बोल कर रहा था. 100 Thieves ने किया भाई.
Still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their
यहाँ पे EDC हारे
own.
लेकिन यहाँ थोड़ा मेरा prediction left right हो गया.
The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A side. Gonna be a crunch, but it's Concon that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wrap around.
Guys, next match मेरे को याद दिलाना NRG versus Paper X में मेरे को title change करना है.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not around the savior, but they did.
EDC comeback करने वाले लग रहा है.
Many more as this game goes on, if it goes on.
Next match में मतलब next match.
For BBL, and
अब इसके बाद हम लोग सेकंड मैप देखने वाले हैं इनका क्या बोलता हमारा RRQ वर्सेस थीव्स वाले ब्रेक लगाए बोल के मैं ये वाला देख रहा हूँ क्योंकि इनका मैप थर्ड चल रहा है मैप 2 में BBL ने कमबैक किया है और अभी BBL ऑलरेडी डोमिनेट कर रही है डबल डिजिट नंबर पे भाई दोनों सेंट्रल एक ही साइड पे खेल रहे भाई ये साइड पे उधर सेज और इधर चेंबर
Be a big piece removed.
ओ भाई 3 बंदे दिख गए भाई
dangerous Concon's left on 5.
I'll at least get the heal. I mean he gets to live to fight another day.
BBL soft खेलेगा
trying to just
ठीक है भाई soft
do look like they're going to try and split back.
FPS से पहले बार वर्ड सुना सॉफ्ट FPS में सॉफ्ट हार्ड ऐसा कुछ तो डायरेक्ट रश गेम प्ले या तो भाई इधर पैसिव
Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot counter to try and slow down the attack as he does have a teammate in tow but Creven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact it's going to end the round in his tracks.
होगा भाई man advantage BBL के पास 4v2 already
for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn.
इतना फास्ट बिलो मार रहे ना कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा कौन सी टीम किसको मार रही है
He gets popped like that by Creven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think because they invested so much, and still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round, and thankfully they're walking away. I got very
सेव कर रहा है दोनों ए साइड के प्लेयर पहले मर जाने चाहिए थे लेकिन वो लोग पहले मरे नहीं वो लोग ही जिंदा है.
You're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind.
By 12-3 होगा guys.
2v4 in I think it was on Lotus.
12-3.
They're so far out of this map.
अरे मर मत क्या
I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save,
only one round for BBL guys. Only one round.
What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can
only one round for BBL.
You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake, and EDG now have one rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
Very little. They're standing as an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round, and the opposing side have everything.
ये थर्ड राउंड है क्या? हाँ ये थर्ड मैप चल रहा है. थर्ड मैप चल रहा है इनफैक्ट.
For EDG and wow, just
BBL का. अभी सेकंड मैच बोलोगा चलने वाला RRQ वर्सेस 100 थीव्स इसके बाद फिर सेकंड मैच चालू होगा NRG वर्सेस पेपर एक्स अरे
it does the job nonetheless.
First part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray but it meant he couldn't TP so he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well.
already push कर दिया यहाँ पे.
It's been sneaking up like that. Rose the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be crouched on
उधर
that
B push किया वहाँ पे मरा यहाँ पे A push किया यहाँ पे मर गया.
The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Jenny is all that remains. He's just seen a player down on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now,
1v3.
Spike is going
guys का गेम खत्म.
He doesn't even know that he's
EDG का गेम खत्म यहाँ पे.
Okay. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of.
अब उसको पता है कि यही होने वाला है. भाई जेनी भाई कर दे. क्लच कर दे.
Maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down.
भाई कॉल्स पे खेल रहा है. इस साइड पे भाई ओपनली खेल रहा है.
Set ahead of him. He's giving them information with every step he takes. Every move that he makes.
Nice try, EDG guys. Nice try, EDG. Well played, guys. BBL got the first upper bracket. EDG का lower bracket.
That will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know
what
to
EDG मेरे को लग रहा है guys lower bracket से जो comeback करने वाली है ना. इसका नाम है boom bam.
Turkish player and certainly every Turkish
team. guys, उधर second map चालू चुका है.
We knew there was a chance for BBL to win when they took it dominantly. I didn't even think that would
उधर सेकंड मैप शुरू हो चुका है.
Every third is
1 in 3.
crazy.
All right, that's not bad. That's not going to be good enough though.
EDG बाहर गेम से लोअर ब्रैकेट चले गए लोग.
I do think though, going into
EDG is still in the game, but they are in lower brackets. अपर ब्रैकेट में एडवांटेज हो ज्यादा मिलता है. लोअर ब्रैकेट में तुम्हें मारते आगे आना पड़ेगा.
Paper Rex taking on NRG.
I don't.
Should be a very
Surely we're not
exciting
showing
one.
the veto now.
That you
Guys,
guys
map
are
pick देख लो
just
पहला
able to
map
get a
fracture है
prediction
भाई.
on, the decider
जो
could
मुझे
be on
पसंद नहीं है,
Breeze,
decider
which is the
map
map
Breeze
you're
है.
about to see for this
बाप रे.
series.
हाँ,
That's
guys.
the 3. Yeah, that
My
was.
brain can't take that. I'm just going to
focus
focus on
that
this
best of 7
game.
was real? You don't think that?
I don't know, but I can't think about that right now, Puckett. We got a game to watch, man.
Do you? All right, I'll let you play.
Hopefully soon.
I think our guys are locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles. Let's hand it over for our agent selection. Can I ask real quick before I go? Are Jet and Sova going to be in every single game today?
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of the other maps. We do have a little bit of a change-up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they played on Ascent. However, I'm wondering if they updated the agent selection.
Last game.
I think that
Those are the
might
comps from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just going to replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm going to need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was going to say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the agent select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist.
Yeah.
Because again, they've had so much time to prep, they may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze.
Oh,
and when we
real.
see the agent select, it is actually what they're playing.
is
They're going to
real.
start out
I
on the
thought it
attacking
was a
side.
mistake.
So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash.
You're
Okay,
fine.
let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here. Taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4. And all of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now, that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from
आप
100
कौन
Thieves,
डिसाइड करते हो?
though.
जज या वोटिंग
That's
होती है टीम
exactly
में.
what you want to be doing with the Harbor.
टीम के
Just a
दोनों
quick
कोच
flood
आते हैं, उस
straight
पे
through
होता है.
middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk.
टीम के
Brought
कोच ही
the
बैठे
high
हुए हैं, लेकिन
tide
पीछे
and then
रूम में
just
बैठते हैं
cut
लोग.
out, that A side in half really
तो
helps
बीच
you
पे
kind
टाइम
of
आउट होते जो
simplify
कॉल्स
what
आती है
you
वो
need to
टीम के
clear.
आईजीएल और टीम के
And I
कोचिंग
don't
से बात
think
होती है, और
that RRQ really offered
टीम्स भी
much
जो भी टीम
resistance.
के
They're
प्लेयर
now
होते हैं
back
उनके साथ
down
बातचीत
onto
होती
an
है.
eco, and unfortunately they got to take
मैप
a little
डिसाइड
bit of a
टूर्नामेंट के
backseat
हेड
now on
रहते
this
हैं, और
attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the
कोच होते हैं दोनों टीम के कोच होते हैं.
For 100 Thieves.
उनमें टॉस होता है, टॉस के हिसाब से होता है.
RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're gonna farm
और जो
these
लास्ट
orcs, who
लास्ट
they're
मैप
gonna
रहता है,
farm
लास्ट
them
मैप
on, the
टूर्नामेंट को
dart
डिसाइड
going
करते
in,
हैं.
just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space, the orb is gonna be picked up.
ऐसे डिसाइडर मैप अभी तुम लोग ऊपर देख रहे हो, हेवन है, हेवन
Another A executed
टूर्नामेंट
again
डिसाइड करती
for
है.
this side.
Yep. Bang, Spain,
कौन सा मैप देना
spamming
है
away
करके.
straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to, once again, try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol.
100 Thieves तो स्टार्टिंग से मारना शुरू कर दिया भाई यहाँ पे.
He's being tacked up, going to dash
Overlay हो क्या हो गया?
into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferry himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle. We'll give the round to 100
पॉपकॉर्न ले आ
Thieves.
जाओ क्योंकि मैच चल रहा है इंटरेस्टिंग बहुत.
Positioning this
Already
last
100
map
Thieves
and
going
this map
good.
so far has just been so good, able to
2-0
just
भाई.
dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over aggressing, not over peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready for the plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B side. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It's currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The off-on for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. It's going to allow Asuna to kind of move.
2-0 already ho chuka hai.
Something to think about, actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
I'm not sure because watch party लंबी जाने वाली है क्योंकि अभी तक second match ही नहीं चालू हुआ है.
Like you said, 100 Thieves
वहाँ पे पहला match अभी खत्म हुआ है.
Not taking too many
चार टीम का मैचेस हो रहे हैं. इसमें से 2 मैं कवर करने वाला था जिसमें से पहला तो अभी प्रॉपर कवर ये कर रहा हूँ. वो तो हाफ ऑफ कवर किया मैंने बीबी और डीजे वाला मैच.
Dirty trip set up there. As the
और इसके बाद NRG वर्सेस पेपर एक्स का मैच है जो कि दोनों बड़ी टीम है. दोनों टॉप टीम्स जो खेलने वाली है इसके बाद.
Doubling up there, Jemkin dealing
Watch
with
party में
the
10:30
flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left, and RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there.
क्या aggressive पूछता भाई
Pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang, he's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
भाई बैंग ने 2 भी गिरा देना काफी है.
A bulldog though.
ये थर्ड बंदा इवेंट पे है उसको मारना तो मुश्किल है.
One more weapon
Team में sorry my bad.
Getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a
Overlay
little bit
बगोगा उनको पता है भाई
expensive.
प्रोडक्शन टीम ऑलरेडी बैठी है
Get
भाई.
punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang bang.
इसलिए ओवरले दिखा नहीं
A
रहे.
little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Yeah, see what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed pick from Jemkin denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun route. And then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site really kind of making him guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zahn getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards this mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, they're on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players. So I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. It's Fro still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line.
Wait, मुझे लगा था ये लोग कि गन किसकी न्यूज़ नहीं करते करते हैं भाई.
One man, he walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay. Back to B now.
Cypher का पूरा setup है भाई ये पे पूरा setup है Cypher
का. But the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here.
Already RRQ के एक player ने Viper ने ले रखा भाई.
Cryo's not close enough. The spike is gonna go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RRQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows that Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them, and honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round, maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RRQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay ball. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy gonna deny Timotino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to
RRQ का logo dude perfect जैसा क्यों लग रहा है?
Those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4 trying to get outside as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero's actually
full drone fight चल रही है यहाँ पे, ability fight चल रही है guys. Normal game fight नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ पे.
On that spike.
ये उधर से drone reveal दे रहा है, ये इधर से drone reveal दे रहा है.
Coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang.
और Viper बहुत cheeky plays कर रहा है.
Seeing what the rest of the team can kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon, because as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan. Stopping because of that molly.
Mostly यहाँ पे वो होगा NRG versus Paper X.
The drone coming in from a
तो मैच हम लोग देखने वाले यहीं पे होने वाला है.
hold on it.
इसके बाद होगा.
They hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting.
अरे बाटा दे दी.
Gets a big onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Soval, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site. So as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information. And
भाई आसुन अगर पिक से पकड़ अरे न्योन ने सुन लिया शायद.
See RRQ just really slowing this down around town. Waiting for some mistakes. Here comes the harbor ult though. Arsene has felt like making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back. Sorry, and it just felt like understood the aggression on the site because they took their time to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too, because that was the spike as well. But obviously
बेंचिन लोग सैंडविच भी होगा था क्योंकि आसुना ने पीछे पुश कर दिया था और 3-3 कर दिया भाई इसको.
Full weapons, but it's kind of crazy.
At least ये वाला गेम थोड़ा one sided नहीं जा रहा जैसे BBL और इसका चला गया. EDG का.
Good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here.
Good से बिट किया, yes, kind of. या maybe ऐसे भी spam देते हैं normally check करने के लिए.
Really quick rotate.
Normally भी spam दे देते कभी-कभार smoke के through. खास करके गेम में तो मेरे को भी spam में ऐसा बहुत बार पड़ा है.
Unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RRQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around in the
oh भाई shot ऑपर को क्या मारा?
Onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden
ऑपर वर्सेस ऑपर हो गया भाई वहाँ पे. घूम के मारा भाई.
RRQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. while the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Kushi tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him. And Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to play, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time.
My God, 1v1.
Even if Crazy Guy gets that pick.
RRQ,
unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle. It feels
like
so quick to collapse. The rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Bora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of change maybe properly before they do those. And now, still able to buy.
बाटा से मारा उसको टाइम वेस्ट कर दिया उसको.
They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. Full information for 100 Thieves as Kushi once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Sam. Does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RRQ will take this A site.
That's a really good zoning out from Kushi. Just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Suna gets the big onto Kushi, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back site, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that Cloud Burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gone very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Bora zooming, running and holding W through that side, of course, the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that time out because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah, a little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this tack timeout. Start to make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace most of the time, playing quite slow. That little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these Cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down. Even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far, I think the Cypher utility has been worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the Cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position. You never know where he's playing.
सामने बैठे हैं तो अगर अपन ने चिल्लाया भी इधर सपोर्ट दे देन अपन को सुनाने देगा नहीं.
It's been working really well. We're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves.
Headphones जो पहने वो soundproof
all the way down elbow.
Yeah, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense, and RRQ that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tackle jet off the line, forced to defensively dash.
और वो सारे voice record होते हैं, सारे के सारे voice record होते हैं.
Bit of 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression.
RRQ red shirt वाला है या white वाला है?
Not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timotino now trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play into
अभी तो सारी टीम चिल होकर खेलेगी बिकॉज पता है क्यों? क्योंकि अभी अपर ब्रैकेट और लोअर ब्रैकेट खेलना है इसके लिए। जो जीतेगी वो अपर ब्रैकेट जाती रहेगी, जो हारेगी वो लोअर ब्रैकेट जाएगी। कभी एलिमिनेशन नहीं, एलिमिनेशन परसों से। परसों का मैच से चालू होगा इनका ट्राई हार्ड। अभी तो सब कैजुअली खेल रहे हैं लोग।
Timeout completely ineffective from
अपर ब्रैकेट के लिए इतना कर रहे खाली इसीलिए क्योंकि अपर ब्रैकेट में बेनिफिट ये मिलता है कि अपर ब्रैकेट में कम मैचेस खेलने मिलते हैं, लोअर ब्रैकेट में ज्यादा मैचेस खेलने पड़ते हैं।
They didn't have much going for them, you know. If you don't make big plays, you don't get big results, Athena. Okay.
Well, I think there also was a really good timing from Timotino's part to just cross into Nas. But yes, this opening pick really nice. I love that Timotino is able to go for those as well without requiring too much support. Bora's on the other side of the map. There's no one really following up with him, which could be a little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them. And now RRQ forced onto this weird by 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going towards this B main.
Oh, that Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to
भाई Asuna fire mode में तीसरा मार गया, चौथा ऊपर सुना इसने। अरे
Crazy Guy has TP'd up.
चौथा भी मार गया।
Something done, but Asuna is all over it. Only 1 bullet left in his Phantom.
One bullet
in the back line.
Ace for the dream.
Asuna baby. The ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there from 100 Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed really to shut down that attempt from the Stingers on RRQ's side.
Those are the types of rounds that when I go home, I'm like,
maybe
I should play on high sense. Because he does it so good. He's so consistent with it. It's kind of insane.
It was super important because RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100 Thieves, especially with the comp that they're playing. So, cannot understate. You know, there's some anti-eco aces that you're like, yeah, that didn't really matter. But that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100 Thieves if he doesn't put some multi-frags together there.
Yeah, he absolutely shut down their winning condition for that round. And we're going to see early double drone from both sides, getting as much information as possible. Vora getting spotted up by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now. Setting up situated towards here. Vora about to get peeked by the op by Jenkins. Passive. Who's going to make the first move?
And 10 on the clock here.
भाई क्या टाइमिंग है गाइस देखो Mara check.
Oh my god. Down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit him with a little bit of a bouncing dart there. Nicely done. Hudson is really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of heaven as he comes off the back of the ultimate. A big 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the IGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was opping.
Bang kar de bhai. Ab tak clutch dikha de bhai clutch.
That timing to get in and punish Asuna.
I believe in bang.
This 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site and Sphero ready.
भाई ये बहुत भाई पीछे पीछे खेलता है भाई वाइपर.
Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup. But it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards Elbow.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our teams for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens, but RRQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds. Even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge gonna secure A main control. Going for the orb is bang. In goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Bhai. Pick onto Zan. He's gonna spam give too much away. Give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their neon down. But they still have this op online for Gem.
वो डार्ट मारता करता क्या वो साइड रिवील करता है एनिमी स्पॉट होता है उससे उसके डार्ट से रिकॉन से अगर उसका रिकॉन तोड़ दिया तो बात अलग है वरना वो टीम के लिए जगह बनाता है कि टीम में एनिमी कहाँ सामने सामने छुपा हुआ दिखता है ड्रोन के थ्रू ड्रोन और रिकॉन के थ्रू अगर स्पॉट होंगे तो भाई दीवारों के आर-पार दिखेंगे बंदे.
Darts back up for the attackers as well. Xfero does have the pip
और
for the
ड्रोन से अगर उसने मार्क किया तो तभी वो एनिमी के ऊपर ही वो पर्टिकुलर एनिमी पे जिसने मार्क किया वो रिवील होता रहेगा.
To get in the mix as Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP.
सोवा का काम है एज अ इनिशिएट साइड पे इनिशिएट करवाना ड्यूलिस्ट को ताकि पूरी टीम घुस पाए उसके साथ साथ.
Being able to trade one back though, and he rips his ult. Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves.
By 8-4 कर दिया 100 Thieves
from the Neon and the Harbor to stop RRQ. Any inroads?
मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों guys. मेरे को वापस से फीलिंग आ रही है.
Such a nice setup from them.
मेरे को वापस से फीलिंग आ रही है. ये राउंड, ये गेम वापस से ओटी जाने वाला है.
Pressure coming out of A main, the players.
या तो ओटी जाएगा या तो क्लोज जाएगा 13-10. मेरे को लग रहा है आरआरक्यू वापस से कमबैक करेगी.
These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timotino, and now we've jumped into
आज तक 100 Thieves से आरआरक्यू चल रहा है. अभी तक हाँ अभी तक चल रहा है.
14 for the double duelists on 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
मैच ही 3 घंटे बाद चालू होगा गणेश भाई. उसके पहले एडीजी वाला मैच देख रहे थे. एडीजी लोअर ब्रैकेट चली गई.
Have the cinematic music.
Hey dude, can you explain me in English? It's EWC.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Yeah, it is EWC. Esports World Cup 26 Paris.
As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the defense. Pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today.
बोलिए वैलो इतना देख रहा है कभी मेरी स्ट्रीम में देख लेता. अच्छा.
Stylistically again, double duelist, couple little different bits and pieces.
गणेश भाई का गेम प्ले देख लेगा ना.
Interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value.
गणेश भाई थोड़ा सा लेट है. आज उन्होंने एस मारा 3 राउंड पहले.
I'd imagine because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these
teams,
they switched
on
to the weaker, or sorry, the stronger side.
Decider map पे full dominate कर दिया भाई one sided.
The weaker side. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using.
Explain me how to play this game. You just need one PC, one keyboard, one mouse.
Actually execute into a site.
And just play.
When you're playing with a Viper, once you put
the tutorial will be available in the game.
Gone. You can no
check it out.
longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall
that's what
is
just
on
very
A and
interesting. अब इसके बाद NRG versus
and then on the other side of a
पेपर एक्स होने वाला है. सेम यहीं पे होने वाला है. क्योंकि वहाँ पे केसी का मैच चालू होने वाला है. केसी वर्सेस वहाँ पे किसका मैच है अभी?
Once they use a lot of that util on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe I
guess KC was Vitality
from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check. He's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
And then do RRQ Mumbai server.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards Elbow. They know Cryo's holding it, but they're walking up. Timotino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden, 1v1 Sheriff v Sheriff, Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going away 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. Dealt with Jemkin inside of Elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Which will give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now. RRQ once again showed their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks. But I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
भाई 4 बंदे बी पे स्टैक करके खेल रहा है RRQ के.
5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves, but they're able to get that spike down. Not taking any chances, just playing together on that side. towards this. The peek is in and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things. But the beast stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these two rifles. But you don't feel too bad bringing two Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point they're just
already 100 Thieves economy
running with it. Trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because, like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but
last match
wants to stop the execute. Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
Almost ho gaya rahega.
AC versus Vitality ho raha. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. It's Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Hexfero was ready for it. Diving in
bhai, what a spray transfer, bhai.
What a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util was actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns on, online, and a super aggressive start.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. He certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Asuna taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy. Trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shot pinned into a corner and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into A.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire. Peeks for the third, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Try to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space, they isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Asuna. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups. His wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting. Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where RRQ found some success. Clean hit, follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have
भाई
the
हार्बर के
numbers.
वॉल के थ्रू मारा भाई इतना
They're
दूर.
forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is
अब भी
not
save नहीं कर पाएंगे.
winnable for them.
अब क्योंकि मेन में पड़ी हुई है.
5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RRQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't know how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W.
Aggressive push तो किया भाई RRQ ने, but चला नहीं बोल रहा हूँ.
They're able to just trade off of each other so well.
अच्छी किस्मत लेके आए 100
Feel like
Thieves
they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's
से भी बचे, उसके स्ट्रेंथ से बचे.
I didn't even mind it.
किसी से बच गए, लोग तो वॉल थ्रू मार पड़ गए.
Something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op pick, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story. Especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on serious point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into the series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze, but Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him, and now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here, but Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site. Flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Rotators away. Blows up Cushy on double doors. And Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. Will catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the Shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves.
Well played.
Absolutely demolished
100 Thieves इसके साथ.
That makes sense why
guys poll खत्म करते हुए यहाँ पे.
They've been so phenomenal on maps like these, just taking their fights.
जितने भी लोगों ने RRQ पे voting दिखा था guys.
Shown that they have all this really good understanding of how they want to play together. The way that they're coming up with these strats, and the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups, and once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves definitely the better team. RRQ once again a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow.
Well played, 100 Thieves upper bracket with BBL.
Betting in Zan
पहली दो टीम है guys, BBL और 100 Thieves upper bracket खेलने वाले हैं.
But I definitely know, especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well, they're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero is
अब इसके बाद होने वाला बड़ा मैच NRG versus Paper X.
Vito playing really well, constantly getting those picks on the Viper. His lurk timings were really good, just holding, making sure that the team always has a plan B to fall back into. And then also on his defense, just getting so many of those picks. He's been playing phenomenally. Definitely a player to keep our eyes on for the rest of the tournament.
For sure. And look, Xfero is a bit of a Pacific MVP, but he needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys on RRQ for sure. So we'll see if they can pick up their performance heading forward into that lower bracket. They got a lot of work to do. 100 Thieves, I think that's a good vibe though, having got a clean win in that opening game. Puckett, you know, I'm sure you're happy to see that win for the boys.
Very happy. Very unexpected 2-0 victory. RRQ gonna fall down, and they're doing it pretty swiftly. I have to give a big shout out to Xfero. If you're gonna lose a game, get a 3-piece like that on the way out. He clicking heads, feeling good as you're going into your next matchup. But honestly, this was a grueler. Both of these teams sat out here for a while. They were iced. They were able to get back into the game. And I think ultimately maybe you got to revisit the Phoenix. Is it a mistake not to use the best agent in the game, Pilski?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have players who can play it, then that makes it hard.
How do you not play Phoenix?
Players that can play it.
Oh, of course he can play it.
Part of the beta, bro. How are you not able to play Phoenix at this point in Valorant?
It's going to take a while
मैंने पहले बोला था 100 Thieves.
because we're going to have to shuffle
बस मेरा
like
ADC वाला
4
थोड़ा
players
left right हो गया.
roles to fit
इसको
in
BBL
the comp.
जीती.
The Info Enit player has to play Phoenix, then Crazy Guy
Guys,
has
it's
to
time
play
for
Info
NRG.
Enit.
Who's Paper
Who
X?
plays
Let's
Omen?
go.
Who plays Omen?
Full
Puckett?
hype.
Who plays Omen?
Yeah, Puckett.
Zan can't do both?
He can play. Zan can play Omen. That's
Time to
true.
change the
Okay,
title.
Play solo duelist. All right, you solved it.
Did I just solve the
Thanks,
problem?
Puckett.
RRQ, if you need a coach, I work on COD most of the time. Happy to come on over. We got to take a look at our highlights. It's simple stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Tactical shooters can be simplified. When you make moves like this, the headshots are going to pave the way early on as it's 100 Thieves out to an early start.
भाई क्या सीन है?
In the second
क्या
half,
सीन है? वहाँ पे जीत गई है BBL और यहाँ पे जीत गई है.
Are they the best pistol team here in Group A?
No. Probably not.
Are 100
हमारी
Thieves the worst pistol team
100
in
Thieves.
Group A?
अब होने वाले NRG versus
They're one
Paper
there
X.
too. I think you're.
यहाँ पे बारिश हो रहा है. अभी just चालू है जोर में.
You're trying to see if we're
None
paying
of it is
attention.
going to work. All right, we're looking at some of the highlights here.
Yeah.
Asuna is having the pop-off performance towards the end. The neon's shown quite a bit here.
Guys,
on the
new
map.
ball.
Walk me through what you saw, Athena.
I mean, this was insane. It feels like there were so many 3Ks that happened over and over again. Xfero, obviously one of the players that we were talking about. This by Jemkin was absolutely nasty. Absolutely shutting it down. I think we were talking about this Molly combo from Vora and from Asuna. This crossfire just showing how well 100 Thieves were playing together again. RRQ kind of having the right idea, getting a lot of those picks, but just having either the timing or the trading off almost every
Guys, new
single
poll
time.
आ चुका है. Let's go.
I just don't think that they necessarily were showing their best face here.
हाँ कर दिया.
I
Header
don't think
change कर
that they
दिया.
had the right read on 100 Thieves, who I felt like had better fragging and better macro. They were just
शेर
bigger,
कल आ
faster,
जाएंगे रात तक.
stronger
क्या बात कर
today,
रहा
and
है?
RRQ
पेपर
didn't
एक्स
show
का
up
भी
to play
चालू वाला
as
मैच.
well as they needed
अरे
to.
मैच लेडीज के लिए
As
चालू
I
हुआ क्योंकि
mentioned
इनका कुछ
before, which
टेक्निकल
is
डिफिकल्टी हो गया था.
often a problem in
PC
some of
में.
these international events.
चक्कर में थोड़ा लेफ्ट
Pacific,
हो गया.
they are a very good team. But they're having a little bit of a struggle at the moment. That's why you saw the roster change come through. And yeah,
वो BBL
hopefully they can pick it up in the lowers.
Who is the best sentinel?
कैन गणेश भाई चीचू ने भी खेला है भाई.
Xfero.
लोटस मैप पे चीचू ने किया है डोमिनेट. वो एक राउंड तो चीचू का वजह से वो लोग जीत पाए. ओटी में जिसके चक्कर में पूरा मैच जीते एडीजी जस्ट सिंह बता रहा हूँ. 1v4 मारा उसने अकेले ने.
Fragging out the whole time
And then on the other side, who was the most impressive duelist? We had 2 stages going. You guys missed the action from Edward Gaming, but I saw quite a few highlights on stage A. What was the best player or player camera to watch on stage B?
I think Timotino today.
Timotino was
Or
really
Asuna.
good. He really impressed me with the op. I think the way he was kind of maneuvering around, he really helped their setups as well a lot of the time, on a sense. So I was loving Timotino. I don't know if he's got it over Kung Kung though. Like, I don't think anyone has it over Kung Kung.
No,
honestly.
he's a beast.
All right, audio. We are going to be getting into an interview here shortly. I just got the thumbs up from Ginny. She's ready to rock. And it's not Timotino. It's his better half. He goes by the name of Asuna. And he was here since the beginning of the Thieves. Let's go to the main stage.
Thank you, guys. Asuna, congratulations on that win that you got here today. A quick 2-0, just another day in the office. Starting off this year pretty strong for EWC.
Yeah.
क्या मतलब आसुना ने इस मारा तो इंटरव्यू ले रहा है.
It's a tough opponent, I would say. You know, any team from APAC will always give you a run for your money, and it's the first win for Vora and Timotino, so always good.
Top कॉर्नर का पेपर एक्स मेरा guess in V first match probably 4 seconds.
Right, I'm looking forward to that, but I want to talk about your individual
maybe second
performance as well on the Phoenix,
something.
especially. Like, it was pretty good, so talk us through the
maybe first ऐसा कुछ उल्टा आने वाला है.
specifically that came into coming to the tournament.
Not a lot of like preparation in the sense of focusing on the other team, mostly on ourselves. So just, you know, working on our individual game, and we did a small boot camp. Thank you to Gentlemates for lending their gaming house to us. And yeah, we were able to practice for a week in Paris, which led us to have a really good, comfortable showing. And yeah, we're taking this event very seriously and hoping to win.
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying topping your group, hoping to
Guys,
win.
voting
In general,
51
when it comes to the
live 50 हो पा रही है, very realistic.
Of course, it is still the trophy, but are there any other nuances that come with that?
आपको भी decide होगा.
I mean, obviously get experience.
क्योंकि भाई सबसे smoothest lag free browser कौन सा है Windows के लिए पता नहीं यार, मैं तो Chrome यूज करता हूँ.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on that last map against EDG, they won 13-3. So are you nervous at all?
Yeah, 4 seconds.
No, hopefully, you know, it doesn't come back to bite me, but have to be confident.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Nailed it. I thought she was going to leave him hanging. I'm not going to lie. Athena, I'm told that you got to go. We're going to be swapping Avril onto the desk for the next match. Before you go, though, what do I need to know about Paper Rex? They're about to take this stage, and everyone says they're in the S tier.
Oh my God, Paper Rex, they're a phenomenal team. I feel like every single player on that roster has a really good understanding of their role, and the way that they're playing at Masters was insane. They did come second place in Masters, but I still feel like they're going to be up there, and when it comes comes to Paper X versus NRG. Listen, I'm an America's girly at heart, but I think Paper X is going to take that one.
They could be the clear
सब Paper X फेवर कर रहे हैं भाई, सब Paper X खौफ तो है भाई एपिक टीम का,
2026 we're coming back
खौफ तो है भाई एपिक टीम का, एपिक टीम का इतना ज़्यादा खौफ है गाइस, वेरी रियलिस्ट.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
अबे ओ देख अब खाली जो तू बोल रहा ना 4 सेकंड कुछ नहीं करेगा, 4 सेकंड ही मारेगा देख, बाकी बैप पे अच्छा खाली देख. वैसे कल तू कैसे आ रहा है, मतलब तू तो बोला 13वीं पे आएगा, 13वीं के बाद कल कैसे कम बैक कर रहा है भाई तू, देखते हैं, लेट्स सी उत्कर्ष भाई, लेट्स सी.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP! He did the ultimate, but so much crashes!
I think the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well, especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it, just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like there was no
Saudi 787 कहाँ से वैल्यू में आ गया, एडवर्टाइजमेंट है,
on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental
स्पॉन्सर है ना फ्लाई सऊदी का.
Yeah, I mean this year many boys.
फ्लाई सऊदी का स्पॉन्सर है. अच्छा उत्कर्ष भाई, अच्छा
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty
उधर VIT TSC का गाइस 3-4 चल रहा है, बताओ वहाँ पे 4-4 हो गया है, वहाँ अलग चल रहा है भाई स्कोर, heavy scene चल रहा है.
I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our.
Wait, वो गए suggestion भाई.
I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first.
कवट शुरू हो रही है तो कवट क्या होता है पहले बार सुन रहा हूँ.
It's our
What does kawat means?
Home country, home city, you know. So that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and.
भाई कल पहला मैच ही गाइस, पहला मैच कल होने वाला है MIBR वर्सेस ग्लोबल Esports. Where जीतेगा? देखते हैं. Vitality वैसे KC भी अच्छी टीम है, बट देखते हैं अब, let's see.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today
तब तक वही मैच लगा दो.
like if my mom didn't move to France, and I
But I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person.
Aggression from Levin previously has set them to kind of alert mode where, hey, we need to make sure that we're not giving up that space and that we're kind of clearing the map a little bit more efficiently, more effectively. Get into some more favorable post-plant scenarios.
I think they're just going to go for a double dash, refract, and drone fake onto this A site. Try to bait them in.
100%.
Oh, there's the saturate, chucked in towards hell. Sayonara dashing forward, trying to see if he
How
can
about
spot
this? Hardwar se Ganga Jal laate for our
He's
ancestors.
already backed up quite a bit. Meanwhile, Narrate just facing forward down towards C long. Is able to find the one now. It's just Profit left standing with a spike in hand. KC just keeping their players
भाई
in
सुगेत्सु है भाई इनके टीम में. अच्छा केसी में नरेट है क्या?
That being said, Sayonara filter of a shot on a
इसमें क्रोनिका और डर की दोनों साथ में भाई.
Getting these taps, Yumpy now running them down, is able to find another 11.
Guys, I will vote for Vitality in this match because Darky
knows that they are going to be a bit tagged
भाई
up.
Darky अलग लेवल का खेलता है भाई.
Try to isolate and pick them apart one by one, both players.
Darky और Chronicle KJ भाई अलग guys combination है.
They bolt. Try to isolate. This is going to be a jump under the window. And while he will be able to find the first, he cannot find the necessary second.
Darky Chronicle सिर्फ ऑरेंज जर्सी में ही पसंद है. ये अंडर बोस्टर बराबर. Vitality easy winner. ठीक.
Well, this is one of the rounds.
Kishan Agarwal, thank you for the subscribe, brother. Really appreciate it, man.
This composition where you have options available to you. You can sell those fakes. I talked about it earlier, using the Waylay to sell the fakes. This time they integrate the Sova into it as well. And then you have the bailout of Profix ult because he's been able to get into another one. Had a really good start to this. 8 kills already on the board for the Omen. So you have that little bit of extra layer to this. So now you're starting to see the playbook unfold.
Chronicle KJ ही खेल रहा है. Leo ये तो अभी देख रहा हूँ मैं.
Composition on Haven.
And maybe just some quick
डिफेंस में गाइस फाड़ेगा भाई Chronicle. फाड़ेगा.
Felt like with that double
अरे push कर दिया है मैंने लोगों ने.
Still remaining on C, that would have just been the round going over to KC and things tied up with a nice little bow on top. But Vitality now out in front by
Doji इनको info मिल गई. ये clear है. ये लोग B और C hit कर रहे हैं. Oh ले. What? पीछे पकड़ लिया.
In the mid, find the first. Durka not quite ready for the angle. Eats a bit of damage, but does manage to escape with his life intact. But Aves cannot say the same. Sayonara able to intercept him there at garage.
ये कौन सी skin है?
Oh, 4v3. Slow and silent approach. Meanwhile, Sayonara with a quick check back in the mid and Narrate. None the wiser, not ready at all. Caught on a timing. Falls to the wayside and Sayonara.
stream कहाँ से देख रहा हो बताओ कहाँ से?
I mean, it's in the name. Good lord. His lights out these last couple rounds.
Guys, if you are enjoying the stream, make sure you guys like the stream. फटाफट से and subscribe to the channel.
Escaping back through sewer, re-wrapping into A, so this would have to be one hell of a quick hunt.
So ये भी कर दिया. ये कौन सी skin है? guys ये पहली बार देख रहा हूँ मैं.
Explosive way to
भाई
move
skin में already ADS बाहर निकला हुआ है.
This is exactly the player that's been promised. This young up and coming superstar.
तुम ऐसा समझो जैसे मुंबई में गणेश चतुर्थी रहता है वैसे ही होता है कवर हमारे यहाँ श्रावण के महीने में. अच्छा. ये नया बंडल है just launch हुआ है. अच्छा.
I mean, you get a bit nervous there for Vitality because DOS9 gets so quickly into the back lines, almost gets Durka as well, but Durka able to escape, and that's huge for them.
Guys, by the way, player camps हम लोग को इसलिए नहीं दिख रहे. Player camps भी specially दिया हुआ है, but I guess कुछ तो वहाँ पे technical issue है करके उस चक्कर में overlay पे डाला नहीं है. इसलिए तुम लोग को player camps ही दिख रहे हैं, वरना player camps भी दिखता.
This is still quite late. There's an opportunity, of course, to recover this half.
तो update आया हम लोग को कि player camps का कुछ left right हो गया overlay के साथ.
Sayonara and Yumpy in those last couple rounds.
Crawford market से बारिश में Crawford market में क्या कर रहे हो भाई? किसी ने टाइम आउट ले लिया.
Yeah, if any opportunity kind of presented itself, it's been thwarted by Casey's really aggressive early play, and I think that's why a couple rounds ago we saw Vitality slow things down to try to look and figure out what was going on. You know, KC was starting to take risks early with DOS9 pushing out, with Levin pushing out, things like that were causing a little bit of problems for Vitality, but their recoveries were really nice. They were able to use that individual skill to turn some of these rounds on their head. Now for KC, got to talk about how you want to avoid. You don't want to get caught in another convergent paths like you just did a few rounds ago. Where you just lose 2 players on site and basically GG, go next. Going to be a Marshall there for Levin. Sugetsu Bulldog. DOS9 did carry the gun over, but a couple pistols otherwise. So let's see. Looks like no early convergent paths this time, so Vitality reading that KC had learned their lesson. Spread both their duelists out over. DOS9 is top of a box with a trip.
मैं वॉक करने आया था यहाँ स्प्रिंग रोल खाते हुए स्ट्रीम देख रहा था बारिश जोर से शुरू होकर अटक गया
Bit tricky for him. They're leaving him, giving him a lot of.
लाइनअप्स देख रहे हो गाइस लाइनअप्स देख रहे हो कहाँ के गिरेगा मेरे को देखना है अरे
It does. Finds 2 damage.
भाई कहाँ से मारा वो डार्ट
The little things, Achilles.
That's just value for investment. And oh my
बहुत अच्छा डार्ट था और भाई
it looked like he was asleep at the wheel.
हिल गया था भाई हिल गया भाई डर की
Managed to pump the brakes in time. Spares himself from crashing out of control.
We're able to scoop that gun up though.
उनका एक बंदा वहाँ के 3 बंदों को गाइस डाइवर्ट करा ए साइड पे तीनों एक साथ पिक देंगे हेवेंस ऑलरेडी नियॉन ने पिक दे दिया एक्सक्यूज मी अरे मर गया
That peak and Levin, he just doesn't have the angle for this one. Needs to jump up onto the windowsill to be able to pass.
अरे बाप रे oh my god
Another fast adjustment.
जीत हो गया
The headshot. Narrate now boxed into a corner. As okay, the timing will be found. Narrate able to find that elimination. Molly out, 15 seconds. They do have to commit forward into the site. Narrate absolutely needs to try to hold the line. But Chronicles here on the backstab. He's got the elimination secured. Now it is just Alves on the approach. Now noted. Tagged at 15. Finds the first recon sent. Might just connect onto the player, but either way, he will be dead to rights as Profit intercepts down in sewers. 7-3. Vitality confirming a lead at the half now, looking to make this potentially 9-3.
It just gets really weird in this round with everybody kind of having to rely
भाई हेवन में उसके सामने से नीचे से आ गया हो भाई लाइनअप भाई बहुत अच्छा था भाई डार्ट का वैसे
crazy stuff but Sayonara staying
शॉट पाक एग्जैक्टली वो शॉट डार्ट गिरा
and then Levin not able to find those Marshall no scopes. No damage really done there, and then it's kind of fall apart piece by piece for KC. And then the scarier thing here is KC, you're getting into another alt cycle, but Vitality was able to hang on to those. So you got some of those big counters available.
Look at the stack here for Vitality. This could be another quick hit coming through. There's the reveal, convergent pass to intercept, and Advez does get clipped by this. Tripwire
it's like tier 1 versus tier 2.
Will absorb that. Meanwhile, Sayonara trying to get the scale forward, but the quick pivot arc is coming through as KC get 3
नहीं यार KC खेलती है भाई स्टार्टिंग से ही वो बात अलग है रोस्टर चेंज हो गया भाई KC के
So far, no kills to be found, but Profit has been tagged to 1.
That was a nice stall out. Able to tuck far enough back.
जी उनको इन्फो मिल चुका है लेफ्ट साइड पे एक बंदा ऑलरेडी है
They know that he's in this corner. The lockdown now going to be invested, but he's able to find the first, but cannot scale forwards. The space is going to have to be respected as Narrate will backpedal away.
तूफान आ रहा है डोंबिवली में हैवी रीच चालू यहाँ पे भी हो रहा है बारिश जोरदार
around towards long. However, quickly can get it on an angle.
अगर बीच में स्ट्रीम बफर हो रही है समझ जाना लैग चलेगा
Find Sayonara, the spike now down on the floor, gets the wall bang shot. Profit at 1 stood.
भाई क्या मारा है 3 kill with the ult.
Out of heaven, able to find the kill, and now it is all down to Yampi, but he will be noted. Sugetsu, wise to it, turns back, finds the kill, and KC will get up to 4.
That's huge. That's so huge. I mean, the convergent paths and the lockdown using that round, and you get through it with the win. Unbelievable. Love the confidence we're seeing from Narrate.
ओमन को तो wall bang ही दे दिया यहाँ पे.
Beautiful play. Uses that flash to drop down, get another big kill.
अब गणेश भाई उत्कर्ष भाई को कौन बताया? KC ने डोमिनेट किया था भाई. कौन सा सीजन था वो? लास्ट ईयर कोई तो I guess Masters वो लोगों ने भाई डोमिनेट किया था भाई.
Maybe Profit's ult comes into the mix a bit.
Widely the ult well has run dry here, but Durka he's
NRG versus Barracks लगा रहा चालू नहीं हुआ वहाँ पे. चालू का लाओ. आइट से 2 खा गया भाई वो.
At the same time, Flash going to go out and Narrate able to steady the spray. Profit going to be taken down now suddenly. Just 2 players standing for Vitality.
So what 2 आइट से खा गया.
Getsu quick on the scale. Actually, if it had just peeked in towards that A lobby side of things, would have been able to get the intercept and kill.
Alash bhai college वाले कभी नहीं देंगे छुट्टी.
Full health, but he's been making.
Altelis college के बाहर पानी भर गया.
More concerned about where that second player could be, but it's going to be Sayonara now found on the opposite side of the map.
चलो भाई Narrate को pick कर लिया.
The last player is.
Shot पे सुबह already. Oh my.
Able to get 3. As KC gets
7-5, 5-7 हो गया यहाँ पे.
Pretty big way.
Yeah, nice little bounce back, a nice little change up. Cypher utility at the front of A there. Saw that stall out the convergent pass round where they tried to execute off of the catch onto Aves. That actually slowed them down enough that they weren't really able to get there and punish that catch that they had with that ultimate. But that round there as well, gonna identify Yampi, make him an easy cleanup. Don't give him any chance for that clutch.
पेपर की टीम आ तो गई है, सब दोनों टीम ही आ गई है, बट थिंग इसको लोग सेटअप कर रहे हैं।
Really close half. You're a little worried there for KC on their map pick, but
KC का खौफ था, वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मास्टर्स पे आके लोग का पूरा खौफ था भाई टीम का, भाई डोमिनेट करी थी पूरी लॉबीज।
Vitality having some absolutely explosive ones.
वो दूसरे रोस्टर से, yep.
Some big hero multi-kill rounds. Yampi, Profik, obviously Sayonara was lights out there for a little bit, but recovery available. KC could be coming into this attacker's half.
गणेश भाई ऐसा ये वाला कांड तो मेरे साथ भी हुआ है।
Got a real shot.
ये वाला कांड तो मेरे साथ भी हो रहा था।
Should be the most favored, so as long as they can have a solid pistol, be off to a very good start. But if it goes the other way, if Vitality are able to find that win, those start to slip further and further away from their grasp, which is going to be a bit concerning. Because Haven, this is the map that KC I think really do want to play. They're going to be very happy to have this one from the outset. It was either that or this.
भाई यहाँ पे बहुत बुरा लगा भाई, सोवा के लिए बेचारे ने अल्ट खोली और पीछे से मार दिया।
This is where they want their bread to be buttered.
Now, still though, I mean, I think you're seeing some really good ideas from Vitality with this new composition. At times, again, some simple executes that really work to treat. But the depth, I think, in understanding how to kind of push and pull the map a little bit, not always there. We saw it in one of the rounds, but outside of that, it was a lot of pretty static hits, and that did give KC some ability to make some of those fast rotates. Did see it early in that half on the pistol round, and then beyond that as well when they finally got their footing, able to get in there and do some damage. But Vitality going to spread the map a little bit here. Pretty wide open.
5-7 guys, KC.
Turret over at Sita.
Defense कर रही है.
Try to hold the line if this just does turn into a aggressive.
क्या लगता है guys, KC करेगी comeback?
Spike still on the ground.
क्या 7-7 score level होने वाला है?
Barriers about to drop, so this doesn't feel like a full commit. Maybe if you get the kill on the Kron here, you can just scale forward as KC. But he's trying to play off that turret, trying to use it to kill.
KC attack करे, sorry my bad.
Not really able to
Vitality का defense है.
Not much damage going to be found either, but Sayonara eats an immense amount. Double scale forward, going to be coming in, but Sayonara now going to be finished off inside of the garage. DOS9 able to hold down this flank. There's going to be that second layer as Profek still just sprinting forward, but has no idea where this enemy Omen.
भाई Profek मरा, DOS9 को sheriff मिल जाएगी. Oh my god, नहीं.
DOS9 able to get the better of him, gets himself a weapon upgrade in the sheriff, and now does Yampi in a
1v5 flawless होने वाला है क्या round?
Pistol from going into KC's hands.
Hell of a way to pistol round.
Flawless लग रहा है.
Odds are not in his favor.
Flawless लग रहा है भाई.
As well, situated outside of the garage. Getsu in that corner.
ट्रैप डाल रखा भाई, first round में try hard कह दे.
Will do so, but it's right into his device. He still does manage to get one, so stops it from being a flawless. We'll get an extra little ult charge.
What? उसके सामने से मार के एक player.
But that is going to be KC potentially roaring their way right back into this.
Yeah, I like the way that KC leads with the drone here, so that
उसके सामने से मार गया भाई एक player.
First,
बुरा लगा भाई.
They're able to avoid that, you know, early opportunity that you would normally get with that turret in that position.
निकल के भाई one tap देगा उसको.
As Chronicle. DOS9 all over the map as usual. One of my favorite players to watch on Omen just because of how creative he is, how hard he is to predict where he is and what he's doing and when he's doing it. Just a really intelligent player who's willing to take risks, force the opponents into bad positions. They're kind of guessing exactly where that Omen ended up.
एक सेकंड गणेश भाई साइफर केजे का रेंज इतना ज्यादा बड़ा हुआ है कि केजे का अभी टर्रेट इतना दूर लगता है बी पे.
Zerka didn't see him on the first peak, so has to go back in for a little bit more and pays the iron price. Easy kill, but okay,
double peak, oh my god.
Able to find one. Flash in, however, Narrate will find two. Scale back in, Yampi able to find an immense amount of damage just with that classic. And in reply. Give a bit of pause here to KC, who otherwise wanted to quickly scale their way forward to the C site, but Sayonara getting a little bit too curious. Swings that corner, will end up falling, and now it is once again down to Yampi to try to see if he can find any additional damage.
Pretty simple stuff. Love the way Narrate has been piloting the Phoenix. Really impactful with those flashes. He's going to have his ult going into the next round too, so going to be a really scary bonus, assuming Yampi doesn't do too much more damage. You wouldn't think so with the trip here, even though Sugetsu
Martinex Fortnite pro player.
He's going to be making noise. Should be oh no! The jumping click.
Bulldog गिरा दिया भाई और फेंक भी दिया उसने bulldog.
Chuck that bulldog over the side. Make sure they can't swap the spectre.
हाँ केजे buff हुआ है. भाई कितने कैरेक्टर क्या क्या बफ हो गए भाई सेज बफ हुआ है केजे सेंटिनल्स को बफ कर देगा पूरा लाइनअप
between the Sobas as far as the ult charge is concerned, but Parity also found on the scoreboard as Casey tie it up.
वाला देख के फन तो है
And again, this
Storm
should
Gunner भी
be a
रेंज बड़ा
pretty scary bonus
बढ़ गया है
that Vitality are going to be facing. Cute little high-low
हाँ
setup
जी
there,
Storm
but
Gunner का
again,
ऑलरेडी
really
रेंज बड़ा
nice
था
curveballs from there. It's been doing a great job finding value out of that. 3 players with 12 kills now on KC.
I mean, it's been a massive rebound for him, right? Starting things off, he was down at the bottom of the barrel here for KC.
भाई बी पे अलार्म बॉट एक स्वॉर्म ग्रेनेड लगाया सी पे एक स्वॉर्म ग्रेनेड और वो टरेट लगाया क्रॉनिकल का दिमाग देखोगे इस कीजे में भाई पुश मत करना अरे ले गया भाई स्मोक थ्रू
he just rolled an at 20. He's able to find 2 players through the smoke. That shouldn't be allowed.
ये क्या था भाई स्मोक थ्रू स्पैम में ले गया भाई 2 प्लेयर ओह माय गॉड नहीं दो मारे भाई 2 का जीत चुका सेज बफ यहां सेज बफ सेज को पिक किया था भाई इस साइड मैप पे
not exactly where you want to be on your Sova.
That's one of those moments that would tilt the Dungeon Master, to say the least. Absolutely insane.
RRQ पेपर एक्स बोला RRQ 100 Thieves के मैच पे पिक भी किया था भाई सेज को
This early into the campaign. 3v3, still an opportunity for KC to make a go of this. Will get clear, just trying to instill some doubt, keep some interest on that C side of the map, so Profit will rotate over, maintain this, and at the moment, I mean, it's a 1-1-1 fan out from Vitality, no one playing together at the moment.
मुझे ये जानना लेटेस्ट मैप इलेवन अभी तक इस पे डाला नहीं है टूर्नामेंट में एनसी में रहेगा मोस्टली
Smoke's about to drop. That paranoia maybe.
पेपर एक्स लेके एक मैप पे सेज जिंग खेलेगा डिपेंड्स ऑन द मैप अगर एंशिएंट वगैरह लग रहा है एंशिएंट में मोस्टली इस बार पिक सेज हो रही है भाई ना सेज को तो पहले कोई पूछता भी नहीं था टूर्नामेंट में अरे स्पैम लगाई नहीं उसको
Staying situated now on the drop down. Will
ले लिया भाई
Profit able to find one. Durka keeping him covered, cleans up Sugetsu, finds Aves, and Vitality lose out on 3 players, but they will.
पर मैच कितना पॉइंट 13 फर्स्ट 13 टू विन अगर ओटी हुआ तो गाइस फिर वो 2 राउंड एक्सटेंड हो जाता है 15 हो जाता है
on your side is Vitality and that you're going to have a really great round. Oh okay.
भाई ये कुछ भी पड़ेगा यहां पे
Phoenix ult to off the rip, but then they're able to punch back.
मतलब इतना एक्यूरेट स्पैम मारा वहां पे कि दोनों मर गए भाई कोलाट पे
point of attack. You got to feel really good about that round as KC though. You did a lot of damage again in the bonus round. No, you don't get the win, but protocols really effective in the heat of the moment there to prevent them from really scaling forward. Good recognition of what could be going on behind it. He buys time for Durka to get there, and they can shut the round out.
Knocked out on 11 right there at his feet. Ball down to 50. Durka at the same time able to find Aves.
भाई डरके का पीओवी दिखाओ मार रहा है oh my god चप्पल मारा
the angle, but Chronicle just a little bit faster on the trigger. He's able to find that kill, and this is looking very good for Vitality as Narrate will be surrounded, flushed out. Just the one kill round.
ठीक है भाई
As they move up 9-7, the lead again now getting bolstered.
This is a great read from Vitality. I mean, the early
scouting done by Sayonara PUBG Mobile, Free Fire, Apex Legend, PUBG PC,
willing to hold the line here.
Rocket League,
holding the
Counter-Strike,
door, and they're going to be
Mobile Legends,
together
League
to
of Legends,
into grass. A great call from
Chess
Yampi.
in fact.
He is absolutely letting KC know. I've got you figured out maybe now. Sayonara has another convergent paths early.
Mute नहीं कर सकता गणेश भाई.
By the look of it,
I can't mute the stream.
Their opportunity.
Mute करके casting skill दिखा रहा.
Realize that, run it back. Widely can come through, but this is one of those moments where you'd really love for Levin to have that overdrive online.
Game check करना official पलाश पे official website पे जाओ EWC के वहाँ पे दिख जाएगा तुम्हें. वहाँ पे सारे games दे रखा है. मेरे को जितना याद है मैंने उतना बता दिया और भी games है.
As it's a timeout.
लो जो time out पे ले लिया.
It had time in the word.
That's true.
उधर तक पेपर का मैच नहीं चालू है.
We got halfway there. Yeah, I mean, I think here as KC, it's tough to say exactly, what is going wrong there. Maybe just being a little bit too eager to pull the trigger in that previous round on the execute, not kind of identifying the trap fast enough, or like when Chronicle gets that
game का price pool almost guys $2 million, $1.5 million to $2 million है.
Take a step back,
और mobile games के 3 million है.
Still ready for us to be
mobile games जितने भी
aggressive,
सबके
even
3
though we
million
waited out that way
price
late,
pool.
refract clear.
कौन सा website EWC?
Okay, Sayonara.
FIFA भी है? FIFA भी रहेगा. मैंने मिस आउट कर दे रहेगा बहुत सारे गेम्स है यार. मैंने मिस आउट किया.
Sayonara does end up going down to 5 HP, but it's going to be
क्या हुआ?
found back here for
भाई हेलो
Vitality's.
ओवर लेने देखने नहीं दिया भाई. NRG वैसे पेपर चालू ना अभी तक.
What? Okay, DOS9. What?
Wall bang headshot मारा है भाई DOS9 ने.
In mid. Not only round win, right back on the board here for KC.
A lot of guns on the floor too, and just Durka trying to protect him.
Durka feeling like he has to try to make a play, and he absolutely has.
Oh, नहीं निकलना था वहाँ से.
Wide too quickly. DOS9 will be able to shut him down, but grabs the Vandal, the spike in hand. Now looking for the TP into the back of C side.
Easy plant है.
All this KJ setup meaning absolutely nothing. Chronicle dead on the floor. The plant to come in. Yumpy in range.
भाई 6 बुलेट है.
As a sound on this is
drone भी है.
Just trying to get the spot out here. Still 2 teleports to try to reposition for DOS9. Up a bit of a caterpillar.
अरे मार क्यों नहीं हुआ?
He's not going to be spotted.
भाई क्या लकी है भाई.
You should be rather suspicious of it, but
पहले लो है. पहले 5 HP है. ले.
Now they have it confirmed, but he gets it into a 1v1. A little bit of damage going to be suffered. Be held at bay. Time bleeding away, getting out of his hands. The spot out, and DOS9 can just play ring around the rosy here. The
भाई टाइम प्ले कर दिया DOS9 ने. भाई टाइम प्ले कर दिया.
Get there in time to shut him down. Taps the defuse. Cannot win
that.
Oh my god. Back, but he cannot win the round. Is what I mean.
भाई क्या टाइम प्ले किया है?
Will be able to persevere with
बंदे के पास गन नहीं था, bandits round निकाला है.
Things tight knit, just one round separating as they pull off a clutch.
Feels a little nostalgic to see DOS9 put clutch.exe into the command prompt here. He is very, very good.
मैं खुद वेट कर रहा हूँ NRG वाला मैच के लिए. Actually NRG वाला मैच थोड़ा लेट हो गया.
Using those smokes so nicely to keep himself obscured. Again, the thinking on the fly, incredible from this man.
टूर्नामेंट 2 घंटे डिले पे चल रहा है. 2 घंटे से भी ज्यादा. 3 घंटे डिले पे चल रहा है.
To back it up. Narrate, please, my man. Gotta use this run it back.
कोई कहते.
We gotta find an opportunity, but they've just been getting like beaten at the point of attack so often by Vitality that it's slowed it down.
Well, space is going to be given up, so we'll be able to have it here for the entry. The spike is going to be in his hand as well, so he wants to try to just get this situated while the ult is rolling. But
Phoenix लेकर जो भाई ultimate W push हो रहा है ना भाई 2 मैच से देख रहा हूँ.
Able to find a timing, turns back to clean up Prophet as well. Quick little 1-2 punch, but Sayonara still nearby. Gets rid of both duelists and keeps this into a 3v3. Same time, an exploration over onto the C side, but there's no way to pivot. The time is there, but I just don't think they have the opportunity to actually try to make an exit. Cracked out burn.
What the hell?
Not gonna have it. Chronicle a spot out onto the one. As Abez way over. The main entrance of the site. On forward, gonna be cleared out as DOS9 goes scaling forward aggressively. Wanted to try to take this fight, but the timing is gonna be found by Chronicle as Sayonara goes diving in, gets cleaned up. Knives now gonna be popped. Chronicle able to find another.
FIFA बहुत long नहीं कर सकता यार. मैंने FIFA के लिए नहीं किया मैंने.
Now planted for him, and Durka has the angle with
FIFA के लिए गेम अप्लाई नहीं करना.
Double digits established Vitality.
मेरे पास राइट से 4 गेम का Valo, CS, Rocket League,
PUBG. To make you sweat a little
PC,
bit.
PUBG Mobile.
If you're a Vitality fan, because you just felt that looming presence of Sugetsu. And it was just a matter of if they could clear the site in time before he showed up to the party, and they do just that. And what a read from Durka.
भाई वहाँ पे भाई backside और shot पे जो मार रहा है वहाँ पे. मजा आ गया देख.
Sussed it out, kind of pieced it out. He's like, well, I came from long A, and he never came there.
Banter शुरू हो गया guys.
Wrapping through Link.
पहले मैप से banter शुरू हो चुका है.
Finally got that Phoenix ult to go, and you don't get the round, and you're back on an eco as KC.
Gonna have an overdrive behind this one, but Durka quickly able to take position down to the sewer, hold this line. But it's gonna be a faster exec now over onto the B site. Chronicle gonna be forced away.
Neon guard damage खाया भाई.
Does get ripped apart down to 47. Now the Hunter's Fury gonna be called out as well as Yumpy, just disrupting, stopping them from getting this plant in play.
Saffron को spot किया गया
on this angle because DOS9 has played here before. I think that they're a little bit more suspicious of it, but Durka expecting to be a little bit deeper towards
ऊपर को चाटा मारा भाई शरीफ से.
Ultef now going to be invested. Sayonara, an attempt to try to run him down, but will not be able to
कुंडली निकाल दी भाई.
Slips the net. Double dash around up into mid. The spot on the one. Knowing that he's widely surrounded as Yumpy as well. Boxed in, but swings the corner. He's able to find the headshot. Aba's going to be taken down. Lockdown now out from Garage. Not going to be able to be cleared as Sugetsu will fall. All of these players now having to try to make their exit over towards the A connector side. They're just going to be detained. DOS9, he's able to find the one, but they're not going to be able to win this fight.
भाई दोनों पकड़े गए.
completely isolated here in backside. They know that he's somewhere. They will suss it out. Yumpy will collect the kill. The defuse goes in and Vitality move up.
भाई वो नियॉन जब से डैमेज खा के बैक साइड गया वो हिला ही नहीं वहां से.
From Chronicle on that lockdown. Knew exactly how long it would last to give them the time. This is a great play from Sugetsu. Able to best Durka and get that big ult available. But it's an even better response. And little wry smile there from the KC players, knowing they just got out.
You do get those ultimates out. You get the lockdown. The Bladestorm was used previously. Now the Hunter's Fury.
FIFA Esports देखने में fun नहीं. I guess India team है क्या दूसरे games में? Yes. Valo में भी है.
Vitality now one away from locking up map point.
Valo में है, chess में है, I guess.
It's just like too little, too late.
PUBG Mobile में तो है ही.
Damage. Map's kind of already slid so far in the wrong direction. So gonna try to scale up. Try to.
Dota भी है by the way, guys. मैं तो Dota mention करना भूल गया भाई. माफ करो.
Be drone.
Dota game भी होने वाला है.
And he's gonna have to back off momentarily. Wants to maybe re-challenge it again, looking to see if someone from Vitality is gonna try to cheat down into sewers. Can use that camera to catch them, but so far I think Vitality. Pretty good read.
This drone allows for Durka to cheat forward and now cheat back with a peek into garage. Ready, scaling forward up into window. Back. Sugetsu still here in sewer is able to find Sayonara going on a walkabout. Durka at the same time. He's looking over towards his garage window. He's able to find the one, but he cannot escape. Abbas is there. Finds that punish, keeps them traded up in position as Chronicle just fishing for a bit of damage.
मारते यार. Look smoke से निकल के एकदम निकलते ही मारते भाई spam.
Vitality to have to try to get this retake started, but Sugetsu.
Cypher को पता नहीं था सुबह कब से वेट कर रहा था पता है इस साइड पे.
Very patient. To shut down that potential flank. Still another layer. Ooh. It's narrate here in B, but they're just losing on all fronts at the moment. Vitality.
भाई Phoenix के 2 किल है. Phoenix के 2 किल है यहाँ पे. I hope यहाँ पे. Oh my God, flash.
The curveball going to be sent in, and Yampi facing away from it, swings to the side, finds a headshot, and right now dead. And DOS9 to try to clutch it out, but the wide swing is there.
Match point.
Chronicle gets the clean up. The defuse will be in, and Vitality will move up to map point.
Pause के भाई match point.
It's so heartbreaking for Carmine Corp. I like the way they play a lot of these rounds, but then some of this individual prowess from Vitality comes through and just takes them over the line. I mean, they're breaking angles. They're getting into these aggressive positions that are catching Vitality off guard. But then little moments where they can't follow up. So right here, you got a great little trap.
Let's go. But
Yampi catches Sugetsu.
On this map in particular, but as we mentioned before, PaperX very well rounded on Fracture. For NRG, having a little bit of a look at it, they've gone a completely different direction.
Fracture map, अरे pick भी नहीं देखने दिया.
You know, similar flavors from both of these teams running the double duelist, but agreements about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously,
nice PaperX से लिया है Breach, Brim, KJ, Sky, Raze का combo.
What they've already kind of shown so far, Fade versus Sky.
और अपना NRG ने लिया है Cypher, Brimstone, Fade, Phoenix और Wheelie. Double duelist.
His usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3, he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Raze.
भाई PaperX double initiator पे खेल रही है भाई.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months.
Fracture तो easy win है. PaperX अगर PaperX Fracture हारी तो game हारी. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Which is a very, very tight
सामने
game.
Brock, Ethan, मादा बाप रे बाप.
This is a tried it true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they
need Twitch की quality बहुत crazy आ रहा है, but Twitch पे भाई ads आ रहे हैं यार. Twitch के ads हटा नहीं पा रहा मैं.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far. On Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot onto Kiko and a fall to buy as well. It's going pretty well for PRX, you would say.
PaperX in a lead.
Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, Brock and Scuba trying to contact their way
Flash होगा भाई, timing.
And pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested
there
Brimstone
versus Odin Brimstone.
There's no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory.
First round तो easy win है PaperX
as well.
Yep, tapping away with the Bandit. See if he can farm himself up at Neural Theft, but Imbi will put him down.
Guys, make sure to like the stream for that.
Arcade from PaperX. Jing in the perfect off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX, a team that we expect to go very far in this tournament, had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places, NRG themselves really competitive.
एक टाइम था guys, सब लोग क्लासिक लेके खेलते, अभी देखो सब शेरिफ लेके खेल रहे हैं भाई, शेरिफ फ्रेंजी। मेटा तो है।
Make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Sneeko here for NRG.
भाई NRG में सिर्फ अकेले मादा, इसने मादा बोला, ईथन ने किल लिया। इसमें आपका टॉप फ्लैग कर दो जिंगा।
They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
पता नहीं क्यों मेरे को something feeling आ रहा है।
Taking it slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG.
ये यहाँ पे मोस्टली ड्यूलिश के खेले तो होते नहीं है जितने अरे इनिशिएटर कंट्रोलर के खेले होते
हैं। Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Device.
W. Device.
Beautiful stuff. Rock the only one that actually gets the kill, and PRX handling this anti-eco with near perfection.
All the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility in the perfect positions. Saying that though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now Paper X into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Yeah, Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5 and 1, 3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken. A big stack though from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scoop as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue.
इस मैच में देखने और खेलने के लिए बस सैचेस
over on the other side of the site.
रेस का कोड है। रेस को तो हर एक मैप पे खेल सकते हैं।
Doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site. Picks up the Phantom, and Forsaken's got him covered nicely from stairs side. What a nice pivot in from Paper X.
भाई Paper X full
round looks like it's theirs.
करके आई है।
Yeah, I mean, I expected even that Envy was going to get something.
Paper X full हुआ करके आई है।
But the rest of the players Forsaken ready to be able to trade.
Trade contacts पे जो खेल रहे भाई।
A little bit more.
रेडी भी अच्छा Paper X का।
In terms of damage being done, but mostly what they got up 2 players.
तीनों के NRG कहाँ खेलना है?
3-0 NRG after a bit of a rough one to start with.
Yeah, it's never ideal to be in this position, having a loss versus the bonus. Paper X, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces. This is exactly how you want the opening of this game to go on your map pick. Defy getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper. All of these big impact ults are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for Paper X.
He got one away as well, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have the equipment, and while he'll earn the ultimate, not to be able to use in this particular round. Stemmed up Forsaken, taking advantage of that one. Not expecting too much here. Rifles versus nothing. Forsaken earns his ultimate, just getting prepped for the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Jing flying around as he's often liable to do, and despite a dink in from Ethan, that is a flawless anti-eco for Paper X. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off. Imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
क्या बैकअप है यार, क्या बैकअप है?
See what they put together. You did mention they
वहाँ something slow up 4 second भी से बैकअप देने हैं। भाई इंस्टेंट अभी ऑप निकाल ली भाई।
That helps you simplify things a little.
Op online as well. Mada wants to get something done here.
Mada with the op too good. Defense में भाई करेगा ये ऑपिंग तगड़ी करने वाला क्योंकि वेले ले रखा है इसने।
Holding that stairs line does seem like Paper X ahead of the Sky Smoke. Little satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up Marta despite the refract.
Jing
at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for Paper X nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the position with these Seekers.
Now Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Gets away though. He wasn't one of the players that was revealed by the Seekers. Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play. And he's got a double. What a unbelievable spray transfer. He'll die for it towards the end, but the rest of the players, no issues there for PRX. 5 and 0 and something unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
In through the smoke despite being at a man advantage. NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they will take a timeout as a result. This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fracture from Paper X, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America. This particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline, but what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Marta setting up a bit of a line there. Trying to catch a player up from PRX and the instant util coming through the stun.
In-game chat का banter, in-game chat कैसे दिखेगा?
Completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
In-game chat का banter थोड़ी दिखेगा.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map and mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like Paper X have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divine, Nano Swarms, everything else.
By 5-0 Paper X lead कर रही है बताओ.
A lot required here from NRG.
यहाँ तो ज़्यादा कट्टू कड़ मैच होगा.
Seems to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for Paper X. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG to work their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything through halls.
Yeah, Let's
see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and okay, decent kills, Mana and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, we'll say so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid round from Paper X. Puts them at a
तीनों map जो लिए ना बाप रे बाप. Paper X का pick Fracture, Lotus का pick भाई.
Control earlier, but for NRG are already on this A side of the map and Device on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off as well.
और decide the breeze है.
Util to relay back it towards.
तीनों बड़े map है.
Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but
मर गया.
Envy now will be able to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. All of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out of the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward.
Finally एक round निकाला भाई NRG.
A lot of gun rounds against Paper X.
वैसे बोल रहा हूँ guys, वैसे round निकाला. जैसे बोल रहा 5-0 वैसे निकला भाई round.
Smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure
Jinx तो हूँ मैं. बहुत बड़ा.
Breach of Envy was going to be isolated despite a pretty good flash coming through from them against basically
all
5
चीजें बोल रहा आजकल उल्टा आ रही है.
Because
ऐसा लग रहा है अभी guys NRG करेगी comeback.
Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side you'll say is. Let's see what we get done from NRG back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Taken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light.
Bro, 4 second Mara.
All over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away. But in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Kate should keep him alive for the time being. For
ये कैसे shot miss कर दिया?
No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
Oh, instant one tap from something though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG who are now getting ulti dumped.
Double ult मारी उधर, double ult. Need भी मर गया, Ethan मर गया.
That's a nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plan for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike.
Possible guys, Brock low hai.
Fades. Device looking for targets.
कहाँ spam था भाई वो?
It's just Kiko left alive and he just can't quite hit
something. Kill भाई बिट्टू नहीं.
He's not on a duelist. He'll find the end. He's got the sharpness of it. Saw how sharp that was up against Scuba. He'll make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players of NRG. And despite the spike being planted there, no dice for the round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by Paper X. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to set up
बहुत बुरा लगा भाई. Flash, need सब आई उसके पास.
Mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation.
उसको अगर गोली से भी नहीं मार तो need से मर जाता वो.
really helped them kind of narrow down where NRG were playing the post plant from. And then
NRG comeback बोल रहा guys, वहाँ पे paper X जितना शुरू हो गया
multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike, completely isolating Ethan.
मैं नहीं बोल रहा कुछ.
You had the nade coming through shells from Jing, followed up by a flash as well. Now something. Just going to fire a couple of shots into holes, but here come the rest of the players.
पीछे वाला मर गया, आगे वाले को मारने गया. Wow.
The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
ये बढ़िया था guys. Sentinel होके भाई ऑफ किया भाई फॉरवर्ड जाके. That's crazy.
NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punished the flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that Paper X really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A side. Second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far.
Flash dodge करने आना चाहिए तुम्हें.
Some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. They've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 or 5.
लग रहा है guys.
It's an okay half for them.
8-4 होने वाला first half.
PRX. Looking for that
I'm predicting
to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to
ये
get
lineup
a
सीखना
little
पड़ेगा.
bit dry for Paper X after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. All picked up by Mata. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from Paper X. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
We'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements.
Hanush, thank you for the one gifted.
Huh? You'd say.
Very realistic.
Wanted to make that play happen.
मेरे आईडी मेंबरशिप मिल गई. Hanush, welcome to the stream, Haru. Thank you for the one gifted, man. Wow. 7584 लग रहा
does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately.
NRG already NRG ने को पिक कर दिया भाई, जिन को उड़ा दिया.
I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a Paper X who just don't really have.
भाई जिन कहाँ जाके मारा guys? एमन पुश कर दिया पूरा का पूरा.
But that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side. Something waiting.
और ये साइड पर अकेला वो खेल रहा है something.
Looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A. Just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX.
और डिश भी पुश आ रहा है. आ गया ब्रीच आ गया बैकअप करने. Let's go.
There's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there.
Mara,
something. Shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. The Vi's still in as well. Stops the plant from coming on through, and that just isn't enough.
Yeah, Kiko really needed to win that last duel. Lockdown invested there from the Vi just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those duels, could have created some magic for Paper X. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, and even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised Paper X's economy was. And winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill. And Divide falls just in the nick of time here. So still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit is going to be NRG. And first time we're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map.
8-4 guys.
Rush me 8-4. Far in. NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Divide here. Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position. Not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side of the map, though, that's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding Light will enable that, and Paint Shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane. Guess what? That's ultimate ready to go. Be sure that that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits.
कोई पीक नहीं देने वाले भाई ये लोग. Paper X के पास इसके 4 सेकंड के पास खाली करना है. अरे spam, हाँ?
Kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The C's is going to slow him down. Paper X not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punished. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this side. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spot.
मार दे उधर, मार दे मर सके. मार दे लाडल.
Out of this round.
Jing bhai मार दे.
Invested. Invi is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Mata closes it out with 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. but that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jing thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability.
Yeah.
But 4 now found for
भाई एक और राउंड में गाइस आउटलॉक कितनी गंदी चीज है भाई. तो मैंने देख लिया जिसका एम अच्छा है ना, वो 2 बुलेट पे कुछ भी मार सकता है.
Fantastic for NRG. But they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. Slow things down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
Divide back on A.
Guys, off diff होने वाला है, off outlaw diff होने वाला है.
Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well.
भाई दोनों का रुके हुए अच्छा ऑफ नहीं ली हुई है
possible. So plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Marta have the patience to get the shot?
Now comes the Seekers, going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the AWP as the Prowler pushes him back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time.
Alarm bot itna aage yemen pe laga hua hai.
Moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it. Scuba down.
वो क्या स्टन है गाइस?
Now Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't look going down. Tomato, some damage come through from the Orbital. And NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down.
भाई something गलत सैंडविच हुआ. Oh my god.
It's just Jing by himself.
इधर से स्पैम पड़ी तो पड़ी, वहां से भी अलग दरवाजा खोल के मारा.
It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing
1v2 भाई Jing कर दे कमाल.
Satchel trying to cancel the plan.
No.
Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swing. Jing doesn't even get a shot off.
Main match miss कर दिया.
We sort of remember the round where Divide ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But a difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because it were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah.
यहाँ तो 6-6 होने वाला है भाई.
Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. Paper X now really being made to sweat here on Fracture.
बस NRG ने कमबैक कर दिया भाई.
Juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe
अभी तक तो माता ने डिफेंस पे ऑफ ली नहीं है. अब डिफेंस से भाई की तो लगने वाला है.
Really trying to isolate Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though. Investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scooper's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank though from both Jing and Forsaken.
That Forsaken और वो Jing पीछे से आ रहा है.
About first up, Marta versus something. Smoke starting to fade, and someone will get a shot in first. Ethan, no response.
It's very tense here. Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for Paper X coming back in on this retake. Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits 2 players from Paper X, but unfortunately Divide with the last second shot, and Jing ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5
guys,
here.
Forsaken और पीछे से क्या भागते हुए भाई, यहाँ से 7-5 हो गया ले.
Well, unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more.
कितना पनौती है भाई तू?
Too quick on the trigger finger.
कितना पनौती है भाई तू?
As we close out the half there.
7-5 बोला 7-5 हो गया भाई.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves. But you've got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff. So post-attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, so much more competitive from there. They are not scared of Paper X's fracture here. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
And handling the aggression well as well, in terms of knowing that, okay, well, the first 2 rounds NRG won, largely came off the back of Paper X wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force Paper X to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for Paper X to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op. Unfortunately, you sort of mentioned that.
अब Marta आएगा डिफेंस में निकालेगा
ऑफ. Have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked.
सोच दिखा रहे नहीं यार अरे एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कुछ कैमरे का कुछ तो लफड़ा हो गया
We saw the RP instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah.
इसलिए फेस कैम प्लेयर फेस कैम का ओवरले नहीं आ रहा
So, you know, you're not really
इसलिए कोच का पीओवी नहीं दिखा
rहा often when you're playing. You know, Phoenix is definitely
तो
the
अपडेट
one
आया
to
हम
be
लोगों को
doing
कि
the
कुछ
majority
फेस
of the
कैम का
fragging,
ओवरले का
often
कुछ
be
तो हो गया
following up what is a
इस चक्कर में फेस
dash of
प्लेयर फेस कैम
frags
भी नहीं आ रहा है नाम
a
के
lot
बाद
of the time offensively. Definitely want
कल तक
Kiko
फिक्स हो
in
जाएगा
this comp to be the heavy hitter. The one farming up all of the
आज
right backs.
पहला मैच है ना पहला मैच उस चक्कर में लेट हो
NRG,
गया
I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Kind of halted the momentum of Paper Rex as they head into their defensive half now.
रमेश स्लेवर क्या हाल है मतलब तुझे बस ये और वॉच पार्टी होता क्या वॉच पार्टी ही तो होता है
America's team against PRX on this particular map. The NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead.
और YouTube वीडियो नहीं है भाई YouTube लाइव स्ट्रीम है भाई
That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here from NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here. Paper X mostly set up on bottom side. Forsaken, I'd imagine, will just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the sky. Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi and there's Marta. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Devi to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Devi before. And Marta finds out. 5 versus 4 early on, calling over.
भाई बी पे साइफर का एक ही ट्रिप पीछे की तरफ लगा हुआ है बाकी फिनिक्स अकेला खेल रहा है वहां पे
Stomping away, almost caught on the cross.
इधर कोई पड़ गया लग
Smoke to try and slow things down. Stun to cause a couple of problems.
अरे एक जगह पे क्यों इतनी उटिल मारी लोगों ने हां
Just into the meat grinder, both Ethan and Scooping all the kills. Like stink into the kill as well. Not just Devi, he has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one. There's potential
shot, 1v1.
Another as well. Devi versus Kiko, and Devi's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix. Kiko's not playing that. Has he got the capability?
Spike hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he
इसके
can
पास
take
हाफ
his time
शील्ड है
with this
बट
one. He's
दवाई के पास
looking like a
शरीफ
little
वन
bit of
टैप
a
मारा
raid
जीजी
boss
है
with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a
अब पेपर इसको राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा अगर आगे जाना है
waiting for a mistake,
तो 1-7 ऑल होने वाला भाई
the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been
I think
waiting
रीड
for.
हो चुकी है शायद से
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here.
भाई केको भी वेट कर रहा है केको भी वेट कर रहा है
No way, Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for Plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through and Devi!
अबे Devi मर गया
And the clutch.
क्लच करके मर गया भाई
Instant headshot. He started out with that one. On to Marta, he'll finish it onto Kiko. Another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite
8-4-1 लेकिन 8-6 हो गया भाई
onto Marta inside of A main. They were ready for Paper X's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Devi very sneakily able to
इससे मेरी ऑडियंस को हमेशा इससे मेरी ऑडियंस को पता चलेगी अबाउट द गेम अबाउट तुम स्ट्रीमर पर्सपेक्टिव दे सकते हो भाई स्ट्रीमर रिएक्शन दे सकते हो इंक्लूडिंग विद द मैच
The smoke coming down from Brock and
then एनआरजी का अच्छा हो ही गया था ऑलमोस्ट एनआरजी का बट अच्छा दवाई ने वापस थोड़ा रीसेट किया अपना
We get another early
भाई समथिंग ने कहां मार दिया
unfortunately something is just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the all away. That's all that NRG will get so far.
Trailblazer let's at least find the buy onto Scuba. 2 players spotted
भाई
out
समथिंग ने यहां पे मार दिया ईमेल पे भाई दिखाया भी नहीं पीओवी
something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of Paper X relocating to the bottom side to meet up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do
Mara,
they know
Kiko
it's
Mara,
the exact
Kiko Mara,
corner?
flash timing.
They see the hands, this will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't
भाई
even lose a single play.
चलते मार दिया भाई चिकन ने
shots from Jing.
चलते चलते मार दिया
over on towards a Brock to try and hold on to this one, but pistol not going to do you too much good.
फ्लॉलेस है भाई ये राउंड फ्लॉलेस है
round here for PRX 5
रश भी फ्लॉलेस है
One enemy remaining.
फ्लॉलेस भाई फ्लॉलेस भाई
Indeed they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus
Flawless.
is a
अबे क्या
very good position to be in. As Paper X. NRG once again going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look. But I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is and then
that ended up something ने दे दिया वन टैप हां ना मैच चालू राउंड चालू थे वन टैप दिया और दिखा भी नहीं रहे वन टैप
to be the case again. An opportunity here.
राउंड चालू थे वन टैप पड़े भाई 3 बंदे फ्लैश हुए थे अबे 3 बंदे
Honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. See what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wanted to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of A main. That's a Molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing.
Lineup to hai. Oh boy.
Pressure push out by the utility, and that's an opener for Divai inside of A main. He's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map.
What? Divai ne udhar maar diya do bande A main pe.
NRG are reeling in
their perspective dikhana marne wala. Hello.
They can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say let's recommit.
Udhar A main pe do gira diya bas ne.
Takes from NRG first. Divai can even go for a little bit more if he wants to, but on the other side of the map is Envy and
YouTube की quality थोड़ी फट रही है.
Dominant. So we're seeing the first half groundhog day for NRG. Just can't win that third round.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside of A, confirmed by the Prowler, but Divai has just been on one. He's having one of these
Divai
games.
मार के उधर ही खड़ा है guys. उधर ही खड़ा है.
Excellent form as of late. When he takes over a
भाई
game
POV भी नहीं दिखाया, दो बंदे मारे इतना मस्त
not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save, my man. Just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted. Divai, he's going to go for a little bit more. And, well, just saw the back of the player. Brock at least shuts him down. Divai's got locked down either way. He'll be happy. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Economy की जीजी कर दी भाई.
He's only one off at this point. If he's able to get one more kill,
Economy की जीजी कर दी भाई bro.
Love it. And I think his respect has been earned here as Paper X hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate Stun to come online as well. You got Divai winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV of that
Economy की जीजी कर दी भाई Brock ने.
NRG taking their second timeout now.
तीन बंदा मार गया भाई यहाँ पे.
I think they need it.
Yeah. And see what they're going to construct here around this singular save Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take some guns away from Paper X. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round. But if things go the way they're expected, Paper X will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong Paper X have been looking on this map lately.
And there's the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint we saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well, PRX are here for a reason. They know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG
थोड़ा सारे इको है राउंड पे डिपेंड करता.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams.
Economy already broke हो गई है देख Paper X की तो.
Honestly,
अब Paper X already lead पे तो.
A little bit upset that
ये लोग खेल सकते but never mind. NRG का लग गया. NRG को भी खेल रही है. अब बाई किया हुआ लोगों ने.
Would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Something आपका माउस यूज कर रहा है लेकिन बिट्टू something के गेम प्ले और आपके में अंतर है.
Can be the hero for this particular round.
तर लाडल मत कर.
By NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. Paper X playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party. Wants to start that party. He'll go down though. Showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX are left hurting. They're the ones with the guns.
Ethan को गन मिल गया.
And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba though, because Divai is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely.
भाई Ethan को कोई check ही नहीं कर रहा है. कोई check नहीं कर रहा है.
From NRG, trying to complete
this retake in from
Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Divai, but that player on the side has gone down. Divai now knows something on the wraparound. Could have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is, but the movement is a little bit too good.
Something with the clutch.
For Paper X, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post-timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout, start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade. Something fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others. and far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PaperX, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the
कब से भाई ये वाला पोजीशन खेल रहा है? कब से खेल रहा है पोजीशन?
Ethan following up super
ब्रॉक को हल्ट से किल मिल गया बाप रे
two-man
बाप.
advantage for NRG.
So it's time. You're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but Divide is still alive. Something's still alive as well. Two of the biggest fraggers so far that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Divide. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curve ball to follow up. Everything going the way of
That
NRG.
timing करके flash किया भाई, something उसमें ही माता को मारा है.
Which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. PaperX volleyed off. Too much fire in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise, might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away, so it might end over towards me, but for the time being, something won't sell it for very long because of the Neural Theft. This NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side.
ऐसा लग रहा है गाइस PaperX ऊपर अपर फेवर कर रही है यहाँ पे.
Forsaken.
और 4 सेकंड आ रहे पिक करने वाले समथिंग. दोनों भाई पागल प्लेयर है.
Winnable 2-on-3 for PaperX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the run it back from Kiko, but it's not even here. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a two-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
भाई उसने हल्का गाइस उसने हेयर पिक दिया, खाली हेयर पिक में उसने उड़ा दिया हेडशॉट मार के.
PaperX still very highly capable. 5 versus 3 and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round, importantly.
Yeah. Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for PaperX.
Something और 3 ही किल चाहिए भाई टॉप रैंक करने के लिए. मैंने क्या बोला था गाइस, something लीड करेगा, कर रहा है भाई, पहुंच रहा है वो. उसी केडी भाई 2 की केडी में.
Big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
PaperX creeping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round.
600 है क्या हर्ट से क्या उनके पास पता नहीं यार कौन सा इस मॉनिटर यूज करा आपने आईडिया.
NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B
तो मुझे देख के लग रहा है कि Lenovo स्पॉन्सर्ड है, तो प्रोबब्ली होगा 600 हर्ट्ज. अब 500 हर्ट्ज होएगा एटलीस्ट.
Doors open, Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Rogues, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make
plant कर दे लाडल, plant कर दे, plant कर दे.
Imagine if he
मार के प्लांट करेगा भाई.
Timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the rolling thunder.
भाई वो क्या बेट था भाई ऊपर?
Smokes on spawn side and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto
वो बेट क्या था भाई ऊपर?
Crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG.
भाई 2010
honestly is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here
पे
for an NRG who is confidently
दवाई भी डबल डिजिट पे ही है.
advantageous situations round on
डबल डिजिट इन द सेंस 2 के केडी में आएगा.
rounds in a row they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well.
टाइम आउट ले लिया. अगर मैं PaperX जीती तो नेक्स्ट पक्का हारेगी.
But
next pick भी NRG का ही है.
If they were able to make their way into sight.
Fracture pick PaperX का था.
They do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for ropes. We get into the timeout here for PRX, seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PaperX. But still need to close here against the NRG. That can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. Feel like Keiko is in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it-backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
See, it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BXQ. Mata looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light, though. And NRG are just bumping into each other.
अरे टूटा ही नहीं वो, अरे खा गया उसको.
Just trying to zone PaperX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PaperX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mata will be the one that ends up falling there. As Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brooks sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Divide.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brock spamming away. As Paper Rex have done a really good job this round. Kiko, though, applying some pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for Paper Rex.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
Great stun. Honestly, still beacon down for Brock. Oh. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where Paper Rex are playing from, but killing them is another story.
1v1, 4 seconds versus Kiko.
Versus Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being.
4 seconds का plant भी नहीं है.
The clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to
half हो गया.
Stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock.
One tap दे दिया. अरे भाई राउंड जीते भी नहीं, ओवर ले आ गया पहले.
But the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged a Rolling Thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there. And that is courtesy of Divide just being able to...
Guys, हो गया match point है भाई, 12-7 already.
Patiently, exactly when it's needed.
Paper X is winning भाई.
Kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the
rest
rest
almost
of the
2k KD में 1.8 KD
on
में.
the raise, that's who my eyes are on, but honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Divide's killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Marta would like one of those pieces on his side of things, Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here.
अरे क्या बचा भाई? Oh my
God! What a util combo onto Ethan.
भाई बच गया था almost. भाई बम्बूडे ने last में दे दिया.
For a Paper X who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the line straight into the open arms.
Ada is back, guys, with the off.
Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
आधा बहुत ही ज़्यादा लो है. ओ भाई साफर का कोने में बचा हुआ है.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing though wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here, and this is looking like it should be a good round for NRG now.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with the satchel to work with here, and this is very winnable. Both Brock and Marta are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good. Look at the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Most of the players
I would have expected him to go for it. I'm not going to lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round leading. You know, it's 12-7, but
that's very sensible for Jing.
10 seconds left.
Sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to. Or maybe not. We'll see how the future rounds go. NRG claw one back.
Another lockdown for Paper X in the back pocket, though. 4 more needed to push us through into overtime. Definitely doable for NRG. Marta's having a tough time getting into the game, though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for Paper X. Either they're catching the waylay. Last round, they caught Ethan with just utility. I'm surprised that, honestly, NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defense.
Pressure again. It's Marta once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX
plus op combo भाई बहुत तगड़ा. अब तो वेले भी ले रखा ऊपर से.
Prowler didn't get to see much, so
वेले से भी kind of jet की तरह खेल सकता.
Good information for Ethan.
As he execute.
अरे जिम घुस गया भाई किचन. अरे घुस गया 1 HP में. Hello.
I'm surprised he's even alive. Brock has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for Paper X and Kiko.
अरे something भी बच गया कैसे तो. Oh my god.
Divide, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for Paper X.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he can't.
Shot मारा भाई Brock
shots or something. Doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
He just wants one gun. He's just jiggling in the corner. Mollied out of position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
Chipping away at it. 3 more to go. NRG getting a string of an hours.
आज दूसरी स्ट्रीम तो होने से रही because 10 तो इधर ही बच गए.
Final timeout.
4 बजे स्ट्रीम चालू हुई थी.
6 घंटे की स्ट्रीम
तो हो ही गई ऑलरेडी.
Yeah, well, 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that they deserve. These two teams relatively familiar with each other.
एक मैप ऑलरेडी हम लोगों ने एक्स्ट्रा कवर किया.
Goes to show that NRG not out of it despite how behind they were on the rounds.
Totally
both halves.
I mean,
really.
PaperX have had phenomenal starts to both halves. And yeah, I totally agree. I think NRG have been pretty good.
Puckett just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's feeling it right now. He's backing NRG all the way, and well, 3 more rounds. Puckett might just be right.
Yeah, maybe. The, I guess, onus is on PaperX to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick. Left in the veto by NRG. Will have known that PaperX will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PaperX have drawn up here. Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG. I mean, they have the orbital potential to cancel that later on in the round. Don't think that's something they necessarily want to have to do, but if it comes down to it.
Last time we saw the lockdown, Devi used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for PaperX, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Marta patiently waiting for Devi as well, who, as a reminder, Devi got a double kill.
दवाई ने पीक दिया उधर दवाई बोल रहा हूँ हाँ दवाई ने पीक दिया मादा मारेगा भाई डायरेक्ट शॉट.
This could get dangerous for PRX.
Op पे चढ़ रहा है, op पे चढ़ रहा है.
Marta changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it.
और spot कर लिया.
Out from Devi. Fault line
Spot कर लिया भाई.
is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless, and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense. Oral has well been dropped into smoke.
God, bhai.
Something in the meantime, the players in Sand are starting to get in the mix. Envy is cleared Marta out of the side. Scuba stepping through the smoke, checked nicely there by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone kick go away.
Ho gaya, bhai.
Make sure he doesn't have any
PaperX
chance
got the
in
first
hell
map
at closing out this round, and he'll have to respect it.
Yeah, minimum. He's going to have to wait this one out. And then he's got to clear absolutely everything. Turret in Sand. Alarm bot in hole. Obviously, Kiko doesn't have to worry about that part, but he does have to worry about walking to the high-low. Envy and Forsaken ready to go. They know the positioning now.
इन्होंने मिलके निकल के मारे भाई. Crazy guys, crazy. First map PaperX for the win.
PaperX will take map 1.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, credit to NRG trying to overturn 2 pretty big deficits at the half. They put
उधर क्या चल रहा है? केसी और इसमें क्या चल रहा है?
But PaperX have been really, really hot on this map.
क्या हाल है brother? Welcome to the stream.
NRG putting up more of a fight than we
How are you
even
doing,
saw
brother?
in the
Welcome.
recent Masters Grand Final. And PaperX, I mean, map pick win for them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly,
Nice,
I'm
अगला
really
pick NRG का ही है.
to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0,
Sure.
I think that would be the unexpected outcome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a more dominant showing from PaperX, I'd be a little bit more worried for NRG, but just the resilience, the tenacity of NRG to keep that one competitive and really
strike him down. Vitality not allowing for KC to get the bonus conversion. They hold him at bay. Still a 3-round lead.
And it didn't feel that comfortable there for Vitality for a moment. They were able to just hold the line there. I mean, Sayonara this time with a Vandal. He's been using the Phantom for the first half of the map. Goes crazy. Now he's like, I can roll both. I'm comfortable either way.
यार दूसरी stream मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा most.
Just change it up. Operator will be brought to bear here by Narrate. The very all-in purchase for them, and if they can't find the round win off the back of this, they are going to absolutely be on struggle street.
NRG वाले कौन है जिसने वोट किया बाहर आओ?
How Dirka's paint shell got there?
भाई Vitality already एक मैप लीड पे चल रही है, लोटस मैप है, ऊपर से उसमें भी 9-6 लीड पे चल रही है भाई. डोमिनेशन तो है.
Slotted in right alongside the door, but
भाई 2-0 करने वाले क्या? पहला 2-0 आने वाला?
Prowler will go to scout it out. Dirka swings in, however, and he's able to find one Sayonara, gets the other, a 1-2 punch from Vitality to try to knock out KC.
अरे चेक ही नहीं किया भाई डॉसनैट को. Halle.
Similarly, will get caught off guard. Sayonara just tucked in there at upper. Spot of the one, gets himself a wall bang shot, but
एक HP बचा है भाई. अरे wall bang मार दिया भाई.
We'll be able to clean him up with a headhunter, but they're outnumbered. A lot of this now rests on the shoulders of Aves. If you cannot find a kill from here, both likely need to try to go for the save, and for that reason, Oh, they just send out the Nightfall. See that trail, and Chronicle follows it to find the kill. Now backpedaling away. Cash here on the side of Vitality. They want this gun out of his hands.
भाई कुछ भी बोलो guys.
With the right
रीड तो कर रहा है भाई. उसको पता है कौन कहाँ से आने वाला है.
Swinging out a little bit of water. No, Yumpy will get aligned, will get the shutdown. The operator lost, and Vitality up to 10.
Just the individual form of Vitality. Chronicle and Sayonara. Really damn good.
कल ही RL में try hard किया जिससे बता रही हो.
This is, somewhat of a fair fight there for Levin and Sugetsu, but they just get outdone. DOS9 again, taking these unusual positions, but little did he know Sayonara.
अगर ये स्ट्रीम गाइस 8-8:30 बजे खत्म आती मैं सच्ची बता रहा हूं मैं सेकंड स्ट्रीम लेके आता.
Yep. That was
ये स्ट्रीम को गाइस टाइम लग रहा है. अभी स्ट्रीम ही खत्म होते तो 11-11:30 बज जाएगा.
Take another time out here to talk about it. Vitality hasn't had to use any of theirs yet.
That's the final call. Burn that first one after the 5-round win streak that Vitality accrued at the start of this map. All in gamble to try to turn the tides of this. It is still recoverable. You're only down by 4. Feels like right now Vitality is going to have every answer to every question. It's thrown their way.
I mean, I will say Vitality is giving a few opportunities over Carmine Corp, but they're not able to, again, fully capitalize on them or really kind of lock out some of these rounds where they have huge advantages early without taking a bunch of damage themselves. And you can see the kill count. In Narrate, DOS9, 10 kills each. That's max. Sayonara has double of both of those players. More than double.
Wait, Sayonara 21
another
kills?
eco. Got that headhunter. Sayonara going to go for the outlaw. In this corner. Keeping this very, very quiet. Our Vitality. They haven't made a peep just yet. Maybe they try to make a little noise on the way out to see if they can bait for that outlaw a little bit. Sayonara just going to do it himself. Sound. Seeing if anybody from Carmine Corp.
पिट्टू खाएगा कब सोएगा कब कल वापस से आफ्टर स्ट्रीम में. यस सर.
Raze, you're looking for the chamber up on that position. Wow, speaking of which, Raid, just fast enough to be able to get away. DOS9 similarly, having to backpedal out using that TP.
आज actually match late चालू हुआ guys, क्योंकि match के timings के हिसाब से late ही चालू हुआ आज.
Here, but no, it's just too fast on the draw.
Steadily 3 घंटे पीछे चल रही है.
Considering that scale forward instead is.
अगर group B, मैं वैसे भी group B, stream B दोनों cover करने वाला था. ये मैचेस तो कवर ही नहीं करने वाला था. वो मैचेस ही कवर करने वाला था, बट वो मैचेस ही लेट चालू हुआ है.
Going to be layered in, just trying to hold him in position. Narrate trying to find anything, trying to be the hero, but he will fall. DOS9 going to be taken down at the same time as now it's just Sugetsu and
Remake के मैचेस मैंने कवर ही नहीं करने वाला था.
They're here on the C side. They're trying to shut them down, and okay, pack it up. It's a flawless.
ये क्या मारा? भागते भागते झम करते करते आउटलॉ. भाई हेलो भाई पीओवी दिखाओ भाई, पीओवी दिखाओ भाई.
What I'm going to assume is a no scope with the outlaw.
Sayonara ने क्या मारा वो झम मारते मारते भाई?
Just a little.
I mean, he was moving either way.
It's icing on the cake. That's very true. I mean, this one right here, the quick scope.
भाई पीओवी दिखाओ भाई, भागते भागते मारा भाई उसने आउटलॉ. दिखाया नहीं पीओवी, बताओ.
And they're just having a little giggle about it.
Oh my.
अरे Ganesh भाई हेलो क्या लगा?
More rounds to go for Vitality. Showstopper back online. Durka says, well, maybe the operator will work when I'm attacking.
Yeah. And I've got a showstopper in case,
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Swapped over. They had enough money. Maybe they just bought both.
Could have done.
Suspicion is, but we'll see. Narrate does have the tour de force. Long A, again, not really feeling confident right now to try to take that rubble space early. A lot of times you'll see the chambers maybe go by the door and see if they can cheat up. Playing extremely safe. Has that rendezvous over back towards spawn to get out.
Sending it either the connector or even into tree. So this is a very passive level of play.
Vitality just need one pick guys. ये पे अगर एक pick निकल गया ना, पूछ जाएंगे भाई, डब्ल्यू दबा देंगे भाई ये पे. अगर चेम्बर को उड़ा दिया हो गया.
Waiting for the toxic screen, you're not really going to get good opportunities. I feel like from this spot as Narrate.
चेम्बर को तो स्मोक ही कर दिया, बताओ.
Up or out. Durka, can he find anything? Forward, nothing spotted yet. Sees there at Narate's feet. Showstopper just going to be sent towards upper. No one there to receive the damage.
मिल गया भाई ये घुस गए
Time making his exit, rewrapping towards stairs, and Dirk.
पूरा रीटेक करने वाला है, पूरा रीटेक करने वाला है. अल्ट मार दिया भाई पर अल्ट.
And he's able to find one, so gets going to be taken out as Chronicle finds two.
उन्हें कल दो मार दिया भाई.
11 and DOS9 now trying to prevent this from going up to to match point at that. As like a nigh impossible task, the pit is there, the spam not connecting, except on 11. A bit there on the approach. The overdrive to try to fish is going to be rewarded for one. Yumpy.
What? Ultimate spam में ले गया भाई एक को ult के अंदर.
Scouted out, still not spotted. The push forward. Chronicle will be found. Also able to find one, but Sayonara greets him with that shorty, and that's
मिल गया भाई Vitality को.
packing it up, rotating out, trying to retain his weapon. Vitality will move up now, 12-6.
It goes down to the spike, but that's okay. Plenty of money there for Vitality. Just super smart, super aware stuff from Vitality. Kind of slowly taking this space, realizing where Narrate might be. The Seas lands right at his feet. They're able to clear out the danger of that tour de force early. Get yourself into this pit. You know, kind of recognizing that there's a pretty good chance the Chamber is going to be on his own. Scale forward off the back of that. Durka's going to send a bit of a fake towards B to gain some space that way. Just completely force KC in towards their spawn.
और full beat push करेगा फिर में. अरे भाई सी पर अल्ट मार दी वाइपर ने.
Basically lock the round down, and now you're confident.
घुस गए भाई भी ले लिया मिलीसेकंड में ले लिया.
The trademark now going to be cleared out. The end is nigh. Okay, Paranoia will go across. Will connect. The two players are going to be taken down.
Bye.
Play statuesque inside of that smoke.
इसने घुस के मारा भाई दो.
Back across Prophet here at upper, making his presence known, but it's going to be Sayonara. Sign able to find the one as Abez will fall. Durka now getting on the scene, pushing his way forward through the connector, and Prophet just a hair off with his spam, but Durka able to still strike. Finds Sugetsu. Boombot now trying to further scout as DOS9 is going to be taken down. Levin able to pull off of that defuse. Finds himself a second.
1v1. Oh my god.
Levin coming away with a massive 3K to keep Carmine Corp alive. 1v1 था. Barely above the water.
1v3 कर दिया बेचारे.
More off the back of this clutch to try to send this into overtime.
Guys, Case is still alive.
He's had a couple nice ones today. Has 11. That's another one into the books.
Was RRQ भी 2-0.
You start to feel like it's too little, too late. Who knows?
नहीं यार RRQ ने एक मैप निकाला था शायद. RRQ ने नहीं निकाला ना 2-0 हुआ.
From Vitality.
एक मैप पे खत्म हो गया था.
But then you get two fast kills and it's 3v5. You should be no problem at all. And then Sayonara, Durka, everybody's swinging around from angles they're not ready for. 11 very ready for this final layer here though. Just barely.
That's Vitality, getting a little bit frazzled, which we have rarely seen from them, but it has cropped up a couple times in this round.
Sure.
That first death goes over to 11. You don't need to be swinging one by one. You know that he hasn't gotten the hold up to half on that defuse.
It's true.
Could have pumped the brakes, played together, but wanted to try to bring this one to an end. Prophet now going to be overwhelmed, but Durka's there to try to peel one back. Gets that kill. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. Durka damage, so overall, KC still coming away favored.
The rotations thought about, but no full commit here from Vitality, so have to go into more of a default setup. Spreading the map a little bit. Sugetsu back over to the other side. Meanwhile, one-way setup for DOS9, and he's going to be able to gain a lot of info here, so already cheating over is Avez. Like this from KC, they've got a really good idea of what's going on in this round right now.
They read Narrate is the big question. He's playing in front of the wall. The jump peek out. He gets a headshot. And he
दो मिल गया भाई Narrate को. ओ भाई. ओ अरे उसको भी लगी spam.
Continuing to fill this space, comes away with the final two eliminations, and Carmine Corp still
guys, KC is still alive.
4 players surviving.
Do you know
bolster the economy.
ये क्या होता है? oksbi hello. जब आ रहा है DC पे देखता हूँ.
Nasty stuff there from Narrate. Really good macro for KC.
भाई Narrate को 2 मिल गया. यहाँ पे क्या instant pick off क्या है?
Early aggression to gain a little bit of space, gain a little bit of info, gain a little bit of map control. Now your players hit some good shots along the way. Sugetsu with that Guardian. Good for the final two. I wonder if we're going to see a timeout. Yes. Yep. I think this is a great time to take
round के लिए timeout ले लिया Vitality वालों ने.
Any more chances, any more opportunity.
There's enough going on that Pal's like, okay, boys. Boys. Let's
वैसे वाइटलिटी के पास बाय नहीं है.
a little bit here. Let's have a quick chat and try to just bring this one to an end.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe just, I think what you might see a little bit here, maybe potentially from Vitality, is okay.
Let's का मतलब क्या होता है?
Let's be a little bit more cautious.
2-0 का नशे में भी अभी Piper X भी 2-0 करेगा. अच्छा.
The cannery get into us and just.
NRG का pick है, just saying.
But you know, I think that's some of when Vitality's at their best is when they're kind of reacting to what their opponent's doing to them, when they can rely on those individual protocols, the team play that has really gotten them over the line in a lot of these rounds.
One from a Nightfall, one from a Showstopper. Have a bit of a half investment here from Vitality. Pulls a Sheriff, a Bandit. Chronicle just going to be sticking with the El Clasico. Evan looking to take some forward space. And that is an instant headshot as Prophet will fall.
भाई दोनों स्टन हो गए.
Having them both
Never
contained
mind.
back around the corner, but Levin not looking to overstep. This is great restraint being shown
अरे कुत्ता पीछे
by
बढ़ गया.
Carmine Corp.
Trying to use the boombot against him.
Evan हाँ.
Trying to drag it out, make them think they can swing that angle. Trying to set up a bit of a firing line.
Every different teams different ox को मिलता है sponsor.
Find too much value. Still though, another nice start for KC.
Now 4 players clustered here on B. 11 watching that angle into A main.
भाई 20 रोटेशन आ रहा है. सी पूरा खाली है भाई. वाइटेड चाह तो घुस सकती है. But info ही नहीं वाइटेड बस इसके बारे में.
Solid retake onto the C side, but tap at the door in the rain. Able to backpedal away fast enough. Clears that corner. Only a minor amount of damage going to be suffered.
अरे शॉट से लगे कनेक्ट ही नहीं कर पाया भाई ना.
Quite unfortunate that he's not able to find anything off of that.
And now you got to worry about the Showstopper. What in the world? Nary doubles down.
Oh, he just keeps going back in. Just tapping the door over and over again, keeping it revolving. Finds that elimination. Suketsu going to be traded at the same time, but so it's still a player advantage. Now expanded upon us. Dawson with a critical shot. He's able to find Chronicle. Be now dead. Durka, the last one standing, and what a clutch this would be. Finds the first. It's the up and over. The drop down onto the side. Dawson is trying to play with his foot. Durka locks in for that shot.
1v2 clutch incoming. Oh my god. Nice try.
Damn certain that Showstopper.
Nice try. का one tap दिया भाई इसको.
A solid effort, but a solid enough retake here by Carmine Corp. We're now just 3
Yeah,
away
one tap
from
दिया भाई
overtime.
Okay. I mean, they're getting there. Still never feels quite comfortable.
हमें one tap दे दिया भाई इसको.
Do find their moment. Nary plays that nicely around that door, keeping Vitality guessing. Is he not? This first shot from Levin. Woo.
This has been Prophet dead. What? The start of the last 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Able to have those added smokes, not being able to have
गलत मारा भाई headshot हवे में.
Good lord, Durka.
That was absolutely ridiculous. All
चलो भाई उधर मैप उधर चालू होगा guys. Player picks. Agent pick शुरू हो चुका है.
Big ults here.
Paper X going for fade, jet,
try to use this Nightfall to
Pyas,
TP.
Omen.
Looking for just a 3-2-1 here, but
Double duel जा रहे भाई.
held at bay as the paranoia goes out. Durka looking for a target, turns back, finds Dawson in the corner. It's him with the rocket.
और NRG ने लिया Viper, Vyas, Fade, Omen, Raze. Almost same comms है.
Durka's looking to do more work, and he has.
Shatter Viper.
Now joining the fray, finds Levin.
Viper
and now they're overwhelmed. It's just Narrate left. Joining the squad now, put into a 1v3 scenario to try to keep this map going. Finds the first.
जीत की vitality guys.
Down to 47, the regen shield is there. Both players
2v1
together behind the boxes there at water, but Narrate.
क्या वो मैच चालू होने से पहले यहाँ पे खत्म होगा?
No idea where they could have fanned out to. It's going to be a 3-2-1.
खत्म कर दिया भाई. खत्म कर दिया.
13-9 Vitality.
2-0 domination by Vitality.
Carmine Corp, they take them down.
Vitality गई upper bracket.
Here at EWC 2026.
Just really sturdy, steady stuff.
A new look on
Haven for Vitality. Same old on
here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of denied a lot of info and you're going to have to be put through your paces, working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2. Obviously, lots of pressure over towards B as expected.
भाई B पे 4 लोग क्यों खड़े भाई बाहर?
Side of things, something waiting on the other side. Plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward.
अरे 3 लोग B पे. Oh my!
Disgusting right click, but Jing
हवे में हेडशॉट मार दिया राइट क्लिक.
The race, so no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today. Mata, like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But
अगर पेपर एक जीते तो 1x के बाद और एक मैप जाएगा फिर. Decider breeze.
And also Brock taking, or he already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
भाई फोर्स से लोग गलत मार दिया. वो तो राइट
helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack, as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost.
भाई तीन प्लेयर आ गए इसके सामने. Oh my
dealt with
god.
by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round?
Envy को check नहीं का GG करते गए.
He's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on.
और nice try.
It's Brock and Scuba with the door open.
1v3.
Look at those trades just to violate.
Brock भाई 1 HP है. 2 HP.
Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide already get a clutch on that.
Clutchable है Divide.
Fracture rather.
You cannot lose.
दो player तो लो ही है. 40 HP 2 HP है.
He's just going to be living rent free in your head as NRG. Two of these players are one tap to the sheriff. Spike going down.
बोला था VIT easy है. ठीक.
As Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat. Does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around.
Waters आ रहा है घूम के. दवाई को मालूम ही नहीं है, इन्फो ही नहीं है दवाई कुछ इसके बारे में. Waters आ चुका है घूम के.
Invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock.
पकड़ा गया. Oh, spot होगा.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arc Rose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem, and a double peek will, in fact, come through Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Mata happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Divide absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has
NRG ने निकाल लिया भाई. NRG के pick में ही पहला.
Together in the second half, pistol, a fracture. Explosive start to this.
गलत मारा है right click भाई. हवा में कुछ भी पड़ गया भाई 4 सेकंड को.
But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill. And just as he found it, Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Mata once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Dealt with over on Rubble side, picking him.
अटक गया भाई something. 1 HP GG भाई.
But none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Divide with the sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that.
Okay,
that's a problem.
Inhuman shot था भाई.
Another one here, but disgusting shot so far.
Inhuman shot था भाई वो.
There as well. They've just turned this one around.
दवाई ने गलत मारा भाई दोनों को.
Something.
What? Pistol को निकाल दिया इन लोगों ने.
PaperX are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an eco win in what? That was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
Is this for real? Hello?
I cannot believe it.
5, Kev.
I cannot believe
भाई ये क्या देख लिया मैंने?
The stars lined up.
Buy round हार गए भाई.
Perfect situation.
NRG.
Something receives
दो वैंडल गिर गई भाई की. दो वैंडल.
No idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get one freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you. Yes, I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the
भाई
players.
NRG के लिए बहुत बुरा लगा. दो वैंडल गिरा दी भाई. दो वैंडल गिरा दी भाई. क्या टाइमिंग हुई है यहाँ पे भाई. ओमन की टीपी मारने की भाई साहब.
I almost fell to my knees. I'm not gonna lie. Regardless, though, Forceblight does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and PaperX are very much fighting for this mount control.
2 casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these 2 teams have got themselves.
ओमन ने टीपी मारते डायरेक्ट. Oh my god.
That one, that was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees...
फिर कॉर्नर चेक नहीं किया भाई. Jinx 2 खा गया. दूसरा भी खाने वाला. खा गया.
Oh! PRX styling on him.
Looking to continue pushing the issue.
चौथा भी मार गया.
For the ace. Showstopper earned.
Jing going for the ace.
Opened up this round so nicely.
Jing को ace
with
दो.
a little bit of a shrouded step. Crouch jiggle
Ace,
into
ace,
B.
ace. Jing by ace.
Too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat.
Second ace of the day, guys. पहला तो आसुना ने लिया है.
But I just don't know.
अगर बीच में किसी ने लिया तो पता नहीं, because जब तक मैंने देखा है तो आसुना लिया था.
Paper X with a gorgeous shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the raise
We
compared
also
to
said
Fracture.
sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and get the
30
ace.
seconds left.
Respecting the fact that still early days here.
Yeah, Jing को ace मिलेगा guys.
Anything too silly.
That's PPR for a reason. Eco King भाई कुछ गलत मार दिया भाई उधर लोग.
The hunt is on for what is worth. So maybe.
दिनेश भाई तू समझ रहे हो टीम में 2 वैंडल थी, 2 वैंडल गिराई वो लोगों ने, उनके पास तो कुछ गन ही नहीं था. बैंडेड यूज कर रहे, बैंडेड और शरीफ.
He's coming over here towards Heaven side. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen.
Jing आ गया भाई स्पॉट करके. Ace मिलेगा. Oh no way.
Okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Yeah, guys, round खत्म ही नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे. Round win आ गया पहली.
For Paper X. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken
Over
for
glitch
NRG. I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an
दरवाजे खोलेगा भाई पर कार. भाई जिंग को चेक ही नहीं किया. इनसे जिंग को चेक ही नहीं किया.
Jing ends up getting 4.
जिंग को छोड़ना मतलब भाई फिर तो मौत ही है.
Also than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory. Something judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols. So
something bacha kaise वहाँ.
See where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in. Something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of holding up in tree for the time being, and the attackers once again will slow this one down. Not much to work with.
Jing का player का नाम है.
6 and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Martyr as well.
Paper X का player का नाम है Jing.
Paper X, happy to chill. See what NRG are going to do here. Share covering over towards Mound.
भाई मेरी favorite team खेल रही Paper X.
B is mostly open, but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as a one-way. Paper X, even if they don't have anyone invested over on that side of the map, are quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Wall goes back up for NRG.
And through the wall is going to be Forsaken.
मार दिया भाई 4 सेकंड ने.
And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner.
Flawless again,
doubles all of them up. One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, Paper X.
Flawless ही गया थे guys.
Excellent position
आप
now.
किसे support कर रहे हो? Obviously Paper X.
Defensive side.
मेरी favorite team खेल रही है.
Running away with things. NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round work their way into this attacking half.
Paper X को मैं Valorant के start of the tournament से मैं support करता था. अभी से भाई under भाई one of the dominated team थी.
Get off to bit of a rolling start.
But बीच में एक साल या 2 साल जीत होगा था.
Round 3. Maybe you don't. I've always seen PRX on Fracture. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post pistol and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mal, but Paper X are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down and something pushed away.
दोनों तरफ से खुल रहे भाई. अरे
but denied outright. Doubling up nicely. And this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through. A little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the paint shells
कितनी उठी डाली वहाँ पे. पहले नेड आया guys.
Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with
फिर फेड का सीज फेंका फिर ये फेंका भाई.
In 2 versus 5. How badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
Think you just want to min-max the money. Certainly early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly.
दोनों अल्ट खुला रे इसका.
Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle.
उधर भाई मादा ने खोला, मादा ने पिक ऑफ किया, इधर इसने खोल दिया, जिंग ने खोल दिया.
That's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for Paper X, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. So the two teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here if you're PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that
Bhai,
they've
best
put a
player
pretty
IEMNOOBDA,
big
bhai.
dent in
Ivan.
PaperX's economy, and they've
Best
got
player
great
is
odds to
IEMNOOBDA.
work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor
यहाँ पे
of
मादर ने
Mario,
pick off किया, यहाँ पे
quite in
ult
the
हुआ ही नहीं
favor
भाई.
of favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. Really put the pain on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX and just the 2 members.
Giveaway का हाल खराब है की भाई.
Something this time around.
This is gonna be fun.
Is ready for NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the
Giveaway का
line
हाल तो
here.
बहुत ही खराब है भाई.
Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PaperX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on A. Something on the line here. The fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a
भाई
dark cover.
एक खाली व्यास के भरोसे छोड़ दिया ये लोगों ने भाई PaperX ने. अब ये लोग A पे move कर रहे हैं.
Heading over towards the A side of things. Only Divide here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see what NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PaperX a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds, and the attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B split now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Broad. Hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got
Shot
Kiko,
miss
but Kiko's
किया
happy
उधर,
with that
whiff
kill.
किया,
4
उसके
versus 4
बाद
now.
भी
B
मारा
is
भाई
gonna be
उसको.
the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well, Forsaken.
4 second info लेके चला गया भाई.
Offensive potential here. No, he doesn't actually commit to the TP.
देखो पकड़ा गया.
He's Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. It's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven's side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle here. Jing gonna find a pick onto Scuba.
ये बंदा पीछे Ethan की तो info है.
Long time to get back into the site, but PaperX have at least got some trades on in.
Invi low है.
Well, Jingle, if we
Oh
hear the
my
sounds
God.
of victory, and we do from Arda. Big shots in. Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells. We lock in 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value on this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not, it still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Marta was perfection. PaperX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
See if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet.
भाई
NRG not
ये लोग आज फेस कैम का जीजी हुआ वरना भाई कोच का पीओवी मिलता जब कोच ये लोग को भर रहा था.
has been the one to talk about.
PaperX का कोच तो भड़कता है.
Eco win
जब ये लोग हारना शुरू करते PaperX का कोच बहुत गंदा भड़कता है भाई. रीच कर देता है भाई पूरा ऑन कैम.
It's fine. Lose that one. On our way back on the future
वो
round.
बेचारा व्यास अल्ट कर रहा था.
As far into a deficit.
उसके पास ओडिन भी थी. व्यास के पास ओडिन भी थी. जस्ट सिंह बता रहा हूँ.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves.
उसकी ओडिन गिरी.
Working their way through this attacking side despite a
बहुत बसड़ हो गया पे 3-3 हो गया गाइस. 3 ऑल कर दिया भाई ये
just
लोगों ने.
picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
We can't afford an operator for.
अभी तो NRG भाई मादा ऑफ लेगा डिफेंस में. और इन्होंने ऑलरेडी ओडिन शुरू कर दिया है. लेट्स गो.
A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away.
4 सेकंड ये कौन सी पोजीशन में बैठा है भाई?
Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke.
इनके कोच है. हाँ, टाइम आउट पे जो बात कर रहे थे कोच से बात करते.
For PaperX, who dominate that mount control. PaperX going to be put through. Oh, sorry, NRG going to be put through.
कैमरे का लफड़ा रखा है बोल के कोच का पीओवी नहीं दिखा रहे.
Deal with any of these aggressive plays for PaperX.
अरे स्पैम में पकड़ लिया उसको.
Something does at least equalize the numbers, and Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read.
भी मिल गया.
Understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and
वापस से भी मिल गया इनको.
But now look at this. Forsaken nearly had the secondary. Ethan a little bit too sharp. For PaperX, and he's still in play 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by Divine and Envy.
PaperX ने निकाल दिया भाई.
PRX is 4th.
Yeah, good recovery from PaperX there. NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there. See Mount fight. Well, navigated by PaperX.
PaperX की पूरी टीम को हिंदी निकाल आती है. जिस सिंह बता रहा है.
Up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were
अरे देरी भी होंगे क्या पता एक दूसरे को
honestly, if Forsaken
एक दूसरे को भर रहे भी होंगे वो
the
लोग
round would have been done outright, but the
वो
rest
जब भी
on
वॉइस
Paper
रिकॉर्डिंग
X
आएगी तब पता चलेगा
pick up the pieces. It's just a very back
दवाई
and
हिंदी
forth
गाली
game
देते हैं
for
भाई
Lotus here.
ये बंदा ये जो है दवाई
Push margins as well, obviously.
हिंदी गाली देते हैं
2v2. Nightfall doing some work there.
मैच के बीच में हिंदी गाली देते हैं टीम
But a scuba onto something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall.
Lux तो है ठीक है भाई
Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they
भाई
should be.
ओडिन खुल गो ओडिन खुल गो और एक ले oh my god
Too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Trying to do some damage on a Brock or even get a kill, but not quite there as Mara converts onto Forsaken, 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX
भाई 4 सेकंड तो फ्री में मर गया फ्री फंड में और तेरी
Divine gonna have to do a
चप्पल
little bit more than that. It's only Divine left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do? Here?
गाइस क्या दवाई वापस से करेगा 1v4
Certainly gets
अल्ट
some
है दवाई
shots
के पास
in, but
इनफैक्ट
look at the money situation.
तो लगा दो भाई तीन बंदे ट्री पे खड़े हैं बाप रे बाप
a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Divine any
वहाँ पे
chances
पीक
of
देना
completing
मतलब
this
मौत से
clutch,
टक्कर
let
है
alone taking more
फ्लैश भी
guns
इनफैक्ट
here.
दवाई के
Does
पास
Divine even want to go for? That's my question,
Save
because
करा
he just doesn't have the money to play with.
सेव करा
Fall back into spawn side.
टीम पे पैसे भी नहीं वैसे तो बात
Hold
तो
on
सही
to
है
the
कर ले
Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this
Just
round with
asking no
full
Indians in it
surviving.
Indian कल मैच होने वाला है
Very
इंडियन
nice
टीम
clap back to even things up for a piece.
इंडियन टीम का मैच कल है कल फर्स्ट मैच इंडियन टीम का है और सामने भाई जो टीम है गाइस उसमें जो प्लेयर है गाइस मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर ऑफ वैलोरेंट ऑल टाइम 3 साल से आ रहा है भाई आसपास मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर
Once again we find ourselves
उनके सामने का मैच है सोच लो
on Lotus by the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for
एनसी मिलेंगे भाई इंडियन टीम एनसी में मिलेंगे
to do that, especially after something goes down right at the
I mean
start
Indian
of the
players
round.
not Indian team Indian team तो
is
है
not
already
the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah,
quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up
चल रहा है
being Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression.
अरे ये क्या स्पैम मार गया भाई
With the hort to try to scan somebody going across
कहाँ
the
मिलेगा भाई
level.
जिनको
It is a Paper X classic
4 second
to
free
pull
fund में
up
क्यों
those
मर रहा
dark
है
covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with Paper X and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Being desperate to find that gun there dropped by
पहले टीम को
Forsaken.
सपोर्ट करूंगा देखो गाइस मैं भी वही बोल रहा हूँ भले से मेरी फेवरेट टीम फेवरेट प्लेयर ओपोनेंट में खेल रहा हूँ
This is going to be a
But I will
very, very
support
good half for NRG,
Global
especially
Esports.
after they get Eco'd round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus.
ओपन मर गया हाँ सामने वाला ओपन मर
The
गया
same situation on Fracture.
दोनों को वहाँ पे
with
पकड़ लिया
PRX
स्पैम में
quite
पकड़
the
लिया
lead, but here in NRG
3 लोग आरिस के सामने अरे
find the
चेक हो गए
5-4 here, especially with that kill to Envy, and still one gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the
समथिंग
save?
ऑफ के लिए पैसे बचा रहा है
30 seconds left.
Potentially
What?
so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A site. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map a couple of rounds in the row here. Seen Paper X with a very, very quick opening towards A.
तो भाई फिर से सेव करेगा
Unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach. Maybe, especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice.
Sorry, पूरा नहीं देख पाया, sorry क्यों बोल रहा है?
It's
Chill,
definitely a
relax.
viable option.
कल देख लेना पूरा
Paper
कोई
X have
दिक्कत
had
की बात
a
नहीं
fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mount.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well, as they will recover some of their economy for
कल का भी
that
टाइम
next
सेम ही है
round, and a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found Devi. Okay, he's happy with that one. How much of a chase did NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly they can throw as
टूर्नामेंट
many
कहाँ पे हो
guns
रहा है
at this
पेरिस
as
फ्रांस
they want to. So, as it stands,
पेरिस में हो रहा है
don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging of a Devi out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of
तो लग रहा है
money,
guys
got
first
plenty of
half
ults to
6-6
play with,
होने वाला है
really. The onus is back on Paper X
तो वापस से
to try
first
to
half
conjure
6-6
a
होने
little
वाला
bit
है
more magic because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
ये जो कट्टू कट रहा है और राउंड चल रहा है इनके
Something, like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but PRX still again, really needs something out of this. Her economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Second, peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status as NRG looking to pick up the pace towards
भाई यहाँ पे इतना सामान है ना सी साइड घुसने के बाद भाई बहुत सामान है भाई ले ऑलरेडी स्लो होगा रेस दीवार लग गई बताओ और फ्लैश करेंगे तो अंधे हो जाएगा पूरी टीम साइड पे ले अल्ट मार दिया अलग
But just no one in the sidelines.
Wait, सामने से भी अल्ट है डबल अल्ट wow very realistic.
Garner's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for Paper X.
Here we go, showstopper Jing. That's the only who's.
अरे जिंग को देखा ही नहीं. Oh my god.
Gets the kill, Divine gets the trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 against something. He wanted that operator kill for so long, gets onto Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left, Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here.
भाई पेपर एक्स ने क्या राउंड निकाला है ये. वो लोगों ने 2 अल्ट यूज करी थी 2 अल्ट.
I'm surprised Paper X was able to put that retake together, given that the show.
Divine Krishna, what's up? How you doing, brother? Welcome.
On the retake there. The pit ends up kind of working.
Just asking nothing personal. You are sponsor of EWC, so कुछ post आपके लिए official social media पे. I'm not a sponsor, भाई. I'm a co-streamer, guys.
Unfortunately, it just ends up being
co-streamer और sponsor में फर्क होता है भाई.
Obscure the fact that Paper X are on the spike.
What happened, bro? Divine Krishna.
Flash here is on, makes it easy for Divine.
भाई यहाँ पे को समझ नहीं आया. जिंग ने मादा को देखा कैसे नहीं?
Inside of the pit from
पोल के भी छुपा हुआ था भाई.
Retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway because Jing.
भाई पेपर एक्स ने पुश चालू कर दिया भाई. Aggressive push करके pick off करो पीछे भाग जाओ.
Paper X going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba looking outside of A here. Has Defiant something to contend
अरे
with.
बच गया.
Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out.
Something ने spot तो कर लिया कि एक बंदा यहाँ पे है.
He's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mount control.
Okay, here reclearing rather.
अरे 4 second free fund में मार गया फिर से.
PRX dropping their members over towards C. Now the long rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately. All his Vice utils stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. Paper X are so far out of position here. Have to take a long way back on into it. That is ridiculous from Jing. Waits till the last minute, not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there. So lose-lose scenario and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now. 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first.
ये round अगर पेपर एक्स ने किया ना retake किया ना properly guys.
And Scuba, like you said, on for the long
7-5 होने वाला है.
For that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot to Ethan. Divide gets a kill as well. Okay.
1v1. 1v1. आया नहीं है वो damage कर रहा है.
Shot. Oh, Scuba's got to come in.
Oh my god.
Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up. I'm afraid he's gone.
भाई time waste कर दिया भाई उसने.
That door timing's wild.
Perfectly played there by Scuba. Just tapping the door, just endlessly waiting for him to peek, but never quite gets the peek that he was looking for.
Full time waste कर दिया भाई, crazy.
Nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately, out on an island there.
Guys, लेकिन एक बात है, NRG के map pick में भाई पेपर एक्स खेल रही है भाई, dominate कर रही है जैसे.
They keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so.
ऐसा भी नहीं कि एकदम one sided NRG कुछ ज़्यादा खेल रहे हो.
NRG was
basically चल रहा है मैच. अरे 3 बंदे सी पे पुश किया अभी. अरे भाई अंधे में फिर मर गया 4 सेकंड. हाँ.
Takes down Forsaken once again. Big trades happening still on Mount. 3 versus 4. Paranoia doesn't get as much as you would have liked, but Kiko will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away.
तीन बंदों ने पीट दिया भाई एक साथ. बाप रे बाप. अरे अरे अरे.
Not much for EMB to do there. Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking side. Given the fact that they get eco
7-5
after the pistol. Really
7-5 guys. My ass super break.
Could see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti double controller. I'd imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really win things over towards that mound side of things as well. These last 2 rounds, winning these controls. And something, he had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the space as he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture. Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead, feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to PaperX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of init. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PaperX do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the guiding light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to guiding light, satchel dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well, double duelist.
बारिश तो बहुत बाहर जोर की हो रही है भाई, मेरे यहाँ पे तगड़ी हो रही है।
The problem is though that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall and a lot more util. You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you were running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen, going to be troublesome regardless though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side, and one scan already out on Tomatoes. That location has been revealed. Walls down somewhat, and starting from all angles. So is Brock.
PaperX not liking the way that A is feeling right now.
भाई सी पूरा क्लियर है, भागो बे.
Chunk out of Brock and Marta as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PaperX the opener.
PaperX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well.
भाई सी पूरा क्लियर है, कोई नहीं खेल रहा, चारों बंदे ए पे स्टैक होके आ गए.
All of NRG.
लो पुश कर दिया लोगों ने. अरे भाई 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 भाई.
Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PaperX.
अगर PaperX रेडी किया तो भागेंगे लोग. अबे C4 गिर गया. फाइट गिर गया.
Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Can divide clutch yet another pistol.
भाई दवाई versus Scuba 1v1. देख लिया spot. Oh my god, headshot दे दिया भाई.
To give NRG yet another great start to a half.
फिर NRG ने पिस्टल और निकाल लिया, बताओ.
From NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1, Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series. And Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
PaperX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divine can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. PaperX wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't.
Bye. Don't tell me look, Kiko वापस से turn up करने वाले भाई. Gun round.
Scuba gets shinged down and over towards the drop. Just back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round?
Nice try.
Now they probably will.
Nice try.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba.
NRG ने भी hold रखा भाई. Gun round.
I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site, and they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in
hold रखा भाई. Finally देखा अच्छा लगा.
Shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peek over on Mount side. But look, PaperX do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. The rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from.
अब ये राउंड गाइस ये तो नॉर्मली जाएंगे थर्ड राउंड पे गन राउंड है गन राउंड अगर हारे पेपर लेके टाइम आउट
PRX is seen for a little bit.
Very close on the C's late there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for Paper X. But that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through.
So Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG. Make sure no one was there on rubble. That allows now Kiko to move over.
I saw. They've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about.
What? 4 second ne kaha TP maar diya ye?
Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but Paper X finally break through.
Okay, Ethan, really getting some good damage in there. Something on basically 1
HP hoga something tera HP pe. Very realistic.
PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just... Well, he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with bonus
NRG third map ja rahe. Kam no decider.
Fantastic for
Are we going breeze? With Paper X was
NRG. Honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for Paper X to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If Paper X had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now, will be taking a timeout. They are in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far.
अब होगा Paper X से come back. देख लो तुम लोग chat.
Taken a lot for him to win that one, and heads up play by Ethan.
अब Paper X मारेगी देखो.
The fact that he might be
अब घुस के मारेगी Paper X.
And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
अगर अब इसके बाद अगर Paper X ने मारा नहीं ना भाई, we are going third map guys.
Paper X have very much dug themselves a hole here, though. Coming out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shut down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really.
Time out तो है. मैंने पहले ही बोला भाई time out लेंगे round हारने के बाद.
Like Divide was on Fraction.
तू buy round हक दिया.
Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Is that
Paper X क्या 4 second मर रहा है randomly? ये 4 second मरना बंद हुआ ना.
Kiko saw his cape going inside of the dark.
Paper X का comeback शुरू हो जाएगा.
Disgusting off angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
अब ये round ये लोग आराम से खेलें क्योंकि eco है भाई. Paper X का. उसके बाद gun round में देखना कैसे घुस के मारेंगे.
Revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from Envy.
ऑप लगी है भाई माता ने ऑप लगा रखी है भाई मत दे पीक मत दे पीक देते खाएगा ये
बड़ी taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map sees the sheer wall dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay, tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out, slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be
C पे दो बंदे.
Yeah, quite happy to let Paper X come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as Paper X?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage! Brock finds his mark onto something. Inside the smoke, no problem. Scuba on the Divide as well. Now Jing. Just see if we can get a kill here or two. Help the economy.
Shot!
Also, shot! Showstopper one off now, courtesy of those 2 Sheriff shots, but NRG will complete the retake nonetheless.
2 headshots.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX after that tech timeout will
अब करना पड़ेगा guys Paper X को come back.
Rounds gonna go.
वरना we are going third map.
Going going into their attack timeout, they're definitely
गलत मारा उधर आउटला ये आ तो पता नहीं समथिंग कुछ अलग ही स्पैम में मर गया गाइस स्मोक थ्रू
what they prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially
NRG
when
वापस
you're
स्कोर किया
considering the
yep
orb control. You're now two
इको पे थे ना अब बाय पे अब दोनों टीम पे बाय है ब्रॉक तो उधर ओडिन कर रहा है भाई ओडिन लेकर बैठा हुआ है
Operator in hand, something.
अब यहाँ से करेगा ओडिन स्पैम शॉट दे दिया भाई भाई 4 सेकंड का भाई ये मैप बहुत अनलकी है भाई
Just a flick one tap.
गलत पड़ गया वन टैप
To lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a disgusting shot from Kiko.
राउंड चालू हो रहा नहीं 4 सेकंड सबसे पहले डाउन हो जा रहा है भाई
on Paper X is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end
12 बजे खत्म होगा स्ट्रीम जीजी बराबर थर्ड मैप जा रहे तो गाइस और एक घंटा अरे भाई
Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
जीजी होगा भाई
He almost got Mana there. Honestly, had no business doing anything at
जीजी
that
होगा
point. 3 on 5 here for Paper X. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
hate to
fire.
say it, but kind of in the bin of the
अरे check ही नहीं किया no way
dropped something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what you can do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. All picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock.
But वो 11 में किसने कमबैक किया था इस पे पेपर एक्स फनाटिक
Stop map for Paper X. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
फनाटिक ने किया हुआ कमबैक 11-1
straight to Lotus from the grand final really. We skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX, it sucks to be in a position where you got to save.
और पहले का बोलो तो फनाटिक ने किया हुआ कमबैक बट ये मैप था कि नहीं था आई एम नॉट श्योर
Brock entering with the Odin. Little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there.
अरे स्पैम में मर गया
Make it away with the operator, so something
और भी नहीं सेव कर पाया
a little bit more empty-handed. And Paper
Guys,
X,
we are going third map. We are going third map. Guys, can we hit 50 likes? 10 likes दूर हम लोग फटाफट से guys अब तक 50 likes हो पा रहे छी.
That round went from bad to worse with no
recovery. All like complete होने चाहिए था भाई.
It just starts like you said. You lose for second, like 5 seconds in. Smoke's gone. Something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind. No chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it. Just going to have to throw that rocket out.
Something के नीचे बैठा oh भाई
again just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Broke on the other side of that door, spamming on through. Jing made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more.
अरे पड़ गो 4 सेकंड घुस के मारा भाई
2 left. Down to 1 Forsaken versus the world.
मर गया अरे बच कैसे गया
Despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run 13.
We are going third map.
Yeah. Really nice.
We are going third map, guys. Lotus था मुझे याद नहीं लेकिन ये दोनों टीम में कंफ्यूजन है.
But rough starts.
इनका सब यूसी हुआ.
I think they very much showed their
We are going
quality
third
here
map.
on Lotus. Both halves definitely look like the better team, and Paper X a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at Masters London.
The second half, they were gone. I don't think they won a single round there, right? And multiple opportunities where they're trying to
Third map breeze जा रहे भाई.
to work with. Operator not getting anything done for something, sadly. That second to last
Crazy
round, like
7 hours of watch party. Let's go.
Giving the 12 over. You hate to see that.
Let's go, guys.
Howdy doody.
Hi, Bucket. You want to use mine?
Hand signs. Sign language.
Will paper have a comeback after this. या तो अभी कट टू कट मैच होगा या तो वन साइड मैच होने वाला है फुल डोमिनेशन के साथ
There we go. Hey, Ver. My producer.
दोनों में से कुछ एक होने वाला है.
Just talk. I was trying. We're gonna go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some.
या तो फुल डोमिनेशन होगा या तो पूरा वन साइड.
Shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out Paper X on Lotus.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great USA.
भाई 4 सेकंड स्टार्टिंग से जो मरना शुरू हुआ है ना गाइस पहला पिक ऑफ में वही गलत हो गया.
You love to see the satchel fights, the team shots.
फिर वो सीक्रेट लाइस का एक गेमिंग शेयर गिफ्ट बराबर.
This was a crazy round though.
This was like the best round.
प्राइस पता ना कितना है गणेश भाई
for PRX. You start out so strong. Insane divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that nearly ended an ace.
This is where the Paper X highlights end.
That's what I'm saying. After this, it's all NRG highlights.
We got judges coming out, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have
ऐसे
had like
कल
one
के
or two
schedule
kills
में guys,
between
let me
them.
see.
It was a very
कल के schedule में
well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled. On their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round.
कल के schedule में पहला मैच होने वाला है Global Esports versus MIBR. Second होने वाला है.
Made it through the opening parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly. I mean, we saw some really smart plays there. Able to just
पहले first 2 matches हो रहे हैं guys. Team Heretics versus AGL.
Random flanks.
फिर होने वाला है अपना Global Esports versus MIBR. उसके बाद होने वाला है G2 versus NR.
Finding him behind the box as well. Ethan just had eyes all over the map.
उसके बाद होने वाला है GM versus XL.
If you're an NRG fan.
Is Fade a happy way to play?
G2 वाला game देखेंगे, Global Esports वाला game देखेंगे.
Yeah, well, not every map. You know, she's good on some maps. She's you'll play other things on other maps. But Fade, I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think honestly. I was surprised that Fade came out for Paper X, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice. Like, they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control, but I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have probably liked to see a Sky.
Which, you know, like I said, maybe a stylistic difference there and a mismatch in terms of what they would normally do, double duel Sky, a bit more bursting, explosivity with the flashes and your 2 duelists getting into the mix.
Especially playing into a Viper, like just flash to the Viper wall.
Michael भाई क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream. EWC को streamer price की बात कर रहा है. ठीक है भाई, बराबर.
The controllers continue to crush. 13-5 is a nice score.
Sorry मैं आपका stream नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरा एग्जाम चल रहा है. All the best brother. Mechanical engineering का all the best परिचार में बढ़िया यार Michael भाई.
But I'm happy to stay here all day with you two
All the best. Just make sure you guys like the stream फटाफट से.
For a minute, Avril, how are you feeling?
I mean, we're going to full 3 maps in the BO3 between PRX and NRG. This is what we wanted. We might be staying extra. The fans might be watching a little bit extra here, but this is the game that people were waiting for, and it's delivering. We're going to all 3.
Absolutely, and I didn't even write down our 3rd map because you were so confident in PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process, and who should have the edge statistically coming in.
I feel like it's an up and down map for Paper X, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident on it. Like I said, both of these teams can kind of play all 3 maps in the veto. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just hoping for a 3rd map Gigabanger.
Yeah, I'd like to see, you know, obviously I think the Jet's definitely coming back for something, back on the operator. Found like kind of mid-success on Lotus, so getting the opportunity for him to take over the map would be pretty big for PRX.
Solid stuff all around. Both teams taking 1 map. We've got a 3rd map potentially loading up, and as you can see, the players are not on the stage, so we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats, and we'll be jumping right into the action. Stay tuned. It's EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
पार्टी पर क्या है गाइस लाइक करो फटाफट से
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
EDG का एक प्लेयर बाहर है
我觉得
main roster
不
से
是很坏吧，但是还没有达到我们理想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，那最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队里面都比较混乱。 感觉最后还是差一点嘛，尤其是打 Leviathan， 就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PaperX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4. Of course,
जो जी गाइस हर साल की तरह इस साल भी वापस से उत्तराखंड में हैवी बारिश.
Then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament. He's got a teammate. It was 2v5. It was Nareth and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in 18 positions and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1 and my heartbeat is like 180 and I cannot do anything about it. He won it and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence. And then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this, like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Chris Puckett here on your screen, and we are about to jump into the final fight of the night. PaperX taking on NRG, and as these two predicted, we're going to a Game 3. Last map, though, much more of a convincing win than expected at 100 Thieves. I want to start with you, Avril. What do you see from the boys from Americas?
Yeah, NRG, the recovery after that brutal second round as well, losing the anti-eco. And we saw what happened on Fracture, where you just get this PRX string of a massive amount of rounds, 11-5, they had the lead. Opposite thing happens on Lotus. It's 11-5 the other way around, and NRG not only recovered, kept that spree going, massive punishes on the PaperX side. And unfortunately for a player like Forsaken on PRX as well, he went like 0-9 in terms of first kills, first death. He died first like 9 times.
Some of the TVs are pretty ludicrous, I'm not going to lie. But I'm impressed by NRG. Not only the kind of resilience to be able to come back from losing that opening map, they got eco'd in the second round, as I kind of mentioned, but they also blew out PaperX on a map that they know their way around very well.
Yeah.
I saw a request in the chat to see your back. Would you mind showcasing the dog? It's got flowers with it.
Yeah.
Who are we giving flowers to at the end of this fight? I was going to say something if he plays like he does in game number 1. On the other side, I'm eyeing Kiko. Let's go back to when you were popping off. I want to see a little bit more aggression.
Only non-American
Chalu guys, third map chalu. Let's go.
Everyone loves a Brit. Have you met Big Time yet?
Decider map, breeze map पे, जो कि बहुत ही मेरे को झरीला map लगता है भाई.
Bunk beds and everything.
बहुत झरीला map
I literally do. I live with him for the last 2 years.
In bunk beds.
It's sometimes in bunk beds. Hey.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to grind.
I mean, we're on the hustle.
Big Time's one of the only people I know that can fit in a bunk bed, so.
That's true.
As a grown adult.
Was he on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Yeah,
you feel safe with him on top. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Sure.
We take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me. If you're looking at the agents, what are we locking in? Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is the decider who is going to jump to the top of the group.
Sova, Jet something ठीक है. 4 second with Neon, Jing by Oman, दबाई. Viper यहाँ पे Viper Sova KO लिया है, यहाँ पे Harbour लिया है in fact.
In there, most teams I'm seeing are not really that down for it anymore. Double Enix coming on through for NRG versus the double duelist look of PaperX.
That's a pretty popular.
यहाँ पे double initiator एक double controller खेल रहे हैं, no sentinel भाई NRG.
During the regular Pacific season.
In fact भाई इनके पास भी no sentinel.
A comp that
double duelist खेल रहे हैं.
Very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there.
अलग fire mode पे भाई दोनों team. Without sentinel मतलब backstab कोई देखेगा ही नहीं ना, defense में कोई देखेगा, सब मार के खेलेंगे भाई.
Versus double duelist, there's something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for PaperX that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both of these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that they did beat Liv on in the grand final for London. However, bit of rough waters on that actually. Not a very clear-cut victory for them. We'll see if they can make this one a lot more clear-cut now. Again, don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. That is, in fact, PaperX defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards shops.
Is it the third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality, I believe, in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play
defend कर रही है.
elimination.
RRQ कर दिया, overlay का क्या?
Towards A main, Viper wall goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A site here.
पूरा side दे दिया है भाई, plant के लिए retake करने वाले भाई.
NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including yellow.
Massive coverage. It's going to be Devi hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, PaperX finally arrive.
Kiko up close and personal here. Not too much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as PaperX start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down two members of PRX.
वो मार गया भाई, वो खड़े
As they spot in. 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back. Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jing, nothing in response either. Falling apart as PaperX, NRG, another pistol. 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really
भाई
nice
NRG हर बार पिस्टल राउंड ही जीत रही है भाई, क्या चल रहा है guys? हर बार
every round
पिछले मैप भी दो पिस्टल राउंड जीते, ये मैप भी भाई पिस्टल राउंड जीता.
Even take
Now, NRG लेके जा रही है guys. Upper bracket.
Strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over.
लग रहा है guys NRG लेके जा रही है upper bracket.
Segmenting the walls, but the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control gave PaperX a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
All right, Nightfall probably getting for on 2 players. Forsaken and something is potentially got the sniper out actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but PaperX in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep.
Buying up as well, given that what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things?
भाई ड्रोन करेंगे पूरा information मिल जाएगा.
Well, on the door side of things, Jing and Envy
फंस गए.
dodging out from the Viper Molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there.
ओ भाई एक मिला, सिर्फ एक मिला.
From the PaperX side of things.
Yeah, both of the marshals here to buy on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here. Not even able to take one more with him. Only Marta to go down here for NRG, and a pretty nice anti-eco.
0-2 ही कहे थे.
But PaperX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, diffusing that situation. A devised body shot on Kiko, not landing a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for PaperX. He's going to hamstring the opening gun round a little bit. A couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware there's a couple of players over towards B. That's the second time on the jump spot, and this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately, as the light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for PaperX. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for PaperX. Devi can certainly do it, but now the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double E-net just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. PaperX having a really tough time dealing with it.
So those first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member on your team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out tail tucked between your legs for PaperX. They even hold on to a couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+K on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round, up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a
starting में NRG ने 0-3 कर दिया है भाई.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row bonus
Starting में
converted as
0-3 कर
well
दिया
after
बताओ
PaperX wins the pistol. They got both the pistols on Fracture now.
कितने votes
3
इसके लिए गए?
pistols in a row.
NRG के लिए 47%
Haven't
votes
seen
गए.
anything come through from PRX as the timeout coming through super early.
So what they want to kind of construct around these two rifles that have been kept through from the opening gun round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PaperX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping PaperX on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
I'll see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like PaperX have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm. And PRX getting nice and active early on. A couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. Ethan jiggling for the
बंदे मिड पे गाइस बी तो खुला छोड़ा हुआ है.
It's courtesy really.
तीनों बंदे मिड पे ही देख रहे हैं, बाकी 2 बंदे ए पे.
Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there, and sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains.
के पीछे आ रहे हैं भाई दोनों.
Really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map. Up elbow, drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there for PRX just to hide inside the cove. They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out, and NRG have barely made moves. It's confusing PaperX a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though.
हेलो ए पे जाएंगे और ए पे अकेला वाइपर खड़ा है.
He's able to play in front of this.
Oh my God, something ने rotate कर दिया वहाँ से.
NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site.
भाई something भी चला गया है.
It's going to be to buy retake. The rest of PaperX have cleared all of B, but the execution
अब
is going to
ये
get
भाग
a
के.
little bit faster.
Full flash and Devi is
अरे
able to
पकड़ लिया 4 second को mid road.
Again, first death, very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player Devi who can't respond at all. Devi had one of the only rifles.
Yeah. Something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal.
Flash.
To try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get
भाई
smoked
मादा
up.
भी लो है, ब्रॉक भी लो है.
For PRX,
2 kills तो ऐसे मिलना चाहिए.
with their guns available too, one being picked up by something, it's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. For some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issue. He's trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike, but as it stands, NRG really just passing the test with 5 alive heading into round 5.
NRG leading.
They're going to have like 7k on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Devi just to anchor A alone, and we'll see what happens with that. And
PaperX ने दूसरा टाइम आउट भी ले लिया.
Trade 1 for 1 there. Leaves Martyr, I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for PaperX as well. I was
हमें को लग रहा है PaperX से प्लेयर आगे अगर वो खेलेंगे डिफेंस में. अगर वो इन्फो लेंगे या तो मारेंगे या तो पीछे जाएंगे.
It's going to be rifle-centric gameplay for PaperX.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Jet घुस गया है अंदर, पड़ गई Jet को भाई.
Then wrap back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of a reaction and a rotation in the early round for PaperX, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX in the
PaperX को ज़्यादा start खेल रहे कोई इस particular side पे.
Kiko dive on in on A and being punished for it. Devi onto Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable for PaperX. Will still be a plant coming on through, but a 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan.
PaperX का round आया guys. Find it.
The economy of PaperX.
Don't tell me 1v3 clutch कर जाएगा.
Arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just
finally guys, PaperX getting a one round
into the fragment. PaperX getting themselves their first gun round here. One of many that'll be needed.
You're welcome.
You can tell Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. One of the few times now that we're really starting to see PaperX getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double init utility and have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
Well, you want to see the op come through for something. That will now be the case. Back over towards mid. Has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko though, and he's holding this line nicely.
Oh, what's this op, bhai? Op before gap
again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately for PRX. Jing now playing off a Forsaken together. Hey, main's good. No command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but
instant trade mara. Bye.
Flash is decent, but
भाई कैफो ने 3 kill लिया
आपसे. Taken care of. 4 versus 2. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Divine and Envy. How much do they want this?
It's locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a
NRG getting good rounds, bhai.
Just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for PaperX. It's already going the wrong way now.
God.
Not a bad shot from Envy.
भाई स्कूबा कहाँ पे गाइस अभी तक टूर पे है भाई वो आ रहा है मिड से भाई अब जाकर
actually not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really well worked heads up play from Envy.
Yes, I got like a भाग
hand that to something in the next round, and with 2 guns saved over, PaperX will be able to put together another buy here.
Yes, I thought आप लेकर भाग जाता फटाफट से.
Now dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he could rip the Bladestone here, pick up the pace. You can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command.
Guys, that Jing marker head होता ना और खा जाता हूँ. Time ही नहीं मिला भाई. Instant trade off.
Back to B.
B's open. Nobody home. Bladestorm, you called it. Will be popped this round as well for Kiko. And yep, full retake on B, I'm afraid, for PaperX. Something
Who's got B-side?
Catch a little bit of a whiff of a player.
I guess some sort of
doesn't quite land the shot though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. The other side will just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there.
तीन बंदे आ रहे main से.
Fork does spot out that the flank will be coming through from PaperX as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense.
चारों main से आ रहे.
It's going to be a very difficult retake for PaperX.
PaperX now got to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Rock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Divine. Numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. She covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG.
भाई NRG के पास इतना पैसा है.
But a brutal start to this match.
अगले 2 round का पैसा full buy आएगा, full buy.
Can just close out the 1 more round. They get the 7, and I think for PRX, recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to come back from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Coming on through. Plenty to talk about for PaperX. This half.
Yeah, second timeout for them.
I Swift like से बहुत ज़्यादा close है. Let's hit it.
Just as many rounds.
7 likes are left. Make sure you guys like this
stream. What NRG's been throwing at them so far. This has been a very well constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double E-Nit Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when The other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the Jet, causing a big problem for Paper X thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon.
Yeah.
It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Marta had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. For NRG winning
by 4 seconds का भी तो एक भी kill नहीं
the way
है.
they are is pretty shocking for Paper Rex and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for Paper X. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive. And there you go, wall dropped on Kiko and something gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator picked up from the Jet.
There's something op से मारता है उधर Marta op से मारता है भाई.
Himself.
Yep, I've seen him on the Jet before. Familiar territory, the op for Marta. Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
Envy knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just sitting tight. Ready to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the Jet is sitting right there.
op lagi hai bhai A main.
Drone goes into middle here for NRG. Courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's drawing out a lot of utility, but NRG just kind of simplifying things back towards A main.
Well, they got info that something is there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How do they want to defuse the scenario? They have still util to play through. Ox got recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our Jet from the line, but Devi will still clean Ethan up. Something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again.
2v3 guys, 4 seconds को करना पड़ेगा. It started to show 4 seconds. अरे एक मिला.
2v1. Envy. He's not been spotted just yet. Might have brilliant timing here, but needs to be able to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again.
Guys, 1-7.
From their side of the stage.
One-sided हो गया ये तो game.
2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
One-sided.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG. Finally, when
Is this for real?
able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta. And NRG
NRG
just able to
one-sided कर
simplify
दिया
a lot
game.
of these rounds and use the double lead to the best of its abilities.
Paper X से 2 टाइम आउट गए. NRG ने 1 टाइम आउट ले लिया है. 1 टाइम आउट बचा है.
Just placing the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
Aye. Paper X से.
Massive difference in rounds, and PRX have already burned through their timeouts as well.
बस नहीं हो पा रहा है भाई. ये मैप मेरे को एक्चुअली में भाई मेरे को भी नहीं
All
पसंद.
alone now. They got to figure this one
ये
out.
मैप है ही GG मैप.
Back over towards mid. Something and Devi playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Devi's got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba. Not too bad. And the Sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Devi.
भाई Devi को मस्त 2 kill मिले थे.
3 versus 4 now as rifle. Will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of Paper X all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. It's all on Marta.
Paper X फड़की.
Let's throw out a cove towards B to try to draw attention
रुक
away
जा एक
from
बंदा
Paper X.
mid रुक जा.
Cutting the map in half.
Jing मारेगा. Trust me guys.
Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't win the shots. Marta cleans him up. Well, at least they know where
120
Marta
Mara.
is now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen. And this is unbelievable. Marta is still able to get 2.
He's in the Matrix. He just
इसका मतलब RRQ के साथ Paper X जाएगा लोअर में. देखते हैं. Let's see यार अभी तक कुछ बोल नहीं सकते because Paper X you never know भाई.
I mean, if he had a
Paper
little
X हर बार
more
जानी
HP, I
जाती है
thought
कि
he would
पहले
have
लोग
put together
GG
a
करते हैं उसके बाद
there.
कमबैक करते हैं.
Starting to look dangerous.
पहले
That's for
होप
sure.
देते हैं
Him
फिर
low HP, but just
वाला हिसाब है भाई
the
Paper
ability
X
to
का.
get past the early 2 plays and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for
Considering-
Paper X. They're getting
Paper X का हाथ
cooked here.
ठंडा हो गया
Considering
थोड़ा.
that was a 4v1,
लगता है इससे थोड़ा
that's
फास्ट
still
है वहाँ
rough
पे.
for Paper X, dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple ults to work with though. Overdrive and the pit. Ready to go here for Paper X.
मेन बता हम लोग कहाँ गणेश भाई हार रहे हैं. जहाँ पे 4 सेकंड मर रहा है. 4 सेकंड क्या बता 1 किल है.
Deep wall across middle.
9
Keep
round
on
में.
the line.
Should be an easy one, but I don't think Forsaken's got a bite. Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help Paper X yet.
Something's pretty
और
deep in the
comebacking
middle, though.
है ये
Be a great
hope
position
देते
to
हैं
be
फिर
leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that
Drone.
deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the
छोले
initiative.
देते क्या होता है भाई
Something able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the cloudburst keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet. Just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG grouped together, ready to finish on B.
मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है ना गाइस मैं इतना टाइम स्क्रीन टाइम देखूंगा ना मेरे को चश्मा लग जाएगा भैंस की आंख
Pretty back in terms of its positioning on site.
चश्मा लगाना
Push
पड़ेगा
back into the site. Dart just came back up off cooldown, but at the end of the day, it's a Sova
फिर
buying
4 सेकंड
himself
मर गया भाई
against
दिल से
the
पर लगता
entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They
ले
know his front side,
इन्फो भी
side,
निकलेगी
flash,
अरे अरे अरे
and
अरे
he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the back
उलाट
side
हो
of the
जाता उधर
site. Paranoia out from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have
पेपर
been
एक
pretty
बहुत गलत खेल
insane.
रहे हैं यहाँ पे
4 versus 2 picked down. The Paper X's chances dwindling here as something sees just a little
what
bit of a
spam
shoulder.
हाँ something को spam में मार
That
गया
shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divide will be good for 1, but not good enough to do anything else.
guys 9-3 cards
He
let's
goes all
go
over it. Another 3K. Having a blinder
एक
of a
कंप्यूटर
game on
क्लासेस
the
ले लो
jet.
ऑनलाइन लेना ही पड़ेगा
Fantastic attacking side here for NRG.
Entry come back,
putting
guys.
Paper X under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both.
एंट्री कर सुनने वाला मैं लगा लो शॉट तुम लोग rush me guys
They'll need that. They'll need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half. I mean, the fact that Emmy gets one here, look at the possible lineup. Nearly had the secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do though. Like you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah. Look at the double outlaw into the operator here as well. Just trying to clean up these
4 सेकंड के पास अल्ट है
Sheriff players coming through PRX.
ये लेजर कर दिया लेजर कर दिया लेजर कर दिया
His way through to victory.
अरे नाइस ट्राई अरे शॉट ट्रेड तो था
Numbers actually going the way of Paper X here, and they've recovered at least one outlaw.
ट्रेड तो था गन भी मिल गया इनको
On the line here, if the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards Elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. Paper X will definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage. With a minute on the clock, though, NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving
ये
away the
दोनों में से कोई एक बंदा पिक देगा देखो बीमन वाले सोवा को और ये दोनों पिक देंगे मिड से अरे
It's a shot that is gross 10 HP left.
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line. One Sheriff
भाई
shot,
Brock
still
10
needed to
HP
catch him on the cross,
मार
and
गया
down goes the spike. Ethan now
ले
trying
लिया
to
मिड
pick up
उनको
the
मिल गई
pieces.
ऑफ और यहाँ पे चीज
Completes
9-3 है guys 9-3 है
That
rush
is
me
a
guys
classic from them. The elbow play with the paranoia.
नाइस इको भाई पेपर एक्स ने इको पे निकाला है
It's a
राउंड
recipe for success when you have no money to work with.
4 सेकंड में 2 मारे तब तक राउंड निकला क्या मतलब 4 सेकंड ही अकेला कैसे जिता सकता
It's at least doable.
So Sheriff's in charge of this town.
लेजर किया भाई 4 सेकंड
Overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice
Son
early
of-
kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP, and no numbers at all for NRG.
10 HP
But
पे मर गया
that is a well put together round.
दूर से
for
सीधा
Paper
शरीफ में
X
मारी
to
है
start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
Drone at least spotting out where the op is playing. In goes the harbor roll. As
Harbor
well
roll
as
मार
the
दिया
null command, but
Whoa.
something still picks one on the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to find it as
Oh,
well. Nice
Davai.
multi-frag on
क्या
in.
मारा?
Ethan trading one back. The high tide zoning Paper X away for now.
Ethan looking for more with the snow command.
भाई something ने वो
Marta's
shot
the
guys
one
through
that will
wall मार
actually
गया
find this kill.
through
Still a
wall
lot
and
of members
smoke
left to play through. Just one, just
3v1
Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last 3
4
members.
सेकंड में spot कर लिया
Forsaken is on
आए
the pikes, but Jing is the one that actually gets to chew up the last
भाई
player.
something और दवाई ने दो जो
Now
मारे ना वहाँ पे
suddenly 2
3
rounds
मजा
in a
आ
row. Paper X building back the confidence,
8-4.
building back the economy,
Guys, 4-8.
building up the potential of a
पेपर एक्स
comeback.
going to come back or
We've
what
got the Hong tie at the end of things.
क्योंकि
there.
पेपर एक्स का होने वाला है
4 MB.
attacking
That's the SEA power right there. So we head into half time. He's going to need
अब करेगी
all
पेपर एक्स
the energy
attack
possible. No pun intended. That's a really nice hold from Paper X though. Something despite 2 ults being thrown at him and a Viper wall still finds a pick, and Divide, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze, that's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, Paper X needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG are still going to be feeling confident here.
Paper X still in it to win it. Need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of insane rounds, insane kills that Divide got in the first 2 maps. clutches he had on Fracture. Insane share of shots he had. On top of A on Lotus as well. And now late in the day, what an incredible eco they win. With only a couple rounds left to play through. Forsaken showing up when it counts as well.
Yeah.
Overdrive and play to sort of deliver that one over. But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map and in the position to win the entire series.
A little bit of momentum in towards the tail end of that last half, though, for Paper X. They need to really embody that. They'd love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards this second half. Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze, you're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO, very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Surge to try to deny that kind of A main space. The KO knife really directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is a bit of a master on this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG. After a rough start in the series. Game is in their hands, ball is in their court.
I hope guys अभी Paper X
Let's
मारे.
say though for Paper X, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that.
At least 4-8 खत्म किया, अब attacking है भाई.
Required here.
Yeah, here on the B stream.
और जितना देख के लग रहा है A mid 2A करने वाले लोग.
One victory
और ये
for
पे already solo
America's
सुवा
over
खेल रहा है.
Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to Paper X to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down Rage in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
Yeah,
So
a
it's
little bit.
complete disengage, and Paper X pick up the pace into 8.
Some damage done to players, something, and Marta the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock. See if he can find somebody through that
Will
smoke.
Gavin
Not
go
to be
side.
the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through for spawn as well. Something up
भाई
first.
side अबे अंदर तक आ रहे लोग.
MV and Jing onto Marta and Brock. Numbers good for Paper X. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG.
Full NRG
Let's see
strikes.
what else they
अरे
can do.
देखो.
Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get Divide either.
Planted.
Scuba.
Flawless.
Never even got a
Flawless
chance
भाई
to get
welcome back. अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ टूर्नामेंट नहीं यार.
for Paper
Actually
X.
टूर्नामेंट आज का थोड़ा लेट चला था because of
Coming in
technical
from
issue.
the end of that last half, and they are very
इसलिए
much
मैच इतना टाइम लग गया वरना
in this
मैच
game
बहुत
of
पहले
Breeze
खत्म हो
now.
चुका था.
Get that anti-eco in there.
Guys,
That's another round.
पहला पिस्टल राउंड निकाली
6 and
NRG.
8 now starts to
और
feel.
पहला पिस्टल राउंड
Get that
निकाली
round.
Paper X. Finally कर शूट after
doable.
3 मैप
Then we're seeing the
3
danger
side
that
of
can have the
round.
bonus as well based on what
From
Fracture
Lotus.
is.
3 consecutive rounds निकाले थे भाई
NRG has
NRG ने.
nothing to say about it though. This round
चौथा
though,
Paper X से लिया.
happy to just let it go economy-wise. Classics abroad. Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the Outlaw.
God.
Divide. Knows that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early. Kiko jiggling around. Scuba maybe found the
एक
side
अकेला हर बार है.
for a moment.
Push कर रहा है वो भी.
Tomato to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely
मिल गया
timed
भाई.
Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless.
तो अपने live
back-to-back
stream
for
मतलब क्या?
Paper
Live
X as
stream
they
क्या
win their
मतलब?
4th round in a row.
Kiko showing off his dance moves there as Paper X walks in. Double flawless as mentioned. Plenty of money in the bank.
Guys 50 lakhs नहीं कर पा रहे हो अभी तक शी
Not
यार.
can afford to really buy up
Like
here.
नहीं कर
Given
पा
the
रहे
amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that
So
round.
disappointing.
Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
See what NRG come up with.
Flawless.
Gap has closed quite substantially. Cannot afford to let a team of Paper X's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto door.
इस बार कहना क्या चाह रहे हो लाइव स्ट्रीम गेम हेल्सी.
Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards A. They're in two minds about what they want to be
भाई
doing
मेरे
this
पे दो
round. I
बंदे
guess
मत
it's back to
जाओ.
B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian.
तीसरा पे आकर ले.
Outlaw Bulldog, so somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for
Guys
NRG.
A round Paper X जीती.
As
ये
NRG
डाल होने वाला
starts
है.
to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through for spawn now. As Mardig and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far, and Brock is really delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divide into 1v1.
1v1 by
Viper
backside.
versus Viper. It's Phantom versus
अरे
Outlaw. But
देख लिया
Scuba's
क्या?
already tagged down. See if Divide can find that shot.
टाइम कम है भाई दवाई के पास.
Scuba with the spike in hand here. Gonna kind of dance around.
मैं expect कर रहा भाई Scuba.
Well aware
Guys,
that he
Viper
was
diff होने वाला है
anchoring
यहाँ
the
पे.
side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here. Divide. Sheriff in hand, creeping up on the line. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the
Mid
clock.
से आ रहा
And
है वो.
Scuba is all over this tunnel flank.
And I guess Scuba expect
Reading
भी
this
कर रहा
one
है.
very well.
Is he?
Timing.
Yes.
Oh,
Managed to get back in there. Timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second that he might have turned away at the wrong time, but Divide just
Guys.
had not even a single
NRG
shot
I guess
to
double
say in
digit हो
that
गई.
round. But like I said, a
NRG double digit
dangerous
हो गई.
bonus coming through that could be very competitive. Ends up in a 1
इधर
versus
पेपर एक्स
1.
मारा
So,
कैसे नहीं यार.
despite winning that one, very curious about the money situation for NRG.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them.
अभी तक हुआ नहीं guys. 6-9 हो गया यहाँ पे.
We have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams started to run out of money early on. As once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart in towards doors. Got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is low on armor. There it is.
Big shot.
God, bhai.
Scuba down. That is B almost open. Still player there in Brock. But just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
So अगर रन को भी
Taking space on B, causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors.
भाई जज देखो बाटा मार
He's under a little bit
गया.
of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. Ramada still gets Jang, and now Brock as well. Envy, you talked about him
चलो भाई, B
exploring
मिल
towards
गया.
B. That might be the opening now to play on through. And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut off something here, and not going to get the time to get that cut off, actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for Paper X. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him, caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG.
Yeah,
Envy
NRG
last
लेके
player
out.
surviving, and they know that he was deep on B.
Yeah, NRG double digit,
Move on to
guys.
the spike. Marta taps it. And they're giving him nothing. Nice opener here.
What?
20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage onto Marta, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Marta's off the spike. Going to start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
Double digit पहुंच गया NRG. बेटे तू इतना क्या addicted हो गया है भाई तू ये गेम के लिए मतलब.
Really far away from helping something, unfortunately, as Envy that
पर मैं
is
समझा नहीं मैं.
deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the HP all the time to do much more. And it starts out okay. We talk about the one kill from something onto Scuba, but beyond that, that mid doors causing issues for Paper X as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
The NRG very much on top of the rotations here, especially in a pretty complex round. Paper X with a little bit of a mixed bag buy here. Divide feeling like a hero with the Hero Vandal.
I have the spike.
Very close towards a pit. If he ends up in a post plant, this could be problems for an NRG whose money is still very much shaky at this point.
Which means that maybe the low buy of Paper X can still find some value here. Forsaken on the shotgun Neon. He's on the wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
Very dangerous buy for NRG to be
भाई
dealing
B
with
side वो
here.
कितना पीछे खेल रहा है guys. हर बार NRG retake कर रही है.
A lot of weapons that could do some serious damage. This Outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though, and this is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
भाई जट कितना गंदा एंगल में खड़ा है यहाँ पे. Oh my god, दोनों को ले गया भाई.
Doubling up. Exactly what you want to see out of the Outlaw player, and now Paper X left hurting. Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the top of the Viper wall. Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out-positioning Paper X, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed.
No way, guys. Paper X हार रही है भाई.
Double doors cleaned up by
Paper
Mara.
X
A flawless round
lower
for
bracket
NRG.
जाने वाली है.
And it's looking like back-to-back
Don't tell me
storms
EDC
to
के साथ वहाँ पे
reverse
fight
sweep
होने
this
वाला
series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for Paper X. Double flawless. Really closing the gap slightly, but after that third round bonus of the half, things start to go back the way of NRG massively. I lied about the fast lane, but in either case, doesn't really help Forsaken towards the end there. Finally, you get to see 5-4 rifles on Paper X.
See what they come up with here. very much starting to run out of time. 2 players on light armor. It's a glass cannon vandal here for Divide. Quick moves into middle for Paper X, backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear, potentially that gets removed, but the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out, and something
one tap, dude,
just takes him off the table. As we set the table now for A as well, it's going to be Scuba up first. Double poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made its way on site. He snuck away and finds an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba has to drop off.
Scuba.
It's a bit of individual brilliance from something. Finds a really nice timing for those 2 openers.
अब जाकर properly भाई Paper X से भाई round execute किया.
Side, and I think NRG are just
वो भी flawless.
I mean, they have the money for it, but the numbers don't look good. Mada's already on the other side of the map.
Harbour तो already B side पे बैठा हुआ है, हिल ही नहीं रहा वहाँ से guys. मादा उधर ही बैठा हुआ है.
This map in the series so far, 7-11. NRG still though in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3 guns. Everyone's still got plenty of money. Plenty of ultimates coming online.
अरे dart किधर आया भाई? Spawn में है direct.
Darted to spawn side. I cannot believe Paper X
Bro, मारने भी आ रहे ऊपर से.
They do not have much money. It's a big lineup for Ethan that takes 2 guns away from them. Scuba on the off angle now. Tested by him. They are losing all of these weapons. They cannot afford this at this point in the game here, Kev.
Yeah, it's NRG that have plenty of money. Even if NRG die here, look at their bank. It's
good.
Paper X are like throwing their lives and their guns away for not a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there. I got to be honest.
Paper X को नहीं जाना चाहिए.
Maybe they were concerned about
the flank towards A,
but the Dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there.
इतना अच्छा flawless round execute किया था लोगों ने.
Especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
3 low की gun गिरी है भाई, 3 low.
Happy with that. Doubles up with the Bulldog and doesn't even care if he dies because 4 ultimates online. Money still amazing. Got a Blaze Storm up though from the side of NRG. And something
Harbour को दे दिया भाई. Something बड़ा को.
Yes, sir, he does. Brock to respond. Don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whiffs on the Hunter's Fury. And on site we go now. What can Scuba do? He's alone at the moment, playing on the other side of the wall. Does he have the opportunity to burst on through?
What? I
feel the barrel or something, and something has a freebie onto Brock. Goodbye, good night. 5v2. Give him 8 PRX.
Guys, Paper X come back.
2 rounds in a row where something just multi-frags for Paper X and puts a round together.
Okay, को ना 2 मार दे होगा.
Come in on the lurk, but that is a gorgeous little high-low for Paper X.
कोई तो exam में
very much on the warpath here. Still a lot of work to be done though. You can see the
do they want to run after Ethan?
No.
Again?
Probably not.
Something wants it.
The money's a little bit better this time around.
Something's keen.
8-11 हो रहा है भाई. हो गया 8-11.
RX recovering. They got 4 ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full
Something
stack
पकड़ना है
Christmas
इसको.
tree online.
पकड़ लिया.
Early Christmas with something and PRX on that round. Even though it's only July.
अब मेरे को लग रहा है टाइम आउट लेने वाली है.
Time out here.
हाँ,
I'd
ले
imagine
ली.
that's from NRG. This is getting a little bit too close for
NRG ने
comfort.
अपना second time out ले लिया है.
See what they can come up with. Still
दोनों टीम के
plenty of
दोनों time out
passion
use हो
back
चुके हैं
to
guys.
put a buy together. They've got a null command, I believe, for one of these retakes. Could definitely help them out quite a bit. But their biggest issue right now is this man. Something has been phenomenal at just self-sufficiently finding these openers for Paper X, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get warmed up here. He's going to make a comeback on attack.
Look at the confidence.
आज गरम हो रहा है भाई something
He's
का.
going to run after Ethan. He needs the money as well in terms of not dying, but
भाई something 4 second और जिंग टेक गन हाँ भाई उधर ही काफी है.
drop that rifle
बस
away from Ethan.
दवाई मारता ही है और
He's
IEMNOOBDA भी
beating the
मारता ही
timing
है.
for some of the U-tools as well, and we saw that 2 rounds ago. Getting that insane timing versus Kiko, and then it felt like on that last round, kind of a similar story. All these opening trades going the way of PRX. It's kind of night and day to the PRX we were seeing on the rest of the
Crazy हो रहा, crazy हो रहा.
Yeah, very slow start for them. But very much working their way back into things now. Still more work to be done. This is where all eyes are on NRG post their timeout to make a nice little adjustment. A couple of times this series, they've already been in some rougher positions than this. At least this time they're front running before the timeout's needed. 2 very big ultimates here. Both Marta and Ethan. have got the Reckoning and Null Command respectively. Could give PaperX a lot of problems here, but the pit could be fantastic to set up one of these post plants. Device been holding on to it for quite some time.
Big shot, Kiko. Nexus mark found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line that he's played in.
situations
here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this B side. Destroy a big rotation here for NRG, and Ethan on the other side of things playing very safely. Their way into A. The KO knife has scouted exactly where they're headed, and like I said before, there's some very big ults here for NRG with an advantage to close this round after an excellent opening pick on the side.
Don't be playing for full retake now because you don't see the rotation just through yet. Jing's gonna rip his ultimate out just to reposition on site itself.
Backside already woman khada hai
down here, and indeed it is. It's a pit for Brickside though, not actually on the site. I think they very much understand that the Reckoning is going to be a problem here.
Null Command as well. I mean, you got both ultimates that can sort of defuse the Viper's Pit in due time, and they should both be used here as well. Hunter's Fury coming in. Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think it's here comes our Reckoning push in. The entire squad right behind it. Jing goes down for second trays on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scuba. It's looking fine for PaperX so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP, Kiko operator on this retake, doubling up his PRX together. Time is starting to run out now. Envy with 4 this round will deliver the 9th for PaperX.
Yeah, it's very clever pit placement there from Devi, making all the difference.
Both of the
ults burned through for NRG there. Post timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round, even after something gets picked early on. It's been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the information, numbers advantage, all the ults, post-tack timeout, and they still lose the follow-up gun round. That is rough.
5v4 as mentioned, but they gave up sight. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up not really getting rid of the pit at all, and Hunter's Fury from Envy as well to slow down that retake. And at the end of the day, 2v2 goes the way of PaperX, and NRG starting to feel the pressure of PaperX nipping at their heels now.
Yeah, this is another timeout here for NRG. 2 rounds in a row. This is very problematic indeed. I think whatever was said in the initial timeout hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG are really trying to hammer home the point. They need to close this game here. I mean, honestly, you're going into the upper bracket qualification match at the end of this group against Vitality, so your hard days are not behind you at the end of the day, but you definitely want to make your life easier by not going into the lowers here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor buy for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can't afford weapons. Notably, you do have that op on the Kiko and on the line early, but look at his HP.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba very much on his lonesome. NRG set up heavily inside of middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? If he does get a pick and cleanly is able to get away here, he can potentially drop a pit and buy some time. But PaperX diving into the site.
Yeah, high tide coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well. And soon, maybe Kiko to follow through. Slow going, back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken, though, gets Marta out of the way, and Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3.
Still alive, backside.
Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through, and PRX, are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's inside a middle. Envy gives them the advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko down to 50 HP right since day dot. Something's found Ethan inside a middle. Kiko trading one back. Scuba hiding inside of his poison orb here. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding through that dark cover. PaperX 2 rounds in succession to get themselves double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
PaperX to find on out. What is starting to look like a nightmare for PaperX before. But in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. As they just get both the last 2 plays and the 2v2s. I mean, this is like the magical number.
Yeah.
2v2. PRX winning those.
I mean,
handedly.
Pretty consistently, NRG are up in numbers, but then when we head into these awkward post-plant situations, PaperX are just making the right moves in the mid-round to be able to kind of outmaneuver NRG, who are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash for this side as well. They're making some moves now.
ये राउंड भी गाइस होने वाला है PaperX का because वो लोग इको पे 11-11 होने वाला है.
Ready for anything. What they're really ready for is
already A छोड़ दिया है और उन्होंने सब B पे स्टार्ट कर लिया.
I have to play retake here, buddy.
Yeah, not much to be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point. Phantom in hand. As the drone goes forward for PRX, he's going to tuck himself into the side. Forsaken, very much hot on his heels. But there's really not much left in this buy here for NRG, despite yet another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive for Forsaken now to clean things up. Something on Takiko. 3 versus 3, but again, the money and also the guns all the way in PRX.
What?
That's not a bad shot from Ethan, though. You respect it. Now you're on for the retake for real. 3 versus 2. And he still has an ultimate to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. Bit of a whiff here, Envy another opportunity. Finds him, gets a double, and NRG, despite having like no money at all. They get 12.
Both of the rounds you expect them to be putting together, they're not quite able to do it, but they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete, and that series point here for NRG. PaperX very much under the pump now. Need to
PaperX से comeback कर लिया था. Eco round निकाल दिया भाई NRG ने.
Need to continue chugging along. Much better looking by here.
PaperX से पैसे तो है.
The pit wasn't even needed.
यहाँ पे गलत पड़ गए लोग.
Just sliding into the pocket with the
भाई यहाँ पे ना 4 सेकंड घुस जाना चाहिए था भाई लेजर करते हुए. At least एक को तो मारता ही.
Round winner, but I think that wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of bricks. Quick one to start here for PaperX.
Heavy rush हुआ भाई B पे heavy rush भाई क्या W push किया भाई PaperX ने बाप रे बाप.
Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mada on the Jing, but
Mada ने 2 खा लिए भाई 2 खा लिए.
Doesn't matter though because it's still a 5v3. Mada's making good work of this defensive so far.
Oh my God,
Mada. Look at a triple here. Envy taken down as well. This might be the end. PaperX have got 1 versus 5 to vie with all of the work to do. But NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 is there to vie with the secondary. And a 1v3 here. This has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste
Don't tell me Davai ace marega.
Can they get this one cleanly here without Divine walking out?
He's trying to slip away.
Putting
the wall up and down to keep them interested. He's been able to pinch the spike. Trying to stay one step ahead of this pivot back over to the B site. Tucks himself nice and safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
यहाँ से गिरेगा वाइपर को साउंड जाएगा. ले चला गया साउंड.
Viper might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops
into
action here.
आ चुका है.
For sure by now. Plan has got to come on through, and the timing
no way, no way. 1 HP guys. NRG going upper bracket.
Clean things up.
NRG going upper bracket.
USA card, and that is indeed the victor today.
Ice
PaperX falling, Pacific falling in general, and NRG move throrough.
Yeah, it's a sad day on the beach.
NRG going upper bracket. PaperX नीचे लड़ेगी भाई. Edward Gaming के साथ.
KC के साथ. There's something in the water here in Paris for the teams from the Americas. They're doing pretty damn well for themselves.
Something in the water. Maybe the bad side as well, unfortunately, for both PaperX and RRQ. PaperX, fantastic start on the fracture. Pretty okay.
PaperX कैसे guys? कैसे नहीं कर पाई यार ये?
But lost momentum towards the end. Didn't have much momentum to start with on this
final lap
of Breeze, and despite the small comeback towards the end, just couldn't close it.
Check. We're here? Yeah. All right. Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because you promised me 3 games. I was celebrating way early. I was making little flags out here, handing them to Avril. Instead, PaperX doesn't go down without a fight. But how do you give up the 1 round When you finally
आज भाई एडवर्ड हारी, पेपर एक्स हारी,
how did NRG get that job done?
100 Thieves जीती और Vitality जीती है.
That was 3 rounds in a row where they had man advantage coming in on some of those retakes. The Harbor comp very
और अभी
good in
NRG
those
जीत गई.
retake scenarios, but that is just a little bit of individual brilliance from a team that knows how to play under pressure. Very familiar
भाई
with
सिस्टम भी
paper
चेंज हो रहा है,
X.
सिस्टम
You
नहीं चेंज हो रहा, वो
can't
अपना
just out-macro them all day long, Kev. You do actually
कीबोर्ड
have to make
माउस
some
और
big plays against a
जो
team that's
IEM
very
स्पैन थे
good
वो
at
लेके जा
just
रहे
the
हैं.
same.
I feel like it's the exact opposite of what we saw in
वो
terms
सब
of
पैक हो
Paper
जाता है
X
और अभी
got
ऑब्वियसली
themselves
पैक हुआ क्योंकि
momentum
एरिना
back
बंद
in
हो रहा
this
है.
half with that eco, and then
ये लास्ट बैच
you
चल
had
रहा
that
था.
Scuba Ethan moment, the combination of the two. If one of them made their play work but the other one didn't, I don't think it's enough. But the fact that both of them were able to find their mark on that extremely important
कल मैच होने वाला है MIBR वर्सेस ग्लोबल Esports. लोगों को बता दूं. And second map will be G2 Esports.
You said it wasn't gonna be this guy. The jet
versus
comes out, the op comes out, the damage is dealt
कुछ तो
on
है
both
टीम का नाम.
sides. Something was
वो टीम का
also
होने वाला
able to
फाइट.
get into double digits quite early into this game.
कल का ये मस्त
How
होने
did
वाला
you
है इस
see
वॉच
it
पार्टी.
playing out though, Mitch? Was it early picks from Kiko that's
कल
setting
का
up
पहले
the
मैच में
team?
बूम बाम होने वाला है.
Or was it the late game where he's really able to maximize?
I think mostly he was getting involved in the early round. I think much the same can be said for something. Both of them were quite happy to be playing the operator or playing the outlaw most of the time.
यहाँ पे गलत हो गया यार राउंड में. जो दो लोगों को पड़ी है ना ऐसी, मादा ने जो मारा ना स्टार्टिंग में पिक ऑफ किया है भाई, उधर राउंड चला गया.
Respectable game, but at the end of the day,
इनमें से देसी
NRG
कौन है?
in a
देसी
lot
कोई
of
भी नहीं
those rounds, I felt like had their heads screwed on right. They were reading the rotation super well.
Yes.
They just gave themselves more breathing
वैसे
room
देसी
at
कोई
the
भी
end of
नहीं.
the day. At one point, they were up 11-6, and that was a bit too much of a deficit for Paper X to overcome. Unfortunately, both on both
कल
of the
देसी
last
टीम आएगी
two
लेकिन
maps
बाहर
of
के
that
प्लेयर्स
series,
होंगे.
they were just far too far behind.
And I was checking out Twitter during the game, and on X, people were saying, why did they not go to Sunset? Were you expecting a different map pool? Because I'm not kidding here. Apparently, Paper X is 4-0 against NRG leading up to it. Now they will be 4-2, I guess. 4-1, now 4-2 after this.
क्रेजी था गाइस. क्रेजी वॉच पार्टी था भाई. पहला वॉच पार्टी ऑफ दिस ईयर एंड ऑफ आवर चैनल. इनफैक्ट भाई क्रेजी मैचेस हुए भाई, क्रेजी. जहाँ पे एक्सपेक्टेशन थी भाई अच्छी खासी फ्रॉम एडवर्ड गेमिंग एंड इनफैक्ट फ्रॉम पेपर एक्स, तो नहीं हो पाए. बट ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. आई होप कल ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स बूम बाम करे, कुछ अलग दिखा हम लोग को ताकि मजा आए. एंड इनफैक्ट G2 तो है ही गाइस, ऑब्वियसली गोटेड टीम. तो यार मिलते कल के स्ट्रीम पे. यहाँ तक देख लियो गाइस, मेक श्योर गाइस लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब. तो मिलता है आपको कल के स्ट्रीम पे विद अनदर वॉच पार्टी सेम टाइम पे, क्योंकि स्केड्यूल सेम ही चल रहा है. तो यार मिलते हैं गाइस 4 बजे. बाय बाय, गुड नाइट. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for your lovely support guys. Bye bye.